personas quienes desean escuchar en español pueden pasar al canal de español. Para cambiar canales, deberían hacer clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom. Parece un globo terráqueo. Ya que se unan al canal de español, recomendamos que apaguen su micrófono para poder escuchar la interpretación claramente.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Again, for those of you just joining the meeting, live translation in Spanish is available, and members wishing to listen to Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpreter icon on your Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish translation.
Nuevamente, para los recién llegados a la reunión, la interpretación en español está disponible y las personas quienes desean escuchar en español pueden pasar al canal de español. Para cambiar canales, hagan clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom. Parece un globo terráqueo. Ya que se unan al canal de español, recomendamos que apaguen su micrófono para poder escuchar la interpretación claramente.
All right, Madam City Clerk, I'm seeing a quorum. Can we go ahead and call the meeting to order and call the roll?
Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
Great. Thank you so much, Stephanie. So council, in accordance with our new sunshine ordinance that we passed a couple of months ago, when there are high interest items that are on the council agenda, we will be providing interpretation services going forward. Tonight, you'll see that we do have interpretation available in Spanish for today's meeting. Dina or Stephanie, do either of you want to explain how the public can utilize this interpretation services or how it's going to work for the remainder of the meeting?
Thank you, Mayor. Will do. As you can see by your Zoom screen, there's an interpretation feature or an interpretation button at the bottom of your screen or on your toolbar. If you wish to participate in Spanish, you can click on that button and listen to the meeting with interpreters working in tandem to interpret the meeting live. During public comment, we ask those listening from the Spanish channel but wishing to make a public comment to turn off or leave the interpretation entirely at the time you hear your name called, so you can join the main channel so we can hear your comment in Spanish, and we will have an interpreter available to assist you if you wish to make a public comment. And Stephanie will go through the rest of public comment and what that will look like tonight.
Mayor, do you want me to do that now under housekeeping, or do you?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Just as a quick reminder for council members, we do have our typical housekeeping rules. Keep your audio on mute unless you are speaking. Members from the public that are joining our meeting tonight will also be able to participate, but their microphones and cameras will be muted and turned off unless they're asked to speak. Panelists for today's meeting will be viewable from the public. If you're calling in with your telephone number and choose to speak during the public comments portion of today's agenda, for privacy concerns, we will have your phone number renamed so that folks can't give you a call back. We are committed at the City of Santa Rosa in creating a safe and inclusive environment free from disruption, and we won't tolerate any hate speech or actions. And we are going to be perfectly willing to kick people out of the meeting if they violate those rules. And we, if need be, will end the meeting as well. As I mentioned, we have Spanish language interpretation available for today's meeting. You just heard Dina kind of walk through a little bit how that's going to work. Stephanie, can you talk a little bit about how folks can continue to participate in our Zoom environment here for the rest of the meeting as well?
Yes. After each agenda item is presented, the mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, the mayor will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on the specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. The mayor will then call on the public who have raised their hands. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, and a timer will appear on the screen for the council and the public to see. Once all live public comments have been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provide a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or a recorded voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters, items 13 and 17. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Throughout today's agenda, when the mayor calls for public comment, an interpreter will be prepared to assist anyone needing interpretation. Those using interpreter support will be afforded additional time for your public comment as required by the Brown Act. We ask that those listening on the Spanish channel but wishing to make a public comment to turn off leave interpretation entirely at the time you hear your name called, so you can join the main channel to make your public comment heard and translated into English. This icon may now look like a circle with an ES in the middle and the word Spanish underneath. You can then rejoin the Spanish channel at the conclusion of your comment to continue listening to the meeting in Spanish.
Great, thank you so much, Stephanie. So we did not have any closed session items for today's agenda. So let's go ahead and jump right into our study sessions here. Item 3.1, Mr. City Manager.
Item 3.1, wildfire preparedness, mitigation, and resiliency projects, proposed uses of PG&E settlement funds. I turn it over to Interim Fire Chief Scott Westrop.
Thank you, City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and members of the City Council. Scott Westrop, Interim Fire Chief with the Fire Department. And with me today is Assistant City Manager Jason Nutt and Deputy Director of Finance Alan Alton. Next slide, please. So this is a follow-up study session to the study session that we brought to you on December 15th in 2020. Finance, TPW, and the Fire Department presented to you a list of unmet needs in relation to one-time funding opportunities for the PG&E settlement funds. These are really geared towards the wildfire preparedness, mitigation, and resiliency of the city. It was a snapshot of one-time expenditures to really show you the monetary cost of the problem that we're facing with wildfires right now. It was a very big number, right around $476 million. And City Council asked that we come back with a prioritized list of projects. And there was no specific goal given, but the number 25 million was thrown around. So we tried to target it around $25 million. So what we've done is the associated departments met, and we've developed a prioritized list of projects based on community input, based on the PG&E settlement survey. Mitigation impacts, meaning we did a cost benefit analysis of each one of the projects, and implementation timelines, so the immediacy of the impact of the projects. And then obviously we factored in the cost, whether they could be partially or fully funded, and that's based on the parameters of the available funds. Next slide, please. So we're going to go through a project review with cost and implementation timeframes. We're not going to go into great detail of each one of the projects. You have seen them before, like I said, on December 15th. So we may not go into a bunch of detail. There's one that we'll spend a little bit of time on, obviously, but we prioritized a list of 7 projects to move forward into the process as we go into goal setting. Next slide, please. So relocate and rebuild Station 5 is the first project on the priority list, and we're going to spend a little bit of time here because some things have changed. There was 2 major changes to this project, and this was all within the last week, really within the last 5 business days or so. The first is the city was denied its second appeal for public assistance funds from FEMA. So at this point, we are not getting the public assistance funds that we were hoping from FEMA, but that does not mean that we're giving up. So the city is working with MMO partners to strategize a different way of going about getting those funds. We're hoping the new administration will help in that regard. So we're not giving up on the project with FEMA. We're still pushing forward on the PA funds. But at this point, we did receive that news that we did not, our appeal was denied. The other opportunity that's still out there as far as other funding sources goes is the CDBG-DR funding from the state of California, which would provide approximately or up to 90% of funding for this project. So we're still in the hunt there. We're still working on that project as well, and hoping that that funding source becomes available. The other news that we received is we received the official cost estimate, and it came in much higher than anticipated. This is based on a couple factors. The first is the escalating construction costs and design rates between 2018 and 2023. Essentially, when we started this project in 2018, they're now projecting what the cost of the project will be out to 2023 when the project's supposed to be complete. And obviously with COVID, material costs, labor costs, all of that has changed quite a bit and changed the number that we've been using for some time. There's also been an increase in soft costs, and that goes into construction and project management. Again, the escalation estimates, inspection and permits, and there's also an approximate $3 million request for contingency in there as well. So that raised the price quite significantly. And also we've met some engineering and environmental lot challenges with the lot that we're currently in escrow in at the corner of Stagecoach and Fountain Grove that are adding some costs as well. I think we've really worked through that process well. The project management team has really done a good job at making some modification and changes to the project to make it fit on that lot the best way that it can without impacting the environment. All that being said, the one thing that I want to emphasize to the council is that these numbers are new to us. They're only a few days old. City staff is still trying to absorb it, and we're reviewing them very carefully. I would anticipate these numbers could change, but we wanted to be transparent with you in this presentation. That was what the last minute change was about the new cost of the project that's in front of us right now. But again, we're working on other funding sources. We're working through these numbers to make sure that we're getting the best cost benefit for this new fire station. So that said, we're still requesting to replace and relocate Fire Station 5 that was lost during the Tubbs fire to the corner of Stagecoach Road and Fountain Grove Parkway. Station 5 will restore permanent service to the Fountain Grove area and protect the wildland urban interface. As you all know, we've restored temporary service to Fountain Grove at the old Fire Station 5 at 3480 Parker Hill Road. But this new location will enhance service to the entirety of Fountain Grove and also improve service level to the northern portions of Mendocino Avenue, including the proposed project at 3575 Mendocino, where the old Journey's Inn Mobile Home Park used to be. The property for the new Station 5 is currently in escrow, and the CEQA review is underway. And if federal funding turns out to be possible, but it's not certain, and if we're successful in that, these funds would be diverted towards other fire station projects. So as it stands right now, the project cost is $21 million, again, subject to change, and it's under review. And we have the potential to break ground in 2022. Again, the project is already underway. Next slide, please. So the vegetation management program, this is based on the Community Wildfire Protection Plan that was approved by Council in September of 2020. The vegetation management program is built off the CWPP, and it develops and implements a vegetation management program. This program focuses on improving evacuation routes, wildfire education, community preparedness, structural hardening of the built environment, vegetation treatments, and defensible space standards, with an increased staff dedicated only to the wildfire mitigation workload. For the 5-year program of the vegetation management program, it's $5.25 million. The program is ready to implement immediately. It's essentially turnkey at this point due to the CWPP being approved and built. And of course, we just wanted to remind council that they would get annual progress reports from our Fire Prevention Bureau. Next slide, please. Priority 3 on the priority list is the Santa Rosa Fire Department Wildland Resiliency and Response Strategic Plan, or as we dub it, WUI 2.0, where we're examining the risk and threat potential of wildland fires and adjusting our prevention, mitigation, and operational response components within the organization. So this is a snapshot of the organization. It's changing things that we can change without adding stations or without adding personnel to the Suppression or Operations Bureau. And so we're looking at 6 major strategies: legislative changes, which could be ordinance, statutes, fire code, working with our partners at MMO on state and federal policy, capital enhancements. It's slated to buy us 2 new Type 3 fire engines, 2 new Type 6 fire engines, and some other wildland-based apparatus. Non-capital enhancements, such as radios, tool caches, personal protective equipment, etc. Operations, looking at our response matrix, our training, our strategies, tactics, and command. Staffing, this is not adding additional staffing. This is looking at our current staffing plans and models and figuring out how we can make improvements with the current staff that we have. And then community engagement, which is really focused on being able to communicate with all members of the community, regardless of socioeconomic status, language barriers, or access and functional needs. The project cost for this plan is $2.75 million, and a majority of these strategies are already in progress. Our team is already working on these with the ability for immediate implementation. The only caveat to that is it takes a while to build fire engines, so we probably wouldn't see fire engines unless we can tag onto somebody else's order, but they won't likely be in service this fire season, but next fire season. Next slide, please. Next on the priority list is modernize radio infrastructure. So these are non-fire radios. The fire department is part of a JPA with Redcom, obviously, so these are all other city radio infrastructure. And some background is the new citywide radio infrastructure was installed in 2020, but this requires maintenance, software upgrades, and the ability to remain reliable for the next 9 years. This agreement would supersede the current agreement and expand service to cover all non-fire city radios. This provides a seamless system upgrade with minimal interruption to daily operations, so this is really increasing the communication capability of the entire city. Project cost is $3 million, and implementation will vary by department with the completion in 2023. Next slide, please. Evacuation equipment is the next on the list. This is essentially bolstering our supply of evacuation equipment. So barricades and message boards would be on a transport trailer. They'd be ready to go out of the MSC to facilitate easy deployment rather than needing to rely on rental agencies, contractors, or mutual aid to provide and transport to sites. Barricades include a combination of concrete K-rail, plastic water-filled barriers, lit A-frame barricades, light towers, message boards, and the transport trailer. Project cost is $150,000, and the purchases could begin immediately, and we would anticipate that a lot of this can be accomplished before next fire season. Next slide, please. Next is to build the HOT Emergency Operations Center. So our current EOC is considered cold, as you all know. It's actually, this slide could have been updated, and that's my fault for not catching that, but we've actually moved the EOC from the utility field office over to the Transit Operations Building and adjacent MSC North in anticipation of this happening. Essentially, we can leave everything set up. We moved our emergency managers over there, so we're in a little bit better place than we were last year. The EOC was activated 5 times in 2019, 5 times in 2020, and we've actually already activated the EOC once this year for the atmospheric river that came through in January. So the HOT EOC would provide city with a permanent EOC facility located at the Transit Operations Building and adjacent MSC North, and facilitates emergency management of multiple potential disasters in Santa Rosa, including earthquakes, hazardous material response, chemical spills, civil unrest, on top of the fires and the PSPS, obviously. Project cost is estimated at $550,000. That's $400,000 to convert space in the TOB and MSC North buildings, and $150,000 for a backup generator and potential seismic retrofits. Depending on when the funding is received for this, and if it is received for this, we can start immediately on those changes and hopefully have at least well underway before the 2021 fire season. Next slide, please. So traffic signalization to aid evacuation choke points. This is to improve evacuations of the wildland urban interface areas. This is Director Nutt's project, so hopefully I don't stumble through it too badly here. But it's the addition of quick connectors and portable generators, closed circuit cameras to key intersection, as well as fiber optic interconnect along Fountain Grove Parkway, Farmers Lane, Sonoma Highway, and College Avenue. This allows traffic engineers to assist police and fire to better manage traffic flow and evacuation routes. Essentially, they would have the ability to change everything green, moving westbound, so we could evacuate to the freeway quicker from the east side, and things like that. And they would work with a consultant on top of that to develop a flushing plan for all evacuation plans in the WUI area. And what I found out is a flushing plan is actually the plan to move people. It has nothing to do with water flow or anything like that. The closed circuit cameras will allow real-time assessment of where resources are needed as far as being able to monitor traffic conditions and evacuation situations. So the project cost is $3.35 million. The fiber optic interconnect closed circuit cameras would be $3.25 million. That's just partial funding of the project. Remember, it was much greater for the entire project. Scoping, design, construction should be completed winter of 2024. And the evacuation route flushing plans partially funded at $100,000, and it could be complete fall of 2022. Next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. So to cap this off, the prioritized resiliency and infrastructure projects in order here, rebuild and relocate Fire Station 5 at $21 million. Again, number subject to change. Comprehensive 5-year vegetation management program, $5.25 million. Wildland resiliency and response strategic plan, $2.75 million. Radio infrastructure at $3 million. Evacuation equipment at $150,000. Build a hot emergency operations center at $550,000, and the traffic signalization, including fiber and CCTV, at $3.3 million for a total of $36 million. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to cover real quick. I talked to Deputy Director Alton about this. Just wanted to cover that these other projects that you've seen through the course of the last year, they've been presented to you. They're still under consideration for settlement funds. We're not going to go into detail of each one. You've seen them all before, but we just wanted to acknowledge they're still on the table as well, including the plans that we just presented to you. So with that, that's the last slide, and we can switch to the next slide and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Westrop. Council, let's go ahead and go for questions for the interim chief, Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you so much for that presentation and the care that you and your team put into protecting our entire city, even though, you know, fires come in typically from the east. They, you know, we now know the destructive power and that really nobody is immune to it here. So it's of particular importance to me and my constituents, but not limited therein. So a big hearty thank you. I actually have a question that isn't about fire per se. It's more about the fiber that you brought up and the communications. And so one thing there is that I see that if we are to go forward with fiber, that it could be used not just for the purposes of public safety, but also as a public good. And would there be an opportunity, and perhaps this is more of a question for Mr. Nutt, would there be an opportunity for us to capitalize on those infrastructure opportunities that are usually quite expensive, but would be approached during this?
Yes, thank you very much, Councilmember Fleming. It's certainly something we'd be evaluating as the long-term programmatic use of the fiber optic that we would install. Obviously, fiber has a number of different strands associated with it. We wouldn't be utilizing all of the capacity of that just for this program. So there would be residual capacity that we may be able to program elsewhere. We haven't actually studied what the possible options are or how substantial that could be. To some extent, it'll be a function of what we're able to put in the ground. Given the fact that our estimate was about $20 million to do all of the areas that we talked about on all the roads, if we're only really looking at about $3 million, we were trying to expand that as best as we could, which may include utilizing some existing conduit. That existing conduit may end up being some limiting factor. It's a little bit in the weeds, but the bottom line is we would really want to try to not just focus the capacity on our system, but also what it could do for the greater community in the future.
Thank you. And I will admit that it is definitely, the weeds are above my eyeballs when you start getting into it, but it's something which I'm really, really interested in going forward, not missing the opportunity and making sure that where there is opportunity, that it's spread equitably, since we're in this information age and so many of our families and children are really suffering without adequate access to libraries and internet and trying to do all of these things. So I think this could be a win-win if done right. Thank you.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just need a little bit of clarification on slide 10 with actually the item that Councilmember was just speaking about. The costs. So as far as the flushing, is there, because it sounds like an important part of getting evacuation would be able to expedite that. And it's one of the things that we hear fairly often in emails and phone calls about getting people out of Oakmont, for instance. So how connected is the closed circuit cameras to the fiber optic? I mean, I know that the fire trucks can control some of the lights, or the fire engines. How much of this is interconnected where it would have to wait until 2024?
So the camera system's actually the least expensive component of implementing the fiber optic. And there are some technologies out there if we're not successful in obtaining funds to do fiber installation that we can deploy cameras. The idea of the cameras is really to help us understand what resource needs are required for a certain location. Utilizing fiber in combination with the CCTV gives us real-time ability to be able to respond, gives us real-time knowledge and situational awareness of what's occurring at a specific location. And it allows all of our staff, whether it's police, fire, fields, public works, or signal public works, to be able to respond in a way that helps us manage the situation in as close to the time as needed to ensure that folks are able to get out of a situation in a safe way. So that's where the CCTV cameras come into play, and it would be our intention to deploy those as part and parcel with the fiber at this point. I don't know if I answered your whole question.
Well, I think pretty close. I'm just wondering, given the importance of being able to move people quickly and being able to control the traffic signals, is there a part of that that could actually be put into place prior to 2024 that does not require as much as this apparently looks like it does?
Yes, council member, there is. The flushing plan in and of itself will give us information about how to establish a timing sequence for the signals out there. It will be a pre-established, preset program that we would need to go and implement. Most of the signals we can already interact with remotely. There are some that we have to coordinate with the state, but it would at least give us the opportunity to have a pre-established plan that could be incorporated into the controllers for those signals. The nice thing about the fiber is it gives us more real time. It gives us the ability to be more flexible and more reactionary in a real-time basis, as opposed to having a preset program. But to answer your question, yes, we would benefit from having even that component to be able to get that out on the street in coordination with Caltrans so that folks on the east side of town can find their way out to Highway 101 in a more expeditious way, given an evacuation request.
Oh, I appreciate that. I just hope you're looking for compromise and hoping to not let perfection get in the way of the good. So and then that ergo my question, because I just wondered how far we could go without the entire project. So, and you've answered that question. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have a couple questions. Chief, you had mentioned that there's some potential, I think this was slide 2 when we were talking about the new engine station. There's some community development block grant disaster relief funding potentially still from the state. Is there a timeline on when we would know if we might be successful in obtaining any of that?
I would have to defer that question to Assistant City Manager Nutt. He's really been driving the ship on that one.
Yeah, the community development block grants, notice of intents. The applications have already been submitted. The state is actively reviewing those. They've been submitting questions to provide additional updates and information along the way. It's our expectation that we should be getting some feedback from them by the end of this month or early next month. And hopefully we're successful in our asks. Between the two programs that exist out there, we do believe that a substantial amount of the cost could be covered. We are not able to ask for 100% of the cost based on the criteria that are incorporated within the project and the applications. But we believe if we're successful around the board, we'd come pretty darn close.
Great, thank you for that. And then Chief, you had talked about on slide 7, modernizing the radio and infrastructure. And I guess I'm struggling a little bit if we just bought it in 2020, less than a year old, and we have to modernize it already. Could you give a little bit more information about that need?
As much as I hate to do this is actually a TPW project. So, I mean,
see, what I did is I conned Scott into the chief into actually doing the presentation. Figured he'd cover everything on. Council member, the issue here is police department implemented a revised radio system and the police department's network is integrated into the citywide system. Other departments have not had the opportunity to upgrade their equipment to conform with that new system. So that's really where this comes from. We have the backbone and the police department is already ahead of the rest of the city. And so we need to bring the rest of the city up so the communication can continue to operate effectively and efficiently during the course of a disaster.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. And then on slide 9, I'm not even going to offer a name who may answer this, but with the Emergency Operations Center, it was my understanding that the city built that seismically. You know, I've told people it's the safest building in the city of Santa Rosa, specifically because it was going to be at one of our Emergency Operations Center. Can you tell me or share with me a little bit of the thoughts as to why wouldn't we maybe just keep the EOC at the utility field office and use the adjoining meeting rooms at the transit building? In other words, flip-flop it, since I think we've already made the investments of the seismic upgrades at the UFO building.
I'll take a crack at it and then see if Director Nutt needs to jump in. But essentially, it was an opportunity where we always struggle with the space and the immediacy of the use of the space at the UFO. So it was built for that. It's designed. It's very, very safe. But we're always struggling with even doing trainings and having to move people out of meeting rooms and things like that. So the space became available across the parking lot, again, at the TPW facilities. And so the opportunity was to move over there, and that's just the place we can build it out and make it a hot EOC. So it really came out of an opportunity as a location to not displace a lot of meetings, not just displace a lot of people, and to keep the EOC hot all the time. So it was balancing out what was essentially to get us to that place where we have a hot EOC versus the space that's available. Council member,
we can take another look at that, but one of the challenges is the origination of the UFO building and how that was built. So we were utilizing it for emergencies as part of our compact, but it is essentially a building built with ratepayer funds, and to occupy that space was going to lead us down some additional conversations about ownership of the building, who originated the building. We were good guests as general fund occupants, which is where most of the emergency work happens. But to set up and permanently take over would require some additional look. But we can go back and do the cost analysis on that. We're happy to do so. But it was about permanency as opposed to temporary, and it's 218 related. So we can go back and do some additional look at that. But that's the reason. It was identified to be on the general fund side of that, as opposed to be in the ratepayer, obligating the ratepayers to pay for something that was primarily a general fund usage.
Great, thank you for that clarification. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. That was one of the questions that I had, and that's a difficult answer, but one that I think we all understand here. Scott, my question was for you about the vegetation management program. You mentioned that is ready to go, that the moment that we sign off on it, that work can be done. Who is actually going to do that work?
So it currently be done by the implementation plan will be done by the Fire Prevention Bureau. So under Scott Moon, with Paul Lowenthal as the lead on that side of the house. But the plan still needs to be developed. So the implementation is we would develop the plan and get to work on it. A lot of things can be accomplished now. There's something like there's 60 some odd goals and objectives out of the CWPP. So a lot of them can be done even before the plan's written, and hire a vegetation management specialist. That's one of the positions that's called out in that plan. So the implementation is the plan could be the CWPP would be implemented, the plan would be developed, and the rollout of the work would begin immediately.
Yeah, I appreciate that. As I've mentioned to you before, my interest in this as well is not just the program, but also potentially utilizing the Youth Conservation Corps or some other high-risk, at-risk youth that we have through our violence prevention partnership, some other ability to move folks into this space to help us to do the work and to get the training, the jobs training that they might need for future employment as well. So I'd like to see us look at that, keep that on the agenda long-term for discussion.
Absolutely. My message has been that nothing's off the table, and we're willing to look at anything and everything. Obviously, that gets into a deep conversation with the city attorney and things like that. So, but what I've told our team is there's nothing off the table, and the best we can do to engage the community and get the community's help in this regard, we will do.
And Mayor, we've traditionally utilized those types of resources to complete this objective. So I don't think that there's going to be any differentiation moving forward. That, I believe, is part of the plan. We can come back and revisit that topic by providing a more full presentation, but we're trying to get this particular initiative underway. But those are the types of resources that we will have to utilize to keep the plan moving forward.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And in regard to how this is structured, I hope that the CDBG DR funds come through for the cost of the fire station. I think this is a question for Director Nutt, since he's been working on it. Excuse me, Assistant City Manager Nutt. In the presentation, it was listed that in the event that this did receive funding elsewhere, that the funds allocated by council would go to other upgrades for firehouses, for fire department houses. My preference would be that any additional funds come back to the council to be reprioritized into other aspects of this or other asks from the community that we're not able to get to. So I just wanted to see if that was built in the proposal, and if so, is there a dire need for additional resources in other departments, or excuse me, other firehouses that we have not heard at this point?
So we could come back. I'm going to jump in for Assistant City Manager Nutt. I think that's the proposal. We would always be coming back to council. So absolutely, that's why we're here, is to receive input, and that would be an easy. I don't think the intent was to avoid or get a commitment from council on that long range plan. We'd be back in front of you to discuss next steps, which would include not just evaluating those plans, but as you said, the other interests from that we've encountered during the community listening sessions to date around PG&E funds. So absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And just to emphasize it, if there is a need for us to put investments in other stations, I want to hear it. I know that other council members want to hear that as well.
Absolutely.
Great. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Given that we kind of gave you a sense of a budget of 25 million, and the first two items on our list go over that somewhat, and so we kind of overshot the runway because of the increased costs associated with the new firehouse. Would we be able to, and it kind of speaks to the mayor's question about future prioritization, would we be able to condition our our comments on what happens with the additional funding that may or may not happen? Because the first two items, that kind of leaves us, then the rest are going to be hanging out there potentially unless we up your budget. And that's kind of a hard question to answer today. So would we, in our response, it's going to be coming up here pretty soon, would we be able to condition that response based on the potential for additional funding subsequent to tonight?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
And I think that this is a good time for me to mention for the council, we've been having these discussions, not just on fire, but some of the other asks from the community. There will be a space in goal setting in a couple of weeks for us to see if we have reached consensus on some of the items to begin to move forward ahead of the June budget. So just keep an eye on that as well. We've been talking about these each in sort of their individual pockets, but that'll really be our first opportunity as a council to talk about how it all fits together and in the totality that we have available to us. Right. Any other questions from council members? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to public comment on this item. If you're interested in participating in today's public comment, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on Zoom, or if you're dialing in, I believe it's *9 to be able to comment. You'll have 3 minutes. I see Miko will be first. Are we able to get Miko unmuted here?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, there you go.
Okay, thanks for taking my comment. So my name is Miko Boyarsky. I'm with Coffee Strong. I'm on the board of directors. I'm a local school teacher. And I'm just commenting on the use of these funds. And my concern is I've got 2 little parcels of land at the entrance to Coffee Park. They're on either side of Hopper, where Hopper meets Coffee Lane. And these 2 pieces of land were destroyed in the Tubbs fire, and we've sort of taken them under our wing. We've landscaped them, and we're trying to get the city to incorporate them into the public park system. And when we first proposed this idea, we were told that there wasn't money. And now we have that money. We've got P&G settlement funds, and we also have the Measure M funds. And these funds are designed to restore a community. They're to make good on a loss. You know, this damage was caused, PG&E is liable, and they're supplying these funds to restore our community. So I love what it was doing. I love all the prioritization here, but there's only one item, and that's the firehouse, that really restores what was there. And so I'm hoping that some of this money can be used to incorporate these 2 little parcels of land into our park system. I've been looking at all kinds of opportunities, been looking at 503, a nonprofit, looking at a land trust, and everybody keeps coming back to me and says, you're just crazy, it's too complicated. These parcels of land are too small. The funds are there through Measure M, through the PG&E settlement. It makes the greatest sense for the city to take them into the park system. So I'm hoping at some point that will happen. I thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Miko. Next, we'll go to Pat, followed by Robert.
Okay,
Pat?
can you
There
hear
you
me?
go.
Hi, council members. This is Pat Kuda. I'm co-chair of the Roseland Library Coalition, and I'm speaking in support of the $10 million ask for the Roseland Library permanent structure. I'm here to remind you that the settlement award provides a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to assure a permanent library for Roseland. This major capital investment will go a very long way in fulfilling your promise to provide equitable services to our newest and most underserved neighborhood. The community has demonstrated over the years on many, many occasions at city and county council hearings, area strategic plan vision sessions, community advisory councils, and also in passing a countywide tax initiative that included keeping the Roseland Library open, that this vital service is of the highest priority. We don't expect this funding chance will come along again. Please invest in Roseland, its youth, its families, its future. We stand ready to partner with you in assuring that the Roseland Library will be a point of civic engagement and pride. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Pat. Next, we have Robert.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Good afternoon. I am Bob Geiser. I'm co-chair of the Southeast Greenway Campaign Committee. We are requesting that the council consider using some of the PG&E settlement funds to help purchase from Caltrans the 9.7 acres of the Southeast Greenway property that are zoned for 244 housing units. The subsequent sale and transfer of this land from the city to housing developers will give the council the ability to lower the per unit land costs and thus help new affordable housing to be built, responding both to the city's adopted housing goals and the need to replace housing units lost in the recent fires. The city already has an existing agreement with Caltrans that gives the city the first rights to purchase this unique 57-acre corridor. Caltrans has stated that they want to sell the whole property to the city in one transaction, including both the land zoned for development as well as the 47 other acres planned for city and county parks. We have secured the grants and donations to acquire the parkland, but no funding has yet been determined for the purchase of the developable parcels, which is why we are here again today talking about funding housing projects in a study session focused on other types of city projects. It appears now that the title mapping and reports and appraisals for the Greenway property could be completed in the next 6 months so that the final negotiations with Caltrans can proceed. This means that the issue of how to acquire the developable 9.7 acres of the Greenway will be before the council, in any case, in fiscal year 2021-22. We look forward to working with the city and our other partners as the process moves ahead. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Bob. So that's the last live public comment hand I see. Do we have any hands on the Spanish language interpretation side?
They all appear on this, on your main screen, Mayor. If you are participating from the Spanish channel and you wish to make a public comment, you can raise your hand. When you hear your name called, please disable the interpretation function or shut it off and join the main channel so we can hear your comment.
Okay, and I did see one hand pop up here, so we'll call on Savs.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Lobby. I am not here speaking particularly as a member of SAVE Sonoma Applied Village. That's just how my Zoom is popped up right now. I just would like to draw your attention to the next item on our agenda, the homeless projects and updates. There is a need for funding for several of those projects. And I think homelessness is one of your top goals this year. I would consider and hope that you would consider using some of this money to fund some of the efforts that you're going to hear about in the next session. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We have Kendall.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, there you go.
Hi, I'm Kendall Jarvis. I work with Legal Aid of Sonoma County. This is more of a question or a point of consideration than a critique by any means. With the issue of the fire station being rebuilt and the HCD CDBGDR funds potentially being available, I know that the city has struggled significantly trying to get reimbursement from FEMA as well as from HCD or some of our other lovely partners that are supposed to provide such reimbursement. But I am wondering if it is the best use of the potentially initial question of $25 million when there's another $15 million in projects that could potentially go forward and make a significant infrastructural difference. Obviously, I support the rebuilding of the fire station, as from everything I've heard from the community, so do a majority of survivors and additional community members. But it does seem that it would be beneficial to see if there was a potential to lock down that funding. As I know, as you guys know all too well, reimbursement is much more difficult than obtaining funds on the front end. So just my 2 cents. I hope that helps.
Appreciate that, Kendall, and I'll ask the interim chief to address that a little bit when we're done with public comment. Now, Dina, I don't see any other live hands. Do we have any voicemail public comments on this item?
Coming up.
Hi, my name is Danielle Valerio, and I'm calling in support for funds for the Roseland Library, agenda number 3.1. En español, me llamo Daniela, soy maestra de español en Santa Rosa, Y quiero decirles que estoy a favor de usar el dinero que hay para tener una biblioteca, para hacer una biblioteca en Roseland, y que gastemos el dinero que sea necesario para hacer que eso pasa. Roseland needs a library. It's an issue of equity. A library is somewhere students can do online work, get tutoring, meet with mentors, borrow the books they need to be successful in their classes. And as a teacher, I know all of this to be true. Adults can also continue their education as well in a library. And I wanted to quote Frederick Douglass: "To deny education to any people is one of the greatest crimes against human nature. It is to deny them the means of freedom and the rightful pursuit of happiness, and to defeat the very end of their being." COVID-19 has highlighted the inequity that exists within our county. The Latinx and Hispanic community has been hit much more profoundly than other communities, specifically the white communities in Santa Rosa, by this pandemic. Spanish-speaking immigrants and community members, they are our essential workers. They're keeping everyone fed. They're keeping people not fighting over bags of food in the grocery stores. And I think we could all imagine that that could have been our reality, and it's not, because these Latino workers, they show up every day like the heroes that they are. Roseland needs a library. If we're serious as a city in addressing the deep inequities in our county, we need to really put our money where our mouth is and invest in the community of Roseland. Thank you.
That concludes voice message public comments on 3.1.
Great. I'll go ahead and bring that back then to the council. Mr. Westrop, there was a question there about the importance of rebuilding the fire station as one of the primary goals for the council. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of that and how it feeds into the broader system here in Santa Rosa for fire recovery?
Absolutely. So, as you know, we've done several studies. We have a strategic plan, a staffing report, and a standards of coverage report. And all of those reports look at the city like a chessboard, so to speak. So moving one station or having one station in a particular spot is to meet the response time goals of that area, not only of the initial response area. So for single unit responses, such as a medical aid, to make sure that we're there within our response time for medical aids, but also part of the greater system to make sure that we have a full alarm assignment there. So 3 engines and a truck company there in time to put out a fire at a small level, whether it's a structure fire or vegetation fire. So those are sort of the 2 components we look at through NFPA, 1710 and 1720. And so as we move things around, we got to make sure that all of our spots are covered. And putting Station 5 in that location, as I said, is strategically driven to, number one, protect it. So it's not at the top of the hill, at the top of a draw, in the middle of a very bad area. I mean, Fire Station 5 is a lot of those buildings were in Fountain Grove, was built to WUI standards, but it was in a poor location for response to both sides of the hill and for the fire threat. So it protects it better, but it also provides service to the lower Fountain Grove area on the west side much quicker. We have engine 6 on the east side, and we have engine 5, obviously, that can still respond to the east side. So we did a study on it, and we determined that was the best location for it to improve response times and coverage to the entire, like I said in the presentation, the entirety of Fountain Grove, but particularly giving help to that busier west side of Fountain Grove with the care facilities there, and then lower down in the Mendocino corridor. So, anytime you move something, it has ramifications somewhere else. We're very cautious of that, but we have the plans and programs to back that up to show that that's the best spot for that fire station.
And I would just also like to couple that. There was a question about the reimbursement process, and unfortunately, what we find ourselves in after multiple disasters and ongoing pandemic is the reimbursement process is the challenge, right? It is, you have to expend the monies and then you get the money back through a reimbursement. It's not an advance program. That's not what the federal government and the state partners engage in. They engage in a reimbursement. So we will likely, with some of these successful projects, not all of them, but when we deal with reimbursement, there will be a return to the city. It varies the percentage of that return depending on the project eligibility and the return rate. But unfortunately, we're in a position where you have to front fund the projects and then you get the reimbursement. And those timetables, as we've discussed with council before, unfortunately can take up to 10 years. And you're going to see later this evening, where our position has shifted because of some of the work we've had to do to support activities in the field, which has put us even further behind on our reserves and left us less prepared to face another disaster. But I just want to make it clear that unfortunately the program is for some of these funding sources is a reimbursement program. We don't get money advanced. So if you don't do the project, you don't get the reimbursement. And that's really challenging for communities in general. But that's unfortunately how some of these get financed.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. My question is more about reimbursement. And it kind of dawned on me, City Manager McGlynn, as you were talking, that because of the provisions in Measure O, that if the council were to decide to proceed with funding, with taking the PG&E dollars, and I know this is a different conversation, but I'm asking a hypothetical before Sue gets upset with me for talking about how we might deal with that. I'm curious to know if we were to say not have this PG&E settlement go through the Measure O protocols, then would a reimbursement that came from that be returned to the general fund and have to address that issue again, or would that be clean? Like, would that money?
We can ask the question. I don't think we're prepared this evening to answer the question, council member, but absolutely we can ask the question.
Yeah, and I get that it's kind of a very specific question, so I don't expect to get an answer tonight, but I did want to put it on your radar as, you know, something that would have implications down the road.
We can look at it. We'll need to do some further digging, but absolutely want to take a look at that question.
Okay. So now, Mr. City Manager, if you could articulate for the council for our final comments on this, if there's any particular direction or questions that you and staff are still struggling with, what kind of direction would be helpful as we go towards our goal setting? Well,
I think you see our portfolio programs. I think we're looking for affirmation that you're in agreement with the prioritization. To Councilmember Sawyer's question, if we have opportunity, is there something that you think is misordered and that we should be addressing in a different order? Obviously, this is evolving conversation. You're going to need to see the later conversation get into goal setting. But I think we tried to complete the exercise. Staff tried to complete the exercise that was requested. Some things have changed, including price point and where we sit as vis-a-vis the federal program. But we're looking for input, concurrence, and this is obviously going to be an evolution. Are there any things that you want us to go faster on? And I'll turn it over to Scott for the final request on that side.
The final request for the general project is like Mr. City Manager said, is affirmation that the prioritized list is where you want it to be. Obviously, the price point for Fire Station 5 isn't where we want it to be, but we're hoping those numbers will improve over time. And when we go into goal setting, we'll have a better number for you. Can't make any promises that's going to happen, but that's essentially it, is that we're just looking that this is the list that you wanted. While it's not really at the price point that we had anticipated, it's essentially the best blush at what we had in front of us that we could take at it, and to give the council what they were looking for in this regard to make our city safer and more resilient for wildfires.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to go around the horn where I see people. Councilmember Alvarez.
Well, first and foremost, I appreciate the presentation. I mean, from going from 400 and something million down to 25 and then 36, I mean, I do appreciate the effort and to be able to really hone down the conversation. For me, I don't have anything specific to say about the order of the prioritization, as each and every one of them is important. So again, I appreciate the effort that was put into the presentation. Anything to do that we can do to prepare and protect our residents on the east side, all for it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate this information. I'm not prepared to say I totally agree with this priority list, because to me, it's we'll be having more of that discussion once we take a look at, we start making decisions, as the mayor mentioned at our goal setting in a couple of weeks. Because I think it may be, we have to balance all of them there. So again, what I was looking for is just what you delivered, coming from our public safety, fire department and transportation, public works. This is the priority. That is helpful information for me to consider once we start actually making decisions as to where to allocate those dollars.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes, thank you. I feel pretty comfortable with the allocation. I do agree with Councilmember Schwedhelm that given the timing, if we had just had goal setting 2 months ago, then it wouldn't make sense to wait for goal setting. But given that we do have this coming up next week, that giving the opportunity, perhaps it won't be impacted by that conversation, but I think it leaves us the opportunity to weigh everything in the balance and to allow for more public input and more perspectives before settling in. But as things are now, I'm inclined to support and await further information to just finalize that. But I'm all the way ready to sign. I just want a little bit, like 1 more week.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, one-time funds are some of the most difficult ones to make decisions on because they are one-time. However, I appreciate the priority list, and I'm sure there will be more conversation around how these funds will be spent. There will be frustration in the community that we did not divert some of the funds that came from PG&E to other projects. But if this was the failure of a dam done by the Army Corps of Engineers, my guess is that the damage done by a failed dam, we would probably be looking heavily at those damages and how to deal with flood control. So I'm kind of equating where the funds are coming from to the origin, if you will, and why did we get the funds? And it has to do, as far as I'm concerned, with fire protection. Now, how we choose from these various possibilities for that fire protection is still up for conversation, but for the time being, I'm comfortable with a priority list, knowing that it's kind of conditioned, in a sense, conditioned on what we may get some funds loosened up in the future, and we'll have another conversation about that then once those funds are available. But until then, I am comfortable with the recommendation coming out of our fire department. Thank you.
Councilmember Fleming, did you have more to add?
I have the utmost respect for Councilmember Sawyer and a slightly different perspective that I wanted to respectfully add to that one about the origin of the funds as we go into our goal setting. That it's my understanding that we have the funds because we had a fire, but the funds are not specifically about fire, although they're very important. They're about the cost that the city incurred that have yet to be paid back. And when you look at those costs were borne by the entirety of the city. And so I think about making the entirety of the city whole, as well as preventing another disaster like this from happening again. And it's just a slight tweak on what Councilmember Sawyer was saying, but I just think it allows for us to both do the fire prevention and preparedness work that we're focusing on today, while at the same time acknowledging that there are infrastructure needs across the city and that the fire impacted every corner of the city and, most intensely my district, but not only my district. And financially, the impact was felt probably more intensely, both in the people who lost their homes, but then the lower income people who pay a higher percentage of their incomes in sales tax and so forth. So just want to take a holistic view of how the economics of a city and why we have this money is 2 things. One, that there was a fire, and two, that the city, all of us, spend this money that is yet to be reimbursed. And I want to hold both of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor?
So I would like to thank you for the very thorough presentation. You guys did a wonderful job. And I think that it is exactly what I was looking for in narrowing it down. And I really just can't wait to get into goal setting so I can have the ability to look at the whole picture and have the conversation with the rest of the council members. So thank you.
Great, thank you. And I want to thank you as well, Mr. Interim Chief, for really drilling this down into what our priorities need to be. I haven't been shy in saying that to me, this is the highest priority for the use of the funds, that our community can't afford to continue to live in fear for 4 months out of the year. It is too disruptive to our mental health. It's too disruptive to our economy. We need to make these investments to make our community safer. And if the council signed off and had sent us a contract to start the vegetation management program and the wildland resiliency and response components of this a month ago, I would have signed it a month ago, even understanding that we have all of these additional asks as well. I'm hoping that come goal setting, we can all give the thumbs up to most of this, but in particular those two, because what I heard from you is we are anxiously awaiting the go ahead to start doing that work that this council has previously signed off on in the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, that we are ready to hit the ground running, and that this is the time of the year when we need to be doing that work so that down the road in September and in October, our community does have some of that assurance that we are making the steps that we need to, taking the steps that we need to take to get to a more sustainable and more safe community as well. So thank you for the presentation. We'll see this again in goal setting in a couple of weeks. And I hope you got the direction that you need going forward at that point. All right, Mr. City Manager, I'm going to take a 5-minute break for the council, and then we'll come back with item 3.2.
Mayor, would you like to make an announcement again related to interpreter services, or are we just going to keep moving forward?
Yeah, if you could please do that, and then we will take roll and resume our meeting here when I see 4 council members.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the interpreter not currently actively participating or interpreting on the Spanish channel, please raise your hand so I can move you back over here to help with these announcements? Thank you. For those just joining the meeting, live Spanish interpretation is available, and members wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon on your Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, you can shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. Pablo?
Para los que recién se unen a la reunión, interpretación en vivo en español está disponible y los miembros pueden unirse a escuchar en español. Para unirse, hagan clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom. Parece un globo terráqueo. Una vez que se una al canal en español, le recomendamos que apague el audio principal para que solo se escuche la interpretación en español.
Excellent, thank you. And Stephanie, do you want to take the roll and we'll resume our meeting at item 3.2?
Yes. Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
Great, thank you. Mr. McGlynn?
Item 3.2, Homeless Services Programming Update. Kelly Kuykendall, Housing and Community Services Manager, presenting.
Good afternoon. Give me just a sec to turn my camera on here. Sorry about that. Was having an issue turning the camera on. Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. Kelly Kuykendall, the city's homeless services manager, currently with the Housing and Community Services Department. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the study session this afternoon is to review our existing programs, our programs related to COVID-19 emergency response, and to receive direction from council on work plan priorities. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of the study session. I'll touch briefly on our strategy. I'll cover Tier 1 work plan priorities and progress that we've made in that area. I'll cover our existing and COVID-19 response programs and Tier 2 work plan priorities. And the Tier 1 and Tier 2 work plan priorities that I'll cover today were shared with the council during a study session on July 7th. And then I'll be seeking direction from council on the Tier 2 work plan priorities. Mayor Rogers, if it's all right with you, I would like to take some breaks throughout the presentation to take questions as we move through, because I'll be covering a lot of material today.
Yeah, I think that's for the best.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. So in 2017, the Santa Rosa City Council adopted a housing first strategy in alignment with federal, state, and our local continuum of care. And the goal of Housing First is to move persons experiencing homelessness into housing as quickly as possible and providing necessary supports for them to maintain that housing. Now, to talk a little bit about functional zero and what that means, the goal of functional zero is that a person's experience with homelessness will be rare, brief, and non-recurring. And it acknowledges that we won't end homelessness, that people will continue to fall into homelessness, but our system of care is able to rapidly rehouse them with the goal of doing so within 30 days. Next slide, please. So work plan priorities, this is tier 1. Again, this was shared with the council that was seated back in July during a study session, and we covered, or we discussed and prioritized our existing programs and our COVID-19 response programs, which I will be covering in the next couple slides, as well as regional partnerships, continuing to collaborate with regional partners and foster those relationships. Next slide. So this slide covers our existing programs, and the City of Santa Rosa funds homeless services in 5 key program areas. Our current budget is approximately $3.8 million. That is for the programs themselves, as well as administration of the programs. There are a lot of acronyms in this presentation, and I will do my best to spell out all of those, both for the benefit of our council members and the community listening in. So I recognize the acronyms, and we'll do my best to spell those out. In the first category, we have day services. And we have the Homeless Service Center, which is operated by Catholic Charities. That's downtown Santa Rosa on Morgan Street. This is essentially a day service for persons experiencing homelessness. They can drop by the center, have access to laundry, get their mail, and be connected with services throughout the city. The Homeless Service Center is also the sort of operations center for our outreach team, and I'll talk more about that moving ahead here. And then the Living Room, which is on Cleveland Avenue, and that is a day services center for women and children experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. The next category is emergency shelter. We have Sam Jones Hall, and I'll talk more about the emergency shelter expansion in a couple slides. But that shelter is our shelter for single adults and provides up to 213 year-round shelter beds. The Family Support Center, that's downtown as well, just on the other side of the street from the Homeless Service Center. And that's our shelter for families, providing up to 138 year-round shelter beds. Both of these facilities are operated by Catholic Charities. Moving on to street outreach and encampment resolution, the goal of programs in this category is really to meet people where they're at. So out on the street or in encampments, going out, engaging individuals experiencing homelessness, trying to get them into services, shelter, and ultimately housing. We have our outreach team, that's the Homeless Outreach Services Team, operated by Catholic Charities. We also have 2 city interdepartmental teams, our encampment team, which is the Homeless Encampment Assistance Program. That's really our boots on the ground operational team, organized around addressing encampments, and includes representatives from across the organization, as well as our outreach provider, Catholic Charities. And then HAT, that's our policy or leadership team, and includes representation from across the organization, plus our outreach provider. And the group is organized around coordinating the city's response to homelessness. Moving into the next category, housing support. The goal here is really to move people from homelessness to housing. Through our host program, we have a Housing First Fund, which provides financial resources for individuals experiencing homelessness to access and maintain housing. So assistance with rent, security deposits, utility payments, and also with application fees and transportation fees to apply for housing. We have landlord incentives to encourage landlords to rent to persons experiencing homelessness. So we have sign-on bonuses, as well as a risk mitigation fund or an insurance pool for non-payment of rent or excessive damage to a unit. Next is the HC Family Fund that's operated by Community Action Partnership of Sonoma County, and that provides financial assistance with security deposits, rental payments, as well as with utilities. And under the umbrella of our Housing and Community Services Department, we have our Housing Choice Voucher Program, more commonly known as the Section 8 program, with vouchers set aside for persons experiencing homelessness, and affordable housing, which has set aside units as well as permanent supportive housing. The last category here, community-based solutions. This is our Community Homeless Assistance Program, otherwise known as CHAP. And that allows for property owners to use their property for homeless services. That's primarily via churches or commercial property. This is a relatively small program, We currently have 3 faith-based partners participating in CHAP, providing safe parking, and I'll talk a little bit more about that when I cover the safe parking program. Next slide, please. Before I jump into our operating parameters as it relates to our encampment strategy, I just want to provide a little more background on HEAP, our encampment team. I know I touched briefly on it on the previous slide. Just want to highlight that HEAP is a multidisciplinary team, as I mentioned, includes representatives from across the city organization, as well as our outreach provider. The goal of HEAP was formed officially in 2017 out of a growing response or need for addressing encampments throughout the city of Santa Rosa. But the goal is to mitigate impacts for individuals living in encampments, as well as the broader community surrounding these encampments, and host leads with services. That's really our focus prior to any enforcement action. So coming back to the operating parameters in this slide, there are a number of things that we take into consideration before moving forward with encampment resolution. Of course, right now with the pandemic, we're looking through everything through that lens. Or following the guidance issued by the Centers for Disease Control, which recommends that you do not, displace individuals living in encampments to reduce the potential spread of COVID-19, and also any orders from our Sonoma County Health Officer. In terms of the encampment strategy, the council is very familiar with the preliminary injunction resulting from a lawsuit brought against the city and the county. And the preliminary injunction, per the terms of that, prior to an encampment resolution, were required to provide individuals within an encampment with proper notice, adequate shelter, and taking into consideration any disabilities or accommodations related to their disabilities, and providing storage for personal belongings. Lastly, of course, not lastly, I should just say lastly in the slide, we take into consideration the health and safety concerns with the encampment, within the encampments, as well as impacts to the broader community. And there have been times over the past year where those have outweighed guidance from the CDC, and we've had to move forward with resolving those encampments. Next slide, please. A couple more slides, and then I'm going to take a break for questions. So COVID-19 programs, the city has provided funding for COVID-19 homeless response programs in 3 key areas. The first is non-congregate shelter. You'll see that later in the presentation. The acronym is NCS. That program is currently being operated at the Sandman Hotel. So going back to the start of the pandemic in March, we downsized the shelter by about 60 beds and relocated at-risk individuals to the Sandman Hotel. Later on in the April to May timeframe, and moving forward, actually, we continue to place at-risk individuals from the shelter or from our encampments at the Sandman Hotel. The estimate for this program dating back from March of last year through June of this year is approximately $6.6 million. And council has approved budget for that program. This includes the cost for the hotel rooms, plus our services contract with Catholic Charities to operate the NCS. The next is the Safe Social Distancing program that ran at the Finley Community Center that operated for 6 months between May and November. The cost was approximately $680,000, and that included the city costs for implementing this program. So the fencing that you can see in the picture on the slide, the tents, portable toilets, hand washing stations. We had a staff tent. We also set up a cooling station during the summer months. So that cost is for city costs plus our contract with Catholic Charities to operate that program. And then the emergency shelter expansion at Sam Jones Hall, that's the sprung structure, which we're now calling the Sam Jones Hall Annex. The construction costs are approximately $2.6 million. Plus, we've identified an additional $500,000 for operating for the first 6 months of this year. And that total is approximately $10.3 million. I'll be going more into detail about these costs in the next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is our COVID-19 homeless response slide. It's both our our costs and it identifies costs as well as potential funding sources. And I was in front of council back in October with the same slide, and it has since been updated. I think the one update I really want to highlight here under potential funding sources for the FEMA PA. So that's the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and PA stands for Public Assistance Program. We were just recently made aware by the Biden administration and through FEMA guidance that FEMA will now be covering up to 100% of eligible non-congregate sheltering costs. The slide that was shared earlier with council showed the split of 75% FEMA and 25% city general fund. So this is good news for our organization. And I know that finance has submitted an application to FEMA. That process is underway, but that's timely, and we don't know yet when we will be reimbursed. But the good news is it's now 100% rather than just the 75%. So for fiscal year 2019-20, these were our actual expenses. And then for fiscal year 2021, these are fully budgeted and underway, but not necessarily expended yet, because this carries us through the end of the current fiscal year to June 30th. Moving over to potential funding sources under CDBG, we have Community Development Block Grant. That's a federal funding source. We have both our regular entitlement funds as well as the CV or the coronavirus funds. The city has been awarded these funds. So we have access to that money, and we'll be using that to reimburse the city's general fund for expenses related to our COVID-19 homeless response. From Home Sonoma County, early on in the pandemic, our continuum of care approved $153,000 for our non-congregate sheltering costs at the Sandman Hotel. So we have received that funding. And then for the FEMA PA, as I mentioned, finance has submitted an application for, I believe it's $4.75 million to initiate that reimbursement process. The last column, City General Fund, you'll see $2.6 million out of the estimated 10.3, and that was for the construction or capital improvements at the Sam Jones Hall sprung structure, and those costs were not eligible for FEMA. Okay, so I'm going to take a break here and take any questions so far before we move on to the next slide.
Thank you so much, Kelly. I see Councilmember Sawyer has his hand up to start.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a lot of misinformation out there in the community, and there's a lot of frustration as well, and I understand that. Our unhoused community are under great pressures and are often misunderstood. So I have a couple of questions, Kelly, that tend to be misunderstood by the community. Do you have offhand the percentage of those that are offered services that choose not to take them?
It would be anecdotal. It's not something we're tracking aside from what we're hearing from our outreach team and police.
Okay.
For example, the recent Greenway encampment closure a couple weeks back, we had about 20 people there the day of the closure of that camp, and 9 came in, or 9 accepted services. So, I would say it hovers right around 50% in terms of acceptance. And there's an important nuance there, because you might have the initial acceptance of service or someone express a willingness to go into services, but then working with them to get them into that shelter can change. Sometimes they change their mind, but an initial willingness to go to shelter such as Sam Jones Hall is about 50%. Now at the Greenway, there were other options. So it really depends on what, type of shelter you're offering. So in addition to Sam Jones Hall, Catholic Charities was also able to make referrals to Los Guillicos. And then we did have a couple people who met the at-risk criteria for placement at the Sandman Motel. So just that caveat there.
And so there's a second part to my question. So our service providers approach an individual or a couple, and no way, no how do they want to be in one of our shelters. They want to be, that it is their choice. I believe this is a fairly rare choice or an unusual choice, but they want to be on the street. They don't care what kind of service we have to offer. What happens to them? If they are camping in an area we offer them services and they say, no way, no how.
So they will typically relocate to another area of the community. And I would like to add that We've had greater success in getting people to come into services when we've had more options than just Sam Jones Hall, for example, when we had the Finley program, and then if there's an option for Los Guillicos or even a hotel room for anyone that meets the at-risk criteria. There's more of a willingness to come in when there are more options than just, traditional congregate shelter like Sam Jones Hall, but there are always going to be those individuals that decide to pick up and move on elsewhere to the community.
Okay, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but is how, well, you probably don't know how often this occurs, but is arrest, although an expensive option to the community, is arrest one of those options that we need to take advantage of on occasion?
I'm probably not the best person to answer that. I work closely with the police department on these things. I think that enforcement in that sense, in the context of an arrest, is a last resort and something the team tries to avoid. And in my experience with all of our encampment closures, it's unusual for an arrest to occur.
I appreciate that. And the reason I ask is because it is so common when I get into a conversation about our homeless situation, the challenges on the community and so many others is, well, they're breaking the law, they're camping where they're not supposed to be, why don't you just arrest them? And it's hard to, other than one of the reasons is it's very expensive to go through an arrest process. It's probably the most expensive option that we have. But I do find myself perplexed in being able to answer why we don't just arrest them when, given the injunction, if they are offered services and they refuse, if they are indeed breaking a law, I would assume that is one of our options. But it's hard to explain why there aren't more arrests in the community based on the attitude of some of our unhoused individuals.
John, I'm going to let the city attorney jump in here for a second.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And just to respond, the arrests, as Kelly indicated, arrests are the last resort. And in fact, over the last year or so of addressing encampments, there have been very few arrests, and primarily for criminal violations, other than our violations of our camping ordinance. In fact, I don't know, I don't know if there have been any arrests specifically for violation of our anti-camping ordinance. There have been arrests for violation of fish and game laws, for probation, for other kinds of criminal activity. And for a couple of reasons. One is that, yes, what we're trying to do is to get people into services and really trying to encourage that. So HOST works very hard at conducting outreach leading up to a clearing of an encampment. Our police also try to encourage folks to go into service, to accept services. The other issue is that arrest is not a particularly effective means of addressing homelessness, and particularly at this point. Number one, as many people say, you can't arrest your way out of homelessness. But the other issue is that currently, if an arrest is made in general, it means that someone's going to be taken over. They may be booked, but they're going to be released. The jail's not taking people in at this point under COVID. In fact, a large number of inmates were released early on in the pandemic. So that resource doesn't actually, or the option of arresting does not even really effectively take someone off the streets. It means that they're getting a citation, they're getting an arrest. There may be attached to it. Individuals homeless, they often don't have the resources to pay those fines. It's just not a very effective solution. And what we're focused on instead is really trying to have the services available, have the shelter available, and really to work with people to get them to a point where they will accept those services and go in. Again, We do have the ability to arrest people, assuming we followed the protocols to the extent that they're applicable from the preliminary injunction. But at the end of the day, it's not a particularly effective tool to address homelessness.
I really appreciate that, because being able to explain to people the revolving door syndrome is sometimes it's not what they want to hear, and it is bred from a high level of frustration, especially if there is activity in their neighborhood. And I really appreciate your clarification. It's really an important one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, did you have a comment?
I'm probably going to follow up with the council members so I can better understand the data that the council member is looking for. I'm trying to work with the team to provide metrics. That obviously is not a metric that we're looking to measure in success, and we're trying to get more programs underway that would require less presence of law enforcement. So I'd like to follow up with the council member, as I will with every council member, to better understand what metric we're looking for there, so that we can provide an answer. But to the city attorney's a statement, that's our last space. We're looking to get people into services. But if there's something out there that will help you when communicating, I will be visiting with each of you over the next few weeks to better understand how we can report out that information so it's a constructive, supportive conversation with the community. So I will follow up with you, Councilmember Sawyer, but I also wanted to make sure that other council members are aware that I'll be asking that question as an ongoing, so as we report on this issue, people are getting a more accurate picture of what we're doing and how we're doing it and what success looks like. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. McGlennon. And that kind of information is really important to have, because the more information our community has about our programs and why we do what we do and how we do it, allows for at least a little more understanding about the challenges that we face as a community and that are faced by so many more across the country.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you. And to add to your comment, Councilman Sawyer, it's also what impedes us from moving forward. And with that in mind, Kelly, good afternoon. If you could touch on what challenges COVID presents to us addressing the homeless issue, and as well as if you have, or if anyone has an idea of what the vaccination program is doing for our transient community, or when will we be applying or given the option.
So I'm not to run Ms. Kuykendall over, because she can answer a lot of questions, but these are some of the questions we're actually actively engaged and going to try to get a better understanding from our county partners, since they're leading the charge on this, on a couple of these issues. But it continues to make a real challenge as we try to better understand how testing and vaccination work with the city's programs. That's why Kelly is going to be working more directly with the city manager's office, so that we can try to coordinate exactly an answer to your question, council member. These are deposited in various areas within the county, so we're going to have to spend some extra time managing to the county structure as opposed to where we sit today. We have a very different model where we work as a discrete team, as you saw Kelly make the presentation. Some of these issues are deposited in various county agencies, and so we're working with them to try to better understand exactly, to your point, how this works. But the example I'll let Kelly tell about is what we learned over the weekend, and this really does impact our approach. So I'll turn it over to Kelly to discuss specifically about what we learned at Industrial Drive over the weekend.
Thank you, and Councilmember Alvarez, to address your question. So there have been a number of challenges that COVID has thrown at our community, right? But as it relates to homeless services, you know, Industrial Drive, for example, we had planned to move forward with resolving that encampment this week, actually today, and learn over the weekend of a potential outbreak there. And, you know, that's been confirmed by the county health department. We're working with them on that. But just, you know, that's one example of, you know, some of the challenges we face in rolling out our programs and responding to needs in the community. COVID, you know, throws these things at us, and we're working to try and reevaluate a timeline for that encampment. Another, you know, area that I could point out is just, you know, Sam Jones Hall with recent, you know, positive cases there, and essentially having to stop intakes at that shelter for nearly a month. That really limited our ability to address encampments and impacted really our county as a whole, because we are the largest shelter in the county. So those are, you know, two examples of, you know, how COVID has been challenging from the homeless services side of things.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Hi, Kelly. So a question I had is, you said when Sam Jones is one of the only options that people are given, that poses a challenge. I also wanted to inquire about, and I believe it's Sam Jones having a 6-month rule that people can stay there for 6 months. 6 months, if you encounter someone out in the community that has already stayed for the 6 months, what other options are there for them, or am I wrong about that 6-month rule?
The 6-month rule has been waived for COVID. So, and that's throughout the county. Individuals are allowed to stay past that six-month window because of the pandemic, and we don't want to push people out into the community unnecessarily. So, and your question about, you know, a Sam Jones Hall is the only option. It's not just Sam Jones Hall. It's congregate large, you know, shelters. Certainly the outreach team will work with individuals if they want to go to another shelter in the county, maybe with Gospel Mission or COTS in Petaluma. But there's just a general sentiment in our street population that they'd prefer not to go to a traditional congregate shelter. And we do try to have other options available for people, but Sam Jones Hall is owned by the city, so we have more flexibility in being able to use that shelter.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kelly, for this presentation. I know we're not quite done yet. There's a lot more coming. I had some questions regarding the existing programs that you had, slide 6. Now, I know the city of Santa Rosa is managing those, but I just want to confirm the first 2 columns, day services and housing focused emergency shelter, all of those are open to anyone in the county, correct? Those aren't just for Santa Rosa residents.
That's correct. These are city-sponsored programs, but they are open to anybody in the county, absolutely.
Okay, and so knowing that, and I have a big interest, and I think majority of us do, that we really need to be addressing this as a regional approach versus just the city of Santa Rosa. And I know Santa Rosa and Petaluma are the entitled jurisdictions. So I'm wondering if you could just share a little bit how you see from a staff perspective. I realize I am our representatives on the continuum of care, but working with county staff on this regional issue, how does the COC, the Continuum of Care, and Community Development Commission interact or support any of these existing programs that are identified on slide 6?
I know that the CDC, the Community Development Commission, and the Continuum of Care fund a number of these programs. So there is regional support coming in for them. I don't have a breakdown of that support here in front of me today, but you know, for example, Sam Jones Hall, most of that funding for the program comes in from the city's general fund, but we do get contributions from the county for operations, as well as the Community Foundation contributes to that. I believe that they also provide funding for the Homeless Service Center and the Family Support Center. So a number of programs, you know, are used regionally and are supported by the county as well.
And how do you see, for strategic planning purposes, so that we're working together with all of our county partners. How do you see that? How does that planning process intersect with what we're doing here and all the teams, the host, the HEAP, and the HAT team here in Santa Rosa?
Are you talking about like how the city and the county are working together or interacting? Is that your question?
Again, I think if our ultimate goal is to get to functional zero, having, working together and talking about this, because I think the city of Santa Rosa takes a leadership role in this, but sharing what we've learned and sharing it not just with Community Development Commission or the city of Petaluma, the other entitled jurisdictions, but countywide. I'm just wondering what opportunities for strategic planning purposes do you see from, operating these type of programs?
Well, I definitely see that there's a need for regional collaboration on this issue as a whole. I know that's happening at the continuum of care, and there's been some, governance and leadership changes there. But I mean, there definitely needs to be regional collaboration on this issue. And I think, Sean, I'm going to look to you to jump in here. I think that's one of the reasons why we're moving, homeless services over into the city manager's office, is just to try and move forward some of these regional discussions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are finding that there is a real desire on the parts of the other cities that are traditionally tagged as with the unfortunate nomenclature of urban county to get into a more active collaborative conversation. I'm in conversations with Rohnert Park, both around the models that we're working on, as well as some of the other conversations that we've discussed on different approaches to response in the field. So we're moving forward in those conversations. I think there's a desire that we need to come together and figure out a regional approach. And maybe it is a byproduct of the pandemic that these issues are now so much in the fore. But there is an opportunity here to restructure our conversation, both on leadership and involvement from all of our partners. And the way we're going to make a successful inroads is in this collaborative model.
And so this is probably for you, Mr. McGlynn, then. It's my understanding that the county, as part of that urban county, received millions of dollars of emergency solutions grant, ESG CV, and then the CDBG CV funds. Are we engaged in any of those conversations of how we leverage our funding along with the counties?
We are, as I alluded to earlier, the county has lots of stakeholders through various departments, and sometimes even within a department working on this issue. We're trying to better understand where the resources are, how the resources are getting allocated, and how we can collaborate. That's why we're making some of the shifts we are. I'll be honest, it's a little opaque right now.
Okay, thank you. And then Kelly, last question I have for you. I know that you're aware of the HOPE team, another acronym out there. Can you talk how that team and what that team is working on fits within the existing programs that are outlined on slide 6?
So excellent point. HOPE, and I don't even know what the acronym stands for. Councilmember Schwedhelm, if you know what that is, you can share that with everybody.
I think it's Homeless Outreach, Partnership, and Engagement.
That sounds about right. And it's not on a slide in terms of an existing program because it's not a city program, but the city does participate in that. The best way I can describe HOPE is comparing it to HEAP, which is our encampment team, our encampment strategy. And that is, focused on addressing and resolving encampments. And HOPE is focused on, an individual and resolving that individual's homelessness. And this really ties back to Councilmember Sawyer's question about, what are we doing with these individuals that are refusing services, these harder to serve individuals, and HOPE is really focused on those individuals, and they're oftentimes frequent utilizers of multiple systems of care, so not just our homeless system of care, but our criminal justice and our health system and our safety net services. So that is what HOPE's focus is.
Great, thank you for that.
Sure. And I realize Councilmember Rogers or Vice Mayor Rogers you had asked a question about, when people time out and of Sam Jones Hall, that 6 month or 180 day. We've extended that, but also people can come back in. So if there's somebody who's out on the street who said, I hit the 6 month mark, they can come back in. There's greater flexibility around that right now with the pandemic.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. And Ms. Kuykendall, thank you so much for all of the work that you and your team do to serve our entire community through homeless services. It's really not lost on me that, with the exception of Santa Monica and Berkeley, that there's no mental health departments on a municipal level anywhere else in the state. And so the work that we're doing is really stepping outside of the confines of what we would traditionally think of as city services, because it's the humane, just, and right thing to do for our transient population, as well as the quality of life for everybody. So I thank you. And I know that, I see some of the emails that come in, and it can't be easy to be on the receiving end of that. So I think that your team deserve a really serious pat on the back. I have a couple of really simple questions. One is around rapid rehousing, which is, how do you determine rapid rehousing? And specifically, what I didn't understand is you said, get someone housed within 30 days. So let's say I become homeless today. Would being in a shelter like Sam Jones qualify as sufficient housing, or would it be permanent housing that would qualify for that designation?
Thank you. So I think you're referring back to the strategy when I talked about functional zero. We're not there yet as a community or a system of care, but we're working, we're making some progress. And so shelter would not be considered housing or ending somebody's homelessness. The goal would be they come into Sam Jones Hall, they're only there for 30 days, and then they're exiting to a permanent solution, whatever is best for their needs. So a shelter is not considered, a solution to their housing. It's an emergency response and a temporary solution.
Thank you. The next one is, we've talked about this before, but not since we've seated our newest council members. Why is the CHAP program limited to public institutional places like churches and other commercial uses, and not expanded to accommodate private individuals who might like to be part of the solution? And what might it take, or what would be some of the pitfalls or opportunities therein?
So CHAP, the Community Homeless Assistance Program, was set up initially for properties that meet the zoning code designation for meeting facilities. And churches fall under that. And I think the intent to allow for churches and other properties that meet that criteria is that they're already set up to accommodate individuals experiencing homelessness. They might already have programs that they're operating. They likely have access to bathroom facilities. They oftentimes have the support of their congregation to help the individuals, to connect them with other services in the community. So that was the intent of CHAP, is to make it available for property owners that can easily provide the service or are already providing the service. And then later on, it was extended to commercial properties. And, we've been in front of council a number of times about that program. So if there's interest from the council in, expanding it beyond, its sort of current definition, that's something staff can look at if that's the direction of the council.
Thank you. And then I can save my questions if you're going to get to the numbers, or I can ask a question now about homelessness numbers.
Please go ahead and ask it. And, I think I'm at like slide, I'm not that far into the presentation, so I might cover it later in the presentation, but go ahead and ask it.
In the interest of time, let me save my question.
Okay.
So thank you, Kelly. I think given this is such a complicated topic, I think we all have questions that won't fall neatly into one category or another. So I appreciate you bearing with us here. I had a question really about the historical funding levels that Santa Rosa specifically has been putting in on homelessness. We've talked about this being a tier 1 priority. We've obviously been under a homeless emergency longer than, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 7 council members have been on the council. I was trying to find my notes from 4 years ago on this when I first joined the council, and I couldn't find the number, but I had stuck in my head that Santa Rosa at that point was spending about $800,000 a year on homeless services. And I was hoping you could fill us in, and again, seeing that we've spent $14 million so far through the pandemic on homeless services, where did we start when this became a priority?
So that you're correct. That's what I'm remembering too. I've been, working in this position for 5 years and officially for 3 years as the manager. When I came into it, our budget was about $700,000 to $8,000 a year. And as I mentioned, our core budget right now, not even including the COVID response, is at $3.8 million. And then we've added the additional, 10.3 in COVID response this year.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I think it's something for us to continue to talk about with the public. Through 3 years of fires and a pandemic, just huge emergencies, the council has continued to invest more and more and more into our homeless services. And so we can talk about how effective has that been and how can we do that better. But I do think it's important for this community to see that there has been a concerted effort to try to do more. With that, without any other questions from council, we'll move on to the next segment of the presentation.
Thank you. I think we're at slide 10. And I just have one slide here, and we'll take a little break for questions before I hand it over to Assistant City Manager Jason to talk about a fabulous new program, our debris response team. But first, let's talk about the fabulous progress that we've made in Tier 1. So again, these were Tier 1 priorities that were discussed or covered during the study session with the council seated on July 7th. As I mentioned, in addition to all the COVID response programs we've taken on, we've sustained our existing programs. We completed the Safe Social Distancing program at the Finley Center. That's the first of its kind for the city of Santa Rosa. That was our first sort of endeavor into a managed camp program. We held a community meeting about that program in December, and we also briefed the council in December. As I mentioned, the FEMA reimbursement process is underway. We've completed the emergency shelter expansion at Sam Jones Hall. That's the sprung structure here in the slide. There's a picture of it. And again, just want to mention that we're calling that the Sam Jones Hall Annex. And now that that facility is up and running, we can look at scaling back on our non-congregate shelter beds at the Sandman Hotel. So this slide is just a quick recap of progress that we made in our Tier 1 work plan priorities. And I'm happy to take any questions before I hand over the next slide to Jason Nutt.
Council, any questions or can we keep rolling? I'm not up. Vice Mayor Rogers.
So how many beds will be available, Kelly, if we're moving people from the Sandman? How many additional beds are available in our annex?
So the annex will provide 60 beds, and that restores our capacity that we lost back in March to ensure that we're complying with social distancing within the shelter.
But if we are moving people from the Sandman, my question is, if we're moving people from the Sandman, and let's say that there are 30 people in the Sandman, then that only really leaves us 30 additional beds. So my question is about how many beds do we have for new people to come into the shelter system versus us relocating people from one to another?
A good question, and I just want to point out that we're not moving anybody yet. It's just something we're looking at now that this facility is open. And so the sprung structure provides 60 beds or restores that capacity, but we have 91 hotel rooms at the Sandman. So if we were to close all of those, we would fill all 60 beds, and then there'd be, like 31 people that wouldn't have space at the shelter unless there was space within the existing facility.
And Vice Mayor, just part of the reason we're approaching this strategy is because there's an incredible drain right now on the reserve levels. Part of the reason that we constructed the sprung structure was to restore capacity, so that we invested that $2 million so that we could alleviate the drain on the general fund that was happening through the hotel spaces. So we're not moving yet, but that was the overall strategy. There is no time. I just want to repeat for council why it's 100% reimbursement. There is no timetable for the federal reimbursement. So while we've filed the paperwork, we have no idea when the reimbursement will happen.
Thank you both.
And Sean, just to follow up on that point, the Sandman Hotel, the $100,000 we're spending each week on those types of services, that's 100% reimbursable. What about the $3.1 million that we've spent on the annex here? I seem to remember that most of those funds were through the state for some of this purpose or repurposed funds. Is there some additional reimbursements that are available from there?
There's the 2.6 was out of the general fund. So there is some that for operational considerations that are reimbursement, but the actual sprung structure itself, because it's got a longer life than the COVID response. And this is sort of where we get stuck, is as every step forward, there are things that can be reimbursed. And as Kelly was just correcting me yesterday, there's a lot of differentiation between what qualifies at the Sandman, because there's also issues. Those folks have to be in a high risk category for us to utilize that resource and get the reimbursement. So there's these nuances even within that structure, which make this really, really challenging to manage and really, really a difficult task for us to do alone. And it tracks back to the conversation that Councilmember Schwedhelm, we would love to know on more readily available what resources are coming to the county to help us as one of the high population centers to address these issues long term, because it's $100,000 a week. And eventually we're going to have to start dipping into PG&E funds to stabilize, as you will see later, stabilize the organization to get through this with uncertain return on when reimbursement is happening. There's a major financial crunch happening at the same time as we're trying to do this very, very important work.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Kelly. Let's go ahead and move on to the next segment.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager. Starting this week, the Transportation and Public Works Department launched a new team. It is a debris response team. It is a 4-member crew. I know I have 2 members up here. As we've evaluated over the last week, we did decide to increase the number of staff members assigned to this particular crew based on the unknown demand that we might expect. So we do have a 4-person crew with a supervisor that are assigned directly to work throughout the city, both in a proactive and a responsive way to address debris-related issues. Debris could be homeless-related debris, or it could be just roadside debris and litter. The goal of this crew is to begin focusing and improving the aesthetic, improving the safety, and improving the livability of our area. This team will operate Monday through Friday during normal business hours. They will arrive at 6 o'clock in the morning. They begin and work all the way through until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the phone is available until 5 p.m. The community members have 3 different methods of being able to submit requests to this team. One is phone number by calling the Transportation and Public Works main line at 543-3800. There is a designated number that you can use in the phone tree, which is number 7, and that will take you to a live person during those hours of operation to be able to develop and issue a service request for service. We also have established an email, which is called cleancity@srcity.org. That email will be monitored daily and will also be a place where service requests are generated and sent directly to the team for response. Lastly, the My Santa Rosa app, which exists on the city's webpage, has also been updated to incorporate a place where folks can identify areas of debris that need to be picked up and removed. We'll be spending quite a bit of time over the course of the next several months as we're training the staff, not only through the benefit of their typical work with bloodborne pathogens, as well as hazardous materials, as is very common for maintenance employees, but we'll also be working with our police department and other agencies on identifying what type of community sensitivity trainings they might be able to do, because they will be the first line of interaction with homeless individuals. And we want to make sure that they have the tools capable to be able to deal with those as the first point of contact when we happen to interact, either by cleaning up in the general area or by working with them as part of a larger program. The intent of this team is to work in collaboration with the Housing and Community Services Department, as well as police, fire, our host team, and our county, in order to make this a comprehensive approach beyond just our day-to-day active debris cleanup. So we're excited to see this start. We'll be collecting data and information so that we can provide updates along the way and hope that we find that this helps improve the community aesthetic around Santa Rosa. And I'm happy to answer any questions before turning it back to Kelly.
Thank you, Jason. Can you give us that phone number one more time for the public that's listening in?
Absolutely. In the phone tree, you will be requested to use number 7 to get you to the debris cleanup team or the debris response team.
Okay. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jason. This is a great program, and I really appreciate the time it took to put it together. And I'm sure the team will be busy. What I'm wondering is not to make any assumptions about how Recology might play a role in this. I guess my fear is that instead of calling Recology, a person just puts a large chair out on the sidewalk and call the city and have us take care of it. Were there conversations with Recology, and are they willing to play ball with us? Because they tend to be good community members.
So we have had discussions with Joey Henowitz, who's our liaison with Recology. We do have a program through our contract with Recology that allows for them to pick up bulky debris items. The team that's going to be doing this will coordinate directly with them if there are items that fit within the program that Recology is ultimately responsible for. We will continue to have conversations to ensure that we're working together as opposed to in opposition to one another. We want to make, we're trying to do the best that we can with the limited resources that exist out there. So there'll definitely be collaboration along the way.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Swedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for this, Jason. I know there's a whole team that put this together. This has been so sorely needed in our community. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm interested about the community expectations now that this is public, because council on a regular basis gets information about this. What would be some reasonable expectations that if I, as a member of the community, call up right now, when would we see some movement?
So for typical items that occur during the work week, it's our intent to try to respond to this within a 24-hour period. So that's 24 hours from the time we receive the call and issue the service request. If it happens on a weekend, we will be dealing with this starting the first business day. There may be times where there is something that is of severe concern and we would consider an emergency. The Public Works line does include a weekend hotline for areas of severe concern. If there is a debris location that the community has identified or community members identified as a severe concern and issue to them, it will be notified to our weekend on-call staff. They will investigate and make a determination whether it's something that they should be cleaning up or whether it's something that can wait until the crew shows up on Monday. But generally expect that we'll have a 24-hour turnaround on most items. If there are large, bulky items or it's a larger area that needs to be cleaned up, it may take a few additional days to remedy that situation. But we'll do our best to try to address it in as short a term as possible.
Great, thank you so much. And then I also noticed that so that we are consistent with the temporary injunction, anything that potentially could be the property of another person, it sounds like this team will be taken into custody of it. What I was surprised, and I saw that apparently the police department would arrange for the return of that. I'm wondering why that department was chosen to return property.
So we have been coordinating with the police department over the last several years. Police department has historically logged into evidence those items that are identified as personal belongings. And even though they're stored over at the corporation yard, the police department acts as the liaison between the community member and the public works team that's storing the equipment to ensure that that property gets back to the appropriate person. And so the police department has agreed to continue that process. We will be working with them to ensure that this is that we continue to look at the mechanism to make sure that it fits their staffing model and their needs as well as it does the public work needs.
Okay, thank you for that.
Great. Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Jason, if you could run by the process one more time. It was music to my ears to hear that we have developed and by we, I know who did the work, so thank you. That we have developed a program where a neighbor can call and hopefully within 24 hours, the process is initiated. On larger issues, it will take more time. But could you very quickly, if you could, explain to our residents from the beginning of the call what even the number that they must dial, which I believe is 543-3800, extension number 7, if I'm not mistaken?
Councilmember Alvarez, that's correct. That phone number is accurate. To give you an example, if a community member identifies that someone has dumped a load of tires on the side of the road near a property or an intersection, they would contact this line or send an email, and within 24 business hours, the debris response team will be issued a service request, and they will incorporate that into their daily routine to go and address. If the number of tires, for example, exceeded their ability at that particular time, it may take multiple days or additional hours to come back with equipment that would be able to address the situation. But it is something that it is our intent to try to address these things as quickly as is possible. And that's why we've dedicated a team as opposed to what we've done historically, which is we've identified staff and those staff will do it as an as available basis. We just found that we weren't able to keep up with the volume and we believe that this will help us be able to manage and maintain this proactively into the future.
Thank you once again for such a great effort. And I know my brothers and sisters from South Park especially will be happy to hear this. So thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I was just going to ask really quickly, what type of vehicle or vehicles will they be in to pick up the debris? Because I see a lot, so I'm just assuming they're going to have a lot of trips to the dump.
Yeah, we have a number of vehicle types available to us, as well as a bunch of equipment. Most of the time, the team is going to be driving around in standard work pickups, but we do have a 10-yard dump as well as some rear dumping equipment. And then what typically this team will use is a trailer that has a dump component to it. And so they'll utilize their standard vehicle to pull the trailer that has the dump. If they need additional equipment, we've got some skid steers, we've got some backhoes, we've got some other equipment that can support, as you've seen when we've done other larger debris cleanup missions around the city in the last couple of years. And so it's going to depend upon what it is that they're being asked to pick up.
Thank you.
So So Jason, and I apologize if I missed this, when will that number be operational? When will this team be up and running?
The team started officially in their capacity yesterday. The phone number is operational right now. The email will be operational here shortly, and My Santa Rosa, I believe, is already up and running as well. And so that is, so we anticipate that this is ready to go ahead and proceed with as of right now. And the information that you see on the screen is accurate.
Great, thank you. And because this is in our tier 1 that we're talking about, has the funding already been identified for this, or bumping up from the dedicated 2-person crew to now the dedicated 4-person crew? Is there going to be an additional ask of council for resources?
So what we have done in an effort to address this as a tier 1 priority is we have shifted staffing and funding from other portions of the Public Works organization, both from street maintenance and parks maintenance, in an effort to address this specific team and support them. This will result in some changes in our ability to respond to other requests that may come on the streets or the park side. We believe, however, as a priority 1 or a tier 1 priority, that it is more important at this point in history to be able to address our debris issues the way that we're outlining it in this program. And we will continue to do our best to address our park and street issues. But that's where the funding and the staff hours are coming from, is a shift of resource from already existing programs in those 2 divisions.
Okay, great. And if you can track that data so that we can see what calls are not being addressed as a result, so we can try to make some of those adjustments in the next budget season, that'd be really appreciated, I think, from the council.
And we intend to track it as best as we can. I appreciate that.
Okay. Councilmember Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one really brief comment. On behalf of so many residents in Santa Rosa that have unofficially adopted parks in their neighborhoods and have been dealing with issues around debris left in the parks, which affect the quality of life, not only of them, but of all Santa Rosans. This is going to be a highly embraced program. And I really thank you for putting it together. It's sorely needed, and I can't imagine any downside to a program like this. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that, council member. This has been a great team effort to develop this. There have been a lot of investigations at how other cities have addressed this type of situation, and this is a component of what may be to come moving forward. This is one piece, but it is a big piece that will be visible in our community.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Kelly, are you taking back over? All right.
Yes, and I believe we're at slide 12 now. Okay, so let's get to the subject of the study session, right? There's a lot to cover, but this is really what we're focused in on, tier 2 prioritization. And this afternoon, I'm going to focus on our short-term priorities. So there are 4 here. I'll go into greater detail as we move through the slides, but just to give you a quick overview of those, we have the sprung structure or the annex. We've identified phase 2 capital improvements that are needed, as well as ongoing operational costs. Safe parking and alternative shelter. We have, for safe parking, identified some potential sites, and I have estimates for both safe parking and alternative shelter. And RV parking ordinance is also one of the short-term priorities, and Rob Sprinkle, he's Deputy Director with Public Works, will be covering that slide. Want to note here under alternative shelter, this is new from what was covered in the study session back in July with Council. Since that time, we've had the benefit of implementing the safe social distancing program at the Finley Community Center, and we wanted to add that in here for Council's consideration, within the context of safe parking and alternative shelter. So, next slide. So our Sam Jones Hall Annex, The council so far, you saw in a couple slides back that you've already invested about $2.6 million to get this shelter up and running. Plus, we've identified $500,000 in operational costs for the first 6 months. That happened quickly in order to get it up and running, to restore our shelter capacity and get that facility operational in the short term as part of our overall COVID response. To ensure that this facility is fully operational, fully functioning in the long term, we do have additional investments that need to be made, and that includes the navigation center model that's been previously presented to the council, where we had planned within the existing footprint of the shelter to create a separate dorm for individuals coming in from encampments or those with special or higher needs to have a separate space within the shelter to receive specialized services. With the sprung structure, we're now able to do that in a separate facility. So there's the short-term need that's been addressed. The shelter is up and running, but we have identified additional costs. We have a construction estimate for phase 2 estimated at $3 million. This includes a permanent bathroom facility. So right now we have portable toilets and hand washing stations available for the annex, and interior improvements. So the installation of 2 offices for staff. There are also permanent utility connections that need to be made and deferred expenses that will likely be triggered with phase 2 improvements. That includes the potential for California tiger salamander mitigation credits. And there are also additional needs within the existing facility that should be addressed. And speaking with the Public Works sort of construction project management team, of the $3 million identified, 2 would be for required or necessary improvements, and $1 million are for additional needs, but potentially optional, not necessary. And then as I already mentioned, we've identified $500,000 in operations for the first 6 months of this year. We have that budgeted and funded with community development block grant funds, but that does leave ongoing operational expenses for this facility in the upcoming fiscal year. Again, just want to iterate that we've invested to get this facility up and running in the short term, but to make it fully operational in the long term, including that navigation center programming component. There are additional investments that need to be made at that shelter. I'll take a break here before I jump into safe parking and answer any questions that you might have about the Sam Jones Hall Annex.
Anything from council? Seeing shaking heads, so let's jump into the next part.
Okay, so safe parking program. I have 6 slides for this one. And I just want to clarify real quick, safe parking is different than alternative shelter, which I will be covering in the next group of slides. The program proposed this evening is overnight only, whereas the alternative shelter, which is similar to the Finley program or a managed camp program, is 24/7, and that could include a safe parking component. But just want to be very clear that the program for safe parking being proposed tonight is overnight only. In terms of these program models, I'll go more into detail on them in the next couple slides, but this was council direction given to staff last January 2020, that the council wanted scaled options that included, a basic program, sort of a intermediate program, which I'm calling a program operator, and then a more robust housing focused program. So scaled with these 3 options. And then the assumptions that we used in putting together the program models as well as the budgets, again, that it's overnight only, that it would be scattered site, potentially 1 site in each of the 7 council districts, and that was at the request of City Council, up to 100 spots. So we built the program model as well as the budgets with these assumptions in mind. I'm not saying that we have 1 spot with 100 or 1 safe parking program site with 100 parking spots. I'm saying 100 spots scattered across potentially 7 sites. And then again, The size of each program site is going to be subject to the unique sort of opportunities and constraints of that site. For smaller parking lots, we'd recommend 5 to 10 parking spots. For larger ones, possibly 15 to 20. And if council is interested in moving forward with this program, we would go out for a request for proposals to seek a program operator. A couple more points on the slide before I move on. In terms of, why do we need safe parking? I think we have all seen, that vehicle encampments are a persistent, issue throughout our community. It's definitely become more visible over the past few years. Sometimes in smaller groups scattered throughout the city. We've also had large vehicle encampments, namely in the area of Corporate Center Parkway, and most recently out on Industrial Drive. One other thing I want to point out in terms of why we need this program or why it's important or necessary is the 2020 homeless count identified approximately 28% of unsheltered individuals are living in their vehicles, and that's approximately 476 people throughout our county. I don't have the breakdown for Santa Rosa. Next slide, please. So for this slide, these are the three program components that I discussed in the previous slide. I want to point out this is really based off of a program that Catholic Charities operated a few years ago for the county of Sonoma. Under the basic program, this would not have a program operator or the benefit of the liability insurance of a program operator that could be extended to the city. It's essentially, here's a city parking lot. You can stay here overnight in your vehicle or your RV, and we would provide basic services such as sanitary facilities and private security. The estimated cost for that program annually is $165,000. Again, that's potentially one site in each of the 7 council districts up to a total of 100 spots. And those are the assumptions for each of these models. This estimate for the basic program does not take into consideration staff time related to the administration of the program. And without a program operator, I could see that staff could potentially spend a lot of time, administering or providing oversight for this program. The next model is a program operator. This wouldn't necessarily need to have private security. That role could be fulfilled by the program operator via a lot monitor that could monitor the sites throughout the evening. Also via a hotline for any after hours concerns, would provide the sanitary facilities. And then in addition to sort of the basic program model, a program operator would be able to, or the benefit there would be to link individuals in the safe parking program with services. And again, want to reiterate liability insurance provided by the program operator and the benefits that could provide the city since we are self-insured. The estimate for the annual cost is $315,000. Moving on to the next housing focused program. This is sort of the top tier, the most robust of the safe parking program options. It includes everything in all the services in the program operator plus intensive services, so specialized housing staff and case management geared at moving individuals, from this program into housing. And the estimated cost there is $530,000. Before we move on to the next slide, I just want to reiterate that if council's interested in this program, we would go out for a request for proposal. And this is, again, an overnight program, not 24/7. Next slide, please. So as part of the agenda packet, there is a list of all the properties that we evaluated in coming up with potential sites. So we did look at 100 city-owned property, and that includes, and our focus was on city-owned property, those that we have control or say over. We looked at parks, facilities in our parking district, and utilized a number of criteria for evaluating the sites, including the number of spaces. So if we had a city property that had limited parking or only, street parking, we didn't, that was taken off the list for consideration. We looked at hours of operations. So for public safety, police and fire, those are 24/7 operations. And, there's concerns around safety with vehicles entering, entering and exiting the parking lots throughout, the evening, as well as just noise and disruptions for, individuals within the safe parking program. We looked at proximity to neighborhood schools and childcare facilities, lighting and visibility, ability to accommodate large vehicles, environmental concerns, and community benefit that was largely related to our parks and our recreation facilities, fire risk, proximity to services, and geographic distribution. We also looked at former and existing safe parking sites. Next slide, please. So this is the slide that was shared with council during the study session back in July. There were 3 council districts where we had not identified a potential site for safe parking, and the direction we received from council at the time was that, to please go back and evaluate the sites and return to the council with at least 1 site identified in each of the 7 council districts. And we have done so with the next slide, please. So I just want to point out here that these sites are not ideal, but they are the best options in each of the council district. And if council feels that these are not, ideal for a safe parking program and wants to move forward with the safe parking program, we can certainly reach out to our community partners to identify sites other than these here in this slide. I also want to mention, I know there's some public concern. We're receiving public comments about these potential locations. I want to mention, at least from staff's perspective, tonight is less about these locations and more about if council wants to do a safe parking program. If we move forward with that and we identify any of these sites for safe parking, we will be doing community outreach and also seeking public input. So tonight is about a safe parking, and staff is simply following through with the direction from council to identify potential sites within each of the districts. So give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up my info for the safe parking sites. So I can run through just briefly, some of the pros and cons of each of these sites with you. So for Council District 1, there were 7 sites that we looked at. Back in July, we had identified the former Bennett Valley Senior Center. However, the city has entered into, since that time, an exclusive negotiating agreement with the developer for future development of that site. So it's no longer available. The next best option was Southwest Community Park. I'm not going to run through the pros and cons of each of the 100 sites that we looked at, just briefly the ones that are identified in the slide. So for Southwest Community Park, in terms of pros, we have good visibility. It's not directly adjacent to school or child care facility, low fire risk, and its ability to accommodate large vehicles. In terms of cons, certainly impact to community benefit. And that would be the case for any of our parks and facilities. And I'm not going to list that con, with each of the parks that are identified here, but just raise that it is a concern that we do need to take into consideration, impacts to facilities that are used by the community in terms of community benefit. And then also Southwest Community Park in Southwest Santa Rosa is not, necessarily close to our downtown core services. And then moving on to District 2, we looked at 12 sites in this district, and the group recommended the Brookwood Health Center and East Street Lot 6. In terms of the Brookwood Health Center, we'd certainly have to coordinate with the existing health center operations, and we have reached out to them to give them a heads up that we would be discussing the site this evening. In terms of pros for this site, it's not, directly adjacent to a school or child care facility. There's low fire risk. Proximity to services is a benefit here. And then also it is not a park, so we're not as concerned about community benefit impacts. This is a small site, and so we wouldn't be able to accommodate large vehicles, and probably only 5 spots could be accommodated there.
And Kelly, East Street Lot 6, just for clarity's sake, that's the White House lot, is that correct?
No, the East Street Lot 6, so the Lot 7 is the White House lot across from the post office. East Street Lot 6 is across the street from the post office, but on East Street itself. There's a little lot kind of set back. It's by some business offices and the creek.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I don't have a visual for you. I do have a map in the next slide, but it will be hard to see this particular location in that map. But that's
Kelly. I think just to jump in, I think most people don't even know that that parking lot exists.
Okay.
It's fairly obscure.
It is, yeah, and it is close to lot 7, but it is not lot 7. It's around the corner.
Yeah.
In terms of pros for the site, there's low fire risk and minimal community benefit. This is not a park. Cons, it can accommodate large vehicles. To your point that people don't know about it, it doesn't have the best visibility. And then just in terms of geographic distribution, it is close to District 5 and some of the locations we've identified in that district. Moving on to District 3, we evaluated 11 sites in this district, and Rincon Valley was Rincon Valley Library was the best option in terms of visibility, low fire risk, and ability to accommodate large vehicles. In terms of cons, it's right next to a school in a residential area, a community park, and far out on the east side of Santa Rosa is, not the best site for proximity to services. Moving on to District 4, we evaluated we looked at 16 sites in this district, and Franklin Community Park was identified as the best option. It has good visibility, at least the front lot, and low fire risk, but definitely concerns around community benefit. This is a park. There's also a preschool that's operated there, and it is close to residential area. It's also a small lot, so it would be hard to accommodate larger vehicles.
Kelly, I have a quick question. I should have asked earlier, but one is, as we talk about the locations on the east side, have they been evaluated for impacts around PSPSs? And would adjacent to that question is, would the expectation be that everybody would pack up during the day? I know you said it's a overnight only, but so you sleep there and then you move your RV or your tent during the day?
So this is for vehicles only. So vehicles and RVs or trailers, not for tents. And it is overnight only. So with a sort of traditional safe parking program, the program that Catholic Charities operated a few years ago, and then a very well-known program in the Santa Barbara area operated through a nonprofit called New Beginnings. They are overnight only, and they have been, very successful programs. But the expectation is that you leave during the day, and I'll touch on that as an overarching concern about an overnight only program. But in terms of PSPS, that's not something that we took into consideration with our evaluation. If we're going to move forward with any of these sites, we would definitely have to look at that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, District 5, there were 34 properties in this district to evaluate, and we identified 3 potential locations in this area. So starting with Finley Community Park, we certainly know that we could operate a program there based on our experience with the Safe Social Distancing program. But the parking lot that is closer to the park is a better option for this program. There's good visibility. It's not directly adjacent to a school, low fire risk, and having it in the parking lot close to the park minimizes the impacts to the community center. And then a con, definitely, the Finley complex offers a lot of services for our community, so we have to weigh the community benefit impacts there. Then I have Northwest Community Park. There's good visibility there, at least on the front lot that's street facing. There's low fire risk and ability to accommodate large vehicles. And in terms of cons, it is close to a school residential area and is a park. So again, concerns around community benefit. I'm almost done here. Let's see, City Hall is the last site identified in District 5. And again, good visibility, not directly adjacent to school, childcare facility, or a neighborhood. Low fire risk, we could accommodate large vehicles there. And then in terms of cons, just geographic distribution, its proximity to locations in District 2. And I'll point that out in the next slide with the map. District 6, we identified Youth Community Park for its visibility, ability to accommodate large vehicles, and it's not directly adjacent to a childcare facility. However, it is close to a school and a residential area, and we have had issues with encampments at that park and increased fire risk. Lastly, District 7, we looked at 14 properties in this district and identified 2. Going back to the July 7th council meeting, we initially identified Sam Jones Hall as a potential location, given co-location with an existing facility that offers homeless services and shelter. However, that's no longer an option given that the sprung structure was 8,000 feet, was constructed on the parking lot, so we cannot have safe parking there now. But we did identify a place to play for its visibility, ability to accommodate large vehicles, and it's not directly adjacent to school or childcare facility. However, it is a park, and so there's the community benefit concern. It's also a staging site for emergency operations. Lastly, the utility fields office. This site has good visibility, can accommodate large vehicles, and is not directly adjacent to school, childcare, residential. However, we do have to take into consideration emergency operations at that site and geographic distribution given its proximity to District 5 and the Finley Community Center. Just real quick, overarching concern that the group raised with the safe parking program, and to your point, Councilmember Fleming, the safe parking program as proposed this afternoon is overnight only, not 24/7. So, there are concerns just with daytime use and daytime impacts to our parks or areas surrounding these potential safe parking sites. I do feel that we could address those, and the team is willing, to work through those concerns, but I did want to raise that as an overarching concern. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide for safe parking, and then I can take a break and answer any questions that you might have about this. So I'll just throw it out there that this slide is much better live, or when you're using your web browser. This is a screenshot and has some limitations, but it does at least give you a visual of the sites that I just covered in the previous slide. So the orange dots, those are the potential locations, one in each of the 7 council districts. I want to point out that the red district in this slide is District 1. However, when I scaled it to fit the slide, I lost the district. And a couple other things. So you can see in District 5, there's a concentration around a number of sites there. We have City Hall, we have East Street Lot 6, and the Brookwood Health Center. So something just to take into consideration about sites in that area. And then the utilities field office looks like it's in District 5, but it's actually in District 7. It's just right on the border there. But those sites, the UFO and Finley Community Park, are very close to one another. Another couple points to make in the slide before we move on to questions about safe parking would be the green dots are existing safe parking programs. As I mentioned, we do have 3 faith-based partners participating in the Community Homeless Assistance Program offering safe parking. We have the First United Methodist Church, and they're in District 7. They're probably the longest standing safe parking program in Santa Rosa. They previously worked with Catholic Charities, and Catholic Charities ran that program for the county. They offer up to 10 spots at their church property. However, I know they've downsized that they've downsized their program during the pandemic. Up in Council District 5, we have Redwood Forest Friends. That's a relatively new program, safe parking program coming online, I think in the last 6 months. And they offer 6 safe parking spots there. Looks like our clerk is trying to zoom in here. Thank you. And then lastly, we have Christ United Methodist Church over in District 2, and they offer 3 safe parking spots. We did have a site in Council District 6. It was McBride Safe Parking that was made available by a private property owner and Homeless Action. And that provided 20 safe parking spots, but that site closed down as that property is slated for affordable housing. And just one more quick point here. There was greater participation from our faith-based community with safe parking when there was a program operator. So under Catholic Charities program, there was greater participation from the faith-based community, and they've expressed a willingness to participate in this program moving forward if there were a program operator to assist with that. With that, I'll take questions on the safe parking program before we move on to alternative shelter.
All right, let's start with Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kelly, for again, a great presentation. Two things. I'm going to be curious to hear how the success was achieved in the other area in California that had a program not unlike this one. Number two is there will, of course, be situations where someone is able to bring the vehicle in, and because of one reason or another, we've all experienced breakdowns, one description or another, and they can't remove it the next morning. Does the 165 contain within it the potential for having to tow vehicles out of these various sites in the morning?
It's an excellent question, and it does not. And something I've thought about adding as an afterthought, as well as a fund or resources to help people, repair their vehicles, if they need help with that. But that 165 is the baseline budget just to have a safe place to sleep and have access to sanitary facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Did I answer your question about I think you might have had a question about the Santa Barbara program?
Yeah, unless you want to do it after your, as a closing, but I am curious of what made them successful.
Yeah, so I think, I don't have their program outcomes in front of me, but, having read through they have a program manual that they put together that other communities are looking at. It's really about simply providing people a safe place to stay the night in their vehicles. So, they're not victimized while they're living in their vehicles, but also so that they're not asked to move along. And then, with the ultimate goal, I know that they have had some success in getting these people into permanent solutions. So into housing, that living in your vehicle, your RV, is not the end all. And I think that's what the success of the program really is. And then also, managing concerns around, where are they going to go in the daytime, and how's that going to impact the surrounding community? And, based on reading through their program manual and then also speaking with Catholic Charities, there are program agreements that you can have in place with clients that are participating in the program that require them to essentially be good neighbors. And based on Catholic Charities experience, people wanted to participate in the program and were willing to comply with those program rules and be good neighbors.
Well, given the relative affluence of Santa Barbara, I was particularly curious as to how they not only sold the program to the community, but continued its success. Because it would be a challenging community to come up with a successful program. And so I appreciate the information. It just tells you that it can be done when given the right tools.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks again, Kelly, for quite a comprehensive review of locations throughout our city. It's always neat to see how many, where our assets are distributed and how, where they make sense to go. I do have a question, which is, goes back to, it's not about PSPS, but it is about, the ongoing nature of fires in our city. And I get urge to want to distribute these evenly throughout the city. And certainly my district is one that can accommodate something like this without it being in the WUI or too far on the east side of town. But I do start to wonder, about the wisdom of placing these. And I know that you're responding to a council request to put one of these in every district. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about, and this might be a fire marshal question or something like that, about, would we perhaps in a year or 2 years, hopefully we'll never have another fire again, but look at this as like, what were we thinking when we put a whole bunch of extra vehicles on the east side with people living in them, rather than, putting them in more easily evacuated areas? And the second question would be, if we do these, would your team be prepared to have evacuation routes and prep the residents on how to best evacuate? And would people be in stable locations? I know I'm peppering you with a lot of questions, and they don't all need to be answered right now, but would the residents, I see you, Sean, hold on one second. Would the residents then be able to be in stable locations so that they don't have to learn a new evacuation route depending on the day?
Go ahead, Sean.
So I think these are really legitimate questions, council member. I think we need to go back and do some additional analysis based on that. I think staff was doing what you suggested back in July, legitimately trying to get through a exercise where we would provide that spread. But actually since July, we've had the second incursion within the city limits. I think we're all really conscious of that. And I would request that that we actually really look at that particular issue in lieu of the glass fire. I don't think we've asked enough questions about it. And so I would ask that we take this for what it is, which was what Kelly said it was, which was a very preliminary exercise, but we need to ask those questions.
Yes. And this is in no way meant to diminish the amazing work that's been done here, but just to put out like that, since we gave direction a while ago, we've had much more frequent devastation, and it just seems hard to justify going forward.
We as a staff concur, and I just wanted to make sure that we'll look at that, and I'm going to say right now we need to do that work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this, Kelly, because it is, as been mentioned, this is exactly what we're looking for. Again, going back to the regional approach to this, and I know this wasn't an ask of you, but have there been any discussions with county representatives regarding county property located in the jurisdiction of Santa Rosa?
I'm going to step in here because I was having this conversation with the city manager earlier today, and I'm going to ask him to take it.
So I was specifically, we've asked this question on repeated occasions about the availability of the fairgrounds. The answer that I was given was that right now that would require direction from the Board of Supervisors on staffing and resources and the location, and that the board is not scheduled to formally address issues around homelessness on its calendar until August. So that was the answer I was given. I think that may have been an abbreviation. I think there are other issues going on, but I was told the next formal conversation will take place in August of this year.
Great. Thank you for that information. And again, thank you for all this information, Kelly, for you and your team, because I think it's not only great information for the 7 of us, but for our entire community, because I think all of us received the emails about why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? And I think you've just outlined some of the challenges with any of the city properties. So I really appreciate this investigation, and we're going to continue this discussion. Thank you.
And before I go to the vice mayor here, I will piggyback on the city manager's comments just a little bit. I did ask that request be made prior to this study session, because I know that is something that all of us have questions about or get questions about from the public. And if the council would like, in advance of that discussion in August, for the Board of Supervisors, I'm also happy to formally write a letter requesting that consideration from the council. I believe it would be the third mayor in a row from Santa Rosa who has written that letter, but I'm happy to do that again. And with that, I'll go on to the vice mayor.
Hi, Kelly. Again, thank you for the presentation thus far. I did have a question about the safe parking program and the different programs that were outlined between basic program operator and the housing focus program. Have we ever thought about or looked into something that could be possibly a hybrid with the basic and the program operator, having a peer run kind of a program?
It's one of the options that we're presenting here this evening, but if council is interested in moving forward with a safe parking program, we would go out for a request for proposal seeking a program operator. So we're not tied to these budgets or these program models. These are just estimates we put together based on, our knowledge of safe parking programs. So, an agency is welcome to submit, a model which sort of aligns with what you're suggesting here with peer support. But I think in order to get funding from the city of Santa Rosa, you would have to be at least a nonprofit, a 501c3.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fleming, did you have more to add?
Yeah, I really just, I know that this is not the time for comments, but I can't wait for that. They're not taking this up till August. Is that what I heard?
Again, the communication I received was that the next formal scheduled discussion item on this on their calendar was in August at this time.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, you made a suggestion of sending a letter to them ahead of that August meeting. I would like to express my desire to have us all send a communication way sooner than that, asking for them to take this up or at least give us a response to this. I know that this gets into some other territory and we can talk about that during the regularly scheduled meeting, but I will be recommending something along those lines. I think that this is ludicrous. So.
And I will work with staff to get that letter out here in the next week.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Alvarez.
I agree. Now, I believe this conversation was carried forth from July. I, as Natalie, were not on the council then, but I myself, and I can't speak for Natalie, I'm more than happy to jump in. During that conversation, was the topic of 24 hours ever discussed during that conversation, or was safe parking the first step of inquiring the process on how to help the RV campers?
So Councilmember Alvarez, I'll be discussing alternative shelter in the next slides, and that's a 24/7 model. What we're looking at right now is an overnight program, but you can certainly have a 24/7 safe parking program.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. And then Kelly, I just want to thank you as well. I was chuckling when I saw the list, particularly for District 5 having 34% of the sites to evaluate. I completely get that it's because it's downtown and that's where the city owns property and that's what you were asked to do. But it was nice to see that there's many options in that district or right around it. I hear you, Councilmember Fleming, about PSPS and about fire potential. I think we absolutely do need to evaluate that. But I also just want to point out to the council that when we talk about socioeconomics in this city and disparities that exist, and in particular, when we talk about the location of our homeless services, there is always going to be good reasons to push that into Southwest Santa Rosa, where it has always and traditionally been. And that doesn't mean that that's where we should continue to go as a council. So yes, we need to evaluate it, but at the same time, I want to make sure that we're cognizant of those disparities that have been created that make this easier for us to go that path and try to really chart a different course for our community where we're not asking the same places that have shouldered the load to continue to shoulder the load. And yes, that means that we might have to end up with some less than ideal placements with evacuation planning or other types of resources to make it work for those couple of months. But I really want to hold this council to the commitment that they made, that they are going to start to spread this throughout our community. And also we're going to hold our partners, the county and other jurisdictions, accountable for their commitments to do their part as well to spread this throughout the county, because it is a regional approach. So I did want to throw that out there as well. Councilmember Alvarez, did you want to make a comment? Your hand popped back up there.
I do actually. I appreciate the comment that you just made. And I was going to reserve my questions till after public comment, but seeing that I've been given the opportunity to make a comment, I'll do so. I was taking a look at the list, and I was going to suggest that the sites that we're looking at aren't closely connected to creeks or waterways or parks, such as even the youth center in district number 7, I believe. 6, I believe. And the reason being is during the day, I'm happy to hear that our transient folks are looking to be good neighbors, but from experience and seeing that there's a large open area where we can explore during the day, I would hate to see the detriment that could be caused to the environment and surrounding areas, such as we see in districts 5, 6, and 7 with the parks that they have adjacent to the property or sites that you identified. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council. And with that, I will send that letter as was requested. If it works for the council, I'll formally ask for partnership or even just utilization of the space at the farm, excuse me, the county fair site, the Veterans Hall, and the county complex, and ask the county for, if not partnership and funding, at least allowing the utilization of that spot for the program that we're considering here in Santa Rosa.
So can I ask that there's a couple meetings taking place this week, including one with your representative, who's Council Member Schwedhelm, moving into an ad hoc with the other cities. Can we at least get through those conversations before we pen the letter? Because it may be a more expansive ask than even just a property conversation. It may be a baseline collaboration conversation that's part of the reason we've engineered where Kelly and her fabulous group of 2, herself and her colleague, work in the city manager's office to try to get some of these things addressed. And I would like to include that in the conversation. So I'm just requesting that when we pen the letter, that it may be a wider ask about a conversation about how we work together as a region.
If that, I'm seeing nodding works for everybody, I'll circle back with Councilmember Schwedhelm first, and then work with the city manager and his team on that. Okay, Kelly, do you want to keep going? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Sawyer, really fast.
Really fast. You know, although I'm incredulous as to their response, if I wouldn't want to do anything today that would jeopardize our communication with our regional partners, as much as I would love to. I think it's important that we show that kind of participation and not muddy the waters while we try to do the good work on the other side. But it certainly would give me no small amount of glee to send that letter out yesterday.
And that's part of what I'm asking, is that we assume there's a lot going on. There's a lot of challenges that everyone's facing right now. I think it was an unfortunate response to the question, and I want to make sure that we're walking in, assuming good intent and maybe calling attention to an issue. I think I just received a engineered response to a question, maybe not a full, when we talk about it fully, to Councilmember Sawyer's point. I just want to make sure that we're walking in with a good intent, because I think there's a lot of positive energy out there.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm just going to jump in and say really quickly that my intention is not to pillory the county here. It is just to move things along in a way that's effective for the community, and your input on how to do that without anybody losing face and with us gaining collaboration is much appreciated.
I appreciate that as well. And I might ask the city manager for now Supervisor Corsi's letter that he wrote when he was mayor, and we can just readdress it back to him, I think. With that, go ahead, Kelly.
I just have one more comment on the safe parking program before we move into the next slides. And I recalled this after Councilmember Sawyer's question about the Santa Barbara program and what success looks like, or how is that program successful? And some feedback we've received from them is that having a program operator is key. So staff recommendation for a safe parking program, if you want to move forward with that, is that at the bare minimum, we have a program operator for that program. Next slide, please. Okay, slide 20, we're at the home stretch here, I promise. Alternative shelter. So this is 24/7, unlike the safe parking that I just presented, which was an overnight program. And this would be something similar to the Finley program, where it's essentially a managed camp. And I'll go more into detail in the next slide about that, but we looked at a number of program models when coming up with the estimates, and that included our experience at Finley, the Safe Social Distancing Program. I also reached out to the county and St. Vincent de Paul to learn more about Los Guilicos Village and the trailers that are available at the fairgrounds. We did a site visit a couple years ago to Oakland to learn more about their bridge communities. I do know that they have one that has both temporary structures and safe parking component. And I've reached out to staff there to learn more about, how that program is running, and I'm waiting to hear back from them. Next slide. So alternative shelter, the assumptions here is that it would be a single site, unlike the scattered site proposed under safe parking. Again, 24/7 operations and management. The size and the scope of that is going to be subject to which site we select and its unique opportunities and constraints of that site. We have not identified sites for alternative shelter. We could certainly go back to that list of 100 properties that we looked at, even the potential locations identified that I shared with council this afternoon. But safe parking overnight and 24/7 are different programs. So it likely wouldn't be the same list that we shared with council for safe parking. In terms of costs, now this is based on our experience operating the Finley, and then again, reaching out to the county about their programs. We're estimating $150,000 per month and up to $1.8 million per year for operations, plus any site or capital costs. So with the Finley program, for example, which was pretty bare bones or done on a shoestring, we use tents, and we don't recommend using tents moving forward. We'd like to look at something all season, all weather, and that could be the pallet structures that they have at Los Guilicos, or it could be travel trailers like they're using at the fairgrounds. But there are going to be costs for setting up that site for the structures as well as the site itself. For example, at Finley, we had the fencing, we had tents, we had portable toilets and hand washing stations. There was a staff tent, and there was a tent set up for cooling. So in addition, I'm just trying to emphasize that in addition to monthly operational costs, there will be costs associated with the site and capital improvements. And if the council is interested in this program, then we would go out for a request for proposal. It could be a combined safe parking and alternative request for proposal, subject to your direction. In terms of why this program is important or is needed, I'll just share with you again the success of the Finley program. More than 200 individuals were served through that program during the 6 months that it operated, providing a safe alternative to encampments during the pandemic. We also learned through that program that individuals that were less willing to accept shelter in a traditional setting or congregate shelter like Sam Jones Hall were willing to come into the Finley Center for the first time for many people. We also are hearing more recently from our outreach team and our police officers who are engaging these individuals on a daily basis, boots on the ground, that individuals living out on the streets and encampments are more willing to come into shelters like the Finley program or Los Guilicos or the trailers at the fairgrounds. So with that, I'm going to hand, actually, I'll pause here, answer any questions you might have about alternative shelter before handing it over to Rob Sprinkle to talk about the RV parking ordinance.
Any questions from council? All right, Councilmember Alvarez.
Kelly, is there a program that's a hybrid in this case of RV overnight as well as alternative shelter? Because I did see the difference of cost, but I'm also seeing that this is going to be for the outdoor camping or an alternative system. But do any of the sites or any assumptions entertain the idea of both an area set aside for RV? I mean, they're already equipped with their own camping material or equipment, right?
So, you know, we have not operated a site like that in Santa Rosa. The Finley program was for tents only. And the county, you know, has the Los Guilicos, which are the pallet structures, as well as the trailers at the fairgrounds. Oakland has a number of bridge communities with temporary structures. And last I checked with them, they do have a site that has a safe parking component. So you can absolutely have an alternative shelter site that includes temporary structures and a safe parking component. So for individuals living in their vehicles or RVs, that could be part of this. Again, this is 24/7. So there is a significant cost difference between an overnight safe parking program and a 24/7 alternative shelter program.
Councilor, are there any other questions about this? Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Very quickly, the answer may not be as quick. I'm really concerned about costs, the variance in the cost. Is there a way to start out at one level and reasonably easily enhance that from the more conservative to the alternative shelter? Or is that, do you have to really go after one or the other and stay the course?
I think we have some flexibility here, but the budgets that I covered for the safe parking program, again, are just for overnight. And so it's not going to be as expensive nor as intensive as a 24/7 program. So again, if council's interested in this, we can put it out for RFP and see, you know, the responses we get. And we can also work through, you know, in that RFP specifically what council might be looking for. I understand your concern with costs. The Finley program was, you know, relatively inexpensive, you know, for 6 months. But if we're going to scale that up to include something other than tents, which I really think we should do, it's going to cost more.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly, is there an ability to include the community in the construction of the pallet shelters or the non-tents that you're describing? Or are there liability issues from the city side if it's organized around volunteer work as well?
So as Kelly's not in construction, I'm going to say we can take that and look at it, but I don't know if we have an answer for that particular question, Mayor, this evening. I don't want Kelly to venture into construction rules and regulations. That's not her area, but we're happy to take that on as a question.
I definitely, I can appreciate that. I do hear frequently from folks in the public that they'd like to help and don't really know how. And that might be, if this is a direction that the council does choose to go, that might be a way to gain some buy-in from community and to show an ability for the community to help one another in that construction, and it'll save cost.
We can absolutely look at that model, and I will work with Kelly and the team on that front to see what we can come up with.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to swing a hammer. So Kelly, let's go ahead and keep going then.
Okay, so next slide, and I'm going to turn it over to Rob Sprinkle. He's a Deputy Director with Transportation and Public Works.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and council members. Rob Sprinkle, Deputy Director of Traffic Engineering. As we move forward relating to safe parking options, I wanted to get some feedback relating to the potential of an RV parking ordinance. This is something that several jurisdictions to the south of Santa Rosa have implemented to minimize the number of RVs that park on the city streets. These efforts have reduced the trash and other storm drain violations, as well as the congregation of RVs in commercial and industrial areas, which we've heard from business owners have impacted their businesses and really transformed some of the areas around their businesses as the RVs congregate there. So the concept of an RV ordinance is to restrict RV parking citywide on all public streets. It doesn't segregate or discriminate. For those who own RVs and need to park them on their city street for a short period of time, they would be required to get permits to park in front of their houses or adjacent to their residences. If you have a visitor who wants to come and visit you and stay in an RV at your home, they would also have to get a permit to do so. And these permits could be obtained for several days with the sponsorship basically of the resident. Proof of registration for the RVs would be required in both instances of either your own or a visitor. And there's really a multiple variety of options that we could do as far as the number of days that people can have an RV at their home for a year, or the number of visitors they can have for a year. And all these definitely need to be vetted. But the reason we wanted to bring this tonight to you was basically get your comments from the council on whether it's something that you would want us to consider in moving forward with. The program would require management as well as enforcement. Other agencies have been successful in setting up online applications for this to help minimize the workload. And that's what I would propose as well. This is roughly estimated about $100,000 a year to operate, and there'd be initial investment of about $15,000 to post signs of the ordinance as you enter the city throughout the city as you enter the city in the various locations on the city streets. So with that, I'm willing to take questions, or if we want to, if this is the last item, Kelly, I want to make sure that I could take questions now.
All right, I see a couple of hands pop up. Councilmember Alvarez.
Is it possible to go for more of a complaint-based approach opposed to requiring a permit? What will be the pros and cons?
I think this probably will be generated by complaints. And I think it'll be upon the program manager to take those complaints and move forward with them and help educate residents on the process. And as things move forward, that's what I would propose doing.
If I may, I was speaking more of a complaint-based program where a person who isn't lawfully parked outside of someone's home that they might be visiting, they could be cited with a certain amount of days to remove the vehicle or something of that nature, and also give them the resources where they could find the day parking if that's something that the council will wish to move in the direction of.
Absolutely, and that I think, yes, absolutely. I think education will be a great part of this. Yes.
If I could jump in here, Councilmember Alvarez, I think one of the challenges we have is the existing situation out on the streets is somewhat in that permissive zone. Generally speaking, we, both traffic engineering and the police department, are interacting with individuals mostly because of complaints from community members that an RV or a trailer or some other vehicle has been parked on the street for greater than 72 hours or is creating some type of concern within that community. And that's why I think the proposal that Mr. Sprinkle's bringing forward really is, right now we're in the process of reacting to these throughout the city and trying to address them as they come up. This particular methodology allows us to turn the card over, and it then becomes one of people are requesting the opportunity to be able to stay on the street, as opposed to we're trying to identify who's been there too long or who may not have a proper registration. And so it's just a different approach to looking at this as a solution set.
In which case, have we developed or thought about what the fee might be, or what the penalty might be for not having a permit?
We haven't really dug into what the fee would be. There would be a monetary fee associated with the permit, and I would check in with the other agencies who've done similar programs to see what they have their rates set at. I wouldn't want it to be a detriment, but it needs to be part of the educational process to deter not having a permit.
And I would say it's not inconsistent with programs we're already implementing, where we're looking at prohibiting overnight parking in certain areas. And so it would end up resulting as a city council ordinance violation, which is associated with the California Vehicle Code.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also a fan of a complaint-based system wherever we can. I'm sure there are areas in the city that should not allow 24-hour RV parking. I have in my neighborhood, I believe we have one neighbor who brings their RV. It won't fit in their driveway. They bring it to the street, and it takes them a couple of days to kind of get it ready for the season and to go through a permit process to get their RV ready to go on a trip or something seems a little onerous. And if the neighbors are aware that this is what happens, and they're probably, my guess is they're not going to be calling the city and complaining about this particular RV. So I tend to want to move toward a complaint-driven environment where possible. But I also understand there needs to be fairness. And so coming up with a program, I'm not sure this is, I'm sure there's still some questions that need to be asked and answered. I think this is probably long overdue. We've needed to do this for a variety of reasons. And I thank you, Mr. Sprinkle, for bringing it forward to us. I just think maybe there are some places that where it could be tweaked to both accommodate people's very temporary use of the city street, and on the other hand, not allowing people to take advantage of us not having an ordinance in the first place. So, thank you.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my questions are around what was the logic in having one have to get a permit to park an RV on their private property, like a driveway, or did I misunderstand that?
No, I'm sorry. You would not have to have a permit on your private property, only within the public right of way.
Okay. And have other jurisdictions done this where they say, you can park for 48 hours or something to accommodate what Mr. Sawyer is talking about, where, people need to do something? Also, it just seems like a lot to ask, someone to get a permit for something really temporary like that.
Yeah, then there are a lot of options. And I was mentioning that we could have it based, you could park in front of your home for a day without a permit, or you could park in front of it for 72 hours as the vehicle code states without a permit. Other jurisdictions have been much more stringent in their rules, and they have had people get permits if they want to park in front of their house at all. So there's a multitude of variety that we could use and implement. And basically, what I was trying to get at is the concept something that the council is willing to back, or is that something that we want to steer away from? As far as the details, we could get into the weeds on that too.
Well, I'm curious to know, you know, when to your point about, is this something that the council requests? If, you know, as we weigh the options here, what are the costs associated with clearing RV encampments, like the one at Industrial, so that we can weigh that against the cost of this program, because it's not without a price tag?
I know that towing RVs is extremely expensive, and storing RVs is expensive. I don't have the exact cost associated with that, but I know it's much more than a vehicle. And I know that it's difficult to get everything associated and lined up to tow RVs. So there's a large work effort related to doing that. As part of this program, I wouldn't be necessarily suggesting that we're towing every RV. You know, that's not the intent either. The intent is to educate people that they would need a permit, and that they would not be able to have their RV on the street for a long period of time, and then to walk down that road and help enforce those rules.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could interrupt for just a minute, I know we get questions about costs related to cleanup or the vehicles. And so that is something that we can work on putting together for the council.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rob, for this presentation. Rather than having a debate here, what I would like, if this iteration does come back, and I'm sure we'll get the council feedback at the end of the session, is more of what's the intent of this ordinance? What problem are we trying to solve? I didn't see anything about that in the staff report or even on this one slide here. And the reason I mentioned that is so we can actually measure the progress. If the intent was to do fill in the blank, we create this ordinance, is it doing what we had hoped it would do, whatever that is? So I would just ask if it does come back, that we're actually very clear as to the intent of an ordinance such as this, and identify some metrics of success for said ordinance. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Schwedhelm, if you'd like, we can try to respond to that now, or if you'd prefer for us to wait until a later date, because I do believe we have some, there are some initiatives that prompted us to put this on the list. And that being, we have spent a substantial amount of time and investment of staff in addressing encampments such as Industrial Drive, such as the Corporate Center Parkway area, such as South Dutton, that we believe an ordinance such as this, which has been implemented in multiple cities in our area, could help us address in a more comprehensive way than doing it on a case-by-case or a street-by-street basis. So that is one of the intents of bringing something like this forward.
Thank you for filling that or expressing that, because I think, again, for council direction, because the one thing I could ask, is this going to help us get to functional zero? And again, it's much longer conversation than that, but how does it work on that overall strategy? Also the regional approach. If Santa Rosa is the only one doing it, there could be some other consequences. So thank you for sharing that. And, you know, again, I'm sure council members will comment at the end of this presentation, but thank you.
Great. Vice Mayor?
Hi, thank you, Rob, for being here. So my question, or one of my questions, the first would be, is this all city streets, or how would you identify the city streets that are impacted by this no 24-hour ordinance?
This would be all city streets, yes.
Thank you. And then also, I just wanted to say that I believe this to be a good ordinance. I get numerous emails with numerous pictures in District 7 especially, where I can almost identify my backyard. But I can't tell people that's my backyard too. So, you know, I experience what is going on, where there are multiple RVs, brand new houses being built multiple RVs in front of the brand new complexes. People are spending thousands and thousands of dollars. But I would say that I think that we need to have somewhere for the RVs to go and park before we implement an ordinance like this, because I think it's counterproductive. I think that it is not helping us to assist our unhoused residents. So we do need to have somewhere for them to go before we do this. As far as permits are concerned, although they can be a pain, I think that it would be nice if a resident could obtain a permit online by using their address or something, just to make it an easy process for residents that are doing something like Councilman Sawyer said earlier, maybe packing up for a trip or something like that, where they don't have to go anywhere. And that permit would be free of cost. Because I would want to be able to park in front of my home if I owned an RV. And let me see. And I also support the complaint-driven environment. I think that that is kind of the only way that the city really does come upon RVs and stuff, in my opinion, is when there are multiple complaints, or there are complaints that RVs are present and not owned by residents in that particular neighborhood or business owners. So thank you very much again for being here.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I wanted to echo a couple of the comments that I heard here. One of them being from Councilmember Schwethelm. To me, this is not necessarily a tool in our homeless services bucket that we're trying to develop, but I do see the need in it broadly throughout our community, not just dealing with folks who are living in their RVs. And I'll tell council, we dealt with an issue about a year ago, maybe a little bit longer now, in the west side, where a gentleman was running a business as a trash hauler out of a neighborhood, and he would move his RV, he'd move the little trash hauling, the utility that he'd bring along with it, a couple of blocks each day, maybe, and would continue to run that business, and there was an impact. And I know that there's not just from frustration for the neighborhood and not just from lack of attention from the council or from the city, but we had a lack of resources. We didn't have tools to really be able to address it. We didn't have anybody who could actually do the towing of it. And so I just want to put that on the council's radar, that there are other reasons for us to consider this as well. And so I'd be looking for how we continue to do that, how we continue to fund that. I'd be supportive of going in that direction, but making sure that we actually have the expectations are met in what we can actually deliver based on the tools that we have available, and looking at where some of that funding can also come from. Because going back to the previous point, I probably wouldn't want that to be funded through our dollars that are accessible for homeless services, but I do see the value in having that program in our community. So I just wanted to put that out there for folks as well. Kelly, do you have a wrap up talking about the budget now?
2 more slides. Slide 23, please. Thank you. So after I've presented to you, or we've presented to you 4 options under our Tier 2 work plan priorities, I just want to highlight that they are not funded or budgeted, and would require additional resources or to reallocate funding from our existing programs or projects. The $5 million here in the first bullet is not necessarily what is available for Tier 2 work plan priorities. It's the current balance, or the balance as of a couple weeks ago when I put these slides together, of the city's general fund. And as you can see in the slide, it's well below the mandated council threshold. And I imagine our finance team will be going more into detail about the current budget with the budget hearing later this afternoon. Next slide, please. So here's my summary wrap-up slide. Thank you to the council and everyone listening in. I know I've covered a lot today. Just a quick recap here. Covered our existing programs and our COVID response programs, which are fully funded and are underway. And staff, we're seeking direction in these 4 key areas. I'm just going to provide a quick recap of those areas. So the sprung structure, we've identified phase 2, additional improvements there and ongoing operating costs. I just want to reiterate that the council has already invested $2.6 million to get the Sam Jones Hall sprung structure up and running in the short term as part of our COVID response, but we do have additional needs at that facility to make that fully operational moving forward. For safe parking and alternative shelter, again, if council's interested in either of these programs, we would go out for a request for proposal, outlines some estimates for these program models, ranging from about $165,000 a year all the way up to $1.8 million plus any capital expenses. And then before I cover the last one, the RV parking ordinance, I just want to emphasize the importance of both safe parking and alternative shelter, in that, as we're all aware, encampments in our community are a persistent and prevalent issue. And I've been working with our encampment team on this since it was set up in 2017. And I'll just be honest with the council and the community, we need more tools for our encampment strategy. We need a variety of approaches in order to break the cycle of simply moving people around. And that's not just for our community members that are experiencing homelessness. That's for our schools, it's for our businesses, it's for our health clinics, it's for our neighborhoods, and it's for those advocating for persons experiencing homelessness in our community. And I know council, each and every one of you is hearing daily from all of our community members about this issue. So just want to emphasize the real need for additional tools like safe parking or alternative shelter for our encampment strategy. Lastly, you just heard about the RV parking ordinance and we received feedback on that. I want to emphasize that we're bringing that forward with our homeless services sort of portfolio this evening, because if we want to increase enforcement, we also need to couple it with services. And that has really been our approach or our strategy, specifically around encampments, that we're balancing any enforcement action with services. With that, I am done with my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
All right, Councilor, are there any questions that you have before we go to public comment on this? Not seeing any, we'll go ahead and go to public comment. Folks, if you're interested, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature. Everyone will have 3 minutes to address the council. It looks like we'll start with Ladnia, followed by Zoe.
Hi, I'm Ludmilla Bade, and I am a person who is experiencing homelessness. I have lived experience with this, and I got into this position because of aging, because of partial disability, and because of a history of abusive situations that ended up being a financial catastrophe. I am moving on from that. I am one of your lived experience representatives on the COC board at this time, and I'm really happy to have the opportunity to serve there. Okay, I wanted to address. I've made a number of notes. I probably am not going to get to them all regarding safe parking. Okay, I'm going to back up. I'm going to say the comments that all of the council members have made have been excellent and awesome. And I can see a tremendous amount of support coming together in various directions for this. And I hope to get to respond to a few of those. Anyways, on safe parking, the number one mistake that I think you could make is to be too perfectionist about getting that set up. Having some kind of safe parking, having any kind of safe parking to go to was one of the biggest missing resources since I've been in this county. So anything is better than nothing. I'm hearing a lot about from a number of you for thinking about having longer term than just overnight, and I agree. As a working member, I'm also an in-home support service provider. I work for people, helping support them in the community. In addition to serving on the board, the COC board at this point. And I'm going to say that one of the biggest thing I need is a place that I have a little tiny cottage that I tow behind my house, and that's what I live in. A place that I can park that I can leave it so that I can go to work. Okay, I am seeing an increasing number of people who live in a vehicle. One gentleman works at the Safeway as one of the guards. He lives in his vehicle, parks it on the street. You know, if we could, if those of us who especially were working members of the community could have a place to leave our home, you know what I mean, and then just take our car to go to work, that's a lot more elegant as far as you know, getting around and about and being able to access resources and contribute to the community. Okay, the things I would like to see in a parking place or the thing are that I would recommend. It really one of the biggest ones is an accessible trash can. Okay, I would love to see electrical. I would recommend. Okay, I'm out. Okay, sorry.
So I apologize, Ludmilla. Thank you for your service that you're putting in, and thank you for representing. I'd be interested in hearing some of your additional thoughts as well. If you could either give me a call or shoot me an email, and I think other council members would as well to hear. I know that 3 minutes goes quick. Margaret, followed by the Cheel family.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for this great conversation and for the focus on homeless services today. As far as the parking, the safe parking goes, I just wanted to echo what Ludmilla said and what some of you were discussing earlier. When it was first presented, my big question was, how are you going to, with the program that, you know, focuses on getting people into housing, how are you going to do that when it's just overnight? How are you going to have those services, build those relationships, and get people to move to housing when it's just an overnight option? And then the other question was, well, where do they go during the day? I mean, it's just, you know, it's going to be tricky. So I just wanted to say that I support doing something more holistic and support doing something that would be, you know, not just an overnight solution. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Margaret. Cheel family, followed by, it says Saves, I think that's Adrian.
Hi, hello, this is Shirley Cheel. I guess
Hey, Shirley, go ahead.
Yep. Okay, ahead. Firstly, you know, I'm a good supporter of you guys and all your interest in homeless activities. I like the way that Kelly brought up the Housing First strategy, where it's really important to get people moving as quickly as possible into permanent supportive housing. I am part of a team of people from First United Methodist Church who operate and have operated a safe parking program for a number of years. I think that looking at the three models that you had, the basic, the program operator, and the housing focused program, I have got to really say that the housing focused program has to be the way to go. You have to realize that we've had people in our safe parking program that have been there for a number of years. And although we're really willing to help and try to help, we're just not qualified to help. We provide them a safe place, and we need support for that. And I think that if you set up anything, in the long run, it would be worth putting the money on that. I worked out briefly, you know, it's going to cost you way more money for the housing focus program. However, there'll be more people moving through. So you'll actually be able to serve perhaps more than the 100 people, which is really what we're trying to do. I think I want to try and allay some of the fears that people have around safe parking. Our safe parking people want to come and sleep. It's quiet. They're not a problem. We're right next to a school, and it's never been a problem for us. We have somebody, a volunteer, who drives by during the evening to make sure there's no cars that shouldn't be long, looking at license plate. And we have someone go in the morning, 7 a.m., because they know they have to be out before there's any school activity at all. They're just well behaved and quiet. I want to also address the CHAP grant situation. We were so lucky to get a grant from you, which helped us set things up. We set up lights and a camera. It helped us pay for the sanitary facilities. Right now, we are just about holding on with donations. So I'm just hoping that you can reinstate the CHAP grant, because I'm ready to write one for you. But anyway, I just appreciate all you're doing and listening, and any work that you can do with the county is amazing. So thank you, and Kelly and your team doing a great job.
Thank you so much, Shirley. Saves, followed by Jerry.
Hello, council members. I'm Adrienne Lobby, and I'm speaking now in my role as president of the board of the 501c3 homeless service provider SAVES. It's Sonoma Applied Village Services. I'm going to also focus on safe parking, and I'm going to try to talk just as fast as Kelly. So get ready. Thank you. Thank you for this. I am giving you the big sigh of relief I'm hearing among homeless people at the very idea that there could be safe parking in Santa Rosa. And as much as I like the alternative shelter idea, this really should be very quick and cheap. So I'm encouraging you to make it tier 1 and to get it funded. We estimate that there's approximately 200 people living in vehicles in Santa Rosa. If you do this project, your goal is 100 people. You're still going to have 100 people floating around on the streets, many of them in RVs. So you've got to be really thoughtful about this. You want to get to your goal, which I think is partly about the neighborhoods as well as helping homeless people. People really want to be legal. They want a place to use the bathroom, a place for their trash, and their RV is often a home. Sometimes it's the cheapest home we're going to find for someone over the next 10 years. When these homes are towed and smashed, it takes a home off the market forever, a cheap home. So just a few suggestions. Again, we need to be not just 24/7. Overnight parking, it's just not a good assumption. Many of these vehicles are not mobile. They're got mechanical problems. They lack registration. The registration is extremely expensive because it's way late. It costs a lot of gas to move them around. And then some of them are trailers that have to be hauled by trucks. Maintenance costs are very difficult for homeless people. It's probably not a good use of their money to keep these things registered, maintained, and moving around. And again, it puts them out in the city during the day. So it doesn't really reach what some of the things that you want to have. It will cost more, but if you don't make it overnight, you're going to probably miss out on your goals. Probably an overnight site would work for some of these, and we really need to look at each site for what's possible. Maybe 1 out of the 7 could be overnight and work just fine. And there was one other point I was going to make here. Well, my head is spinning because on one hand, you're really so serious and looking at helping people who are living in their vehicles. And even as yesterday, we saw signs go up in all the places where people living in vehicles park saying no overnight parking. So it is obviously discriminatory. And I hope you will just say no to this idea of a permit parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrienne. Jerry, followed by Gail.
Hi, can you hear me?
There you go, Jerry.
My name's Jerry Creed. I'm the current chair of the Commission on Human Rights, and the Commission's had a lot of hearings on and investigations around the city and the county's response to homelessness. So I've become familiar with some things through that, and I was also on the Home Technical Advisory Committee for over a year. In my opinion, all the levels of government in our county have tended to fail to listen to and meet the actual express needs of our unhoused residents. I'm actually really encouraged by the discussion today that has happened at the council. But the tendency has been for officials to come up with proposed solutions that are designed for what we think the homeless people should want and should accept, rather than talking to them about what their true needs are. And what they really tell us is that they want secure, safe village-type living arrangements. They have a sense of mutual support and community, and have sanitary facilities where they can keep things clean. So that means encampments, tiny home villages, safe parking for RVs. All of these options provide greater safety for people than living on the streets would. So there's a lot of the options today that I think are really hopeful, and I hope that you embrace them. And I also want to address a couple of things that I don't think are such good ideas. I heard today about a new program of spending by the city that would take away the property of unhoused people so that privileged people feel more comfortable. If you look at what's happened in San Francisco, their Department of Public Works has done this for decades, where they go around cleaning up encampments. And what you see time after time is that Public Works deprives the homeless of their crucial property, including their medicine, their personal papers that prove who they are and that they need to get things, their tents, their sleeping bags. And that really causes so much suffering, and it's not really a solution that really gets us to where we want to. So I'd urge you to really carefully consider going that direction. We also heard about an RV parking ordinance. And again, they have something like that in San Francisco. And I'll tell you, it is complaint-based. And what tends to happen is that people who are housed complain against people who are not housed, who have RVs, and who often don't have another place to go. And when you put in a requirement that people get permits to be able to park on the street, what you're essentially saying is you have to have enough resources to be able to afford to pay for a permit. And if you don't, then we're going to move you along again. So, you know, another person said, we just need to make sure that people have another place to park if you're going to not let them park on the public streets. And that's going to be really crucial to have 24/7 parking. And that people have the ability to have sanitation and keep themselves and each other safe and clean and sanitary in those areas. So thanks for the opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you so much, Jerry, and thank you for your work on the Human Rights Commission. Gail, followed by Dave.
Can you hear me now?
There you go, Gail.
Okay, thank you. I am Gail Simons. I live in Bennett Valley. I did work for about 3 years helping with 2 other older women like myself, monitoring the McBride safe parking lot, which was an overnight safe parking lot for up to 20 people. We usually had 15 to 20. And I want to tell you that the people there were human beings who were very grateful to have a safe place to be overnight. We did not have security guards. We did not have a fence. There was a self-governance that happened, and we elderly women went over 3 nights a week to say, how are you? Is there anything you need? That's my background. I'm aware that we lost 5,000 homes in 2017 and even more last year. We as a community we're like walking across a stream, and there are stepping stones to get to the other side, which will be housing for everybody. The stream is like the fires, the COVID, and the economic struggles that we are having because of both of those. Kelly said it well. We need a lot of stones. We need a lot of options to help us get to the other side. We have to look at how we're spending our money. Money is important to most people in this community. I understand that. And so we need to look at the lower cost options that can help us get through. I want to say to John Sawyer, when you're talking with the people that are concerned about why don't people move along, why are they here? maybe you can help them understand by asking them where they would sleep if they had no home or no family to help them. Would they choose to go sleep in a large hall with many strangers and no door that they could close? Or would they choose perhaps to sleep in their car if they had a safe place where they could lock the door? I think a lot of people just don't think of that. I hope that the TPW trash program includes receptacles in areas where people can put trash so that they're not just cleaning up people's belongings. And I hope you'll seriously consider not having an RV parking ordinance, which is obviously aimed at the less fortunate in our community. It's a broad swath to aim at a small area. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Gail. Dave, followed by Thomas.
Hi, my name is actually Kirsty Franceschi, not Dave. I was horrified and appalled to learn that city staff are considering a safe parking location next to Maria Carrillo High School, home to about 1,500 students. As Kelly mentioned in her presentation, this site is far out to the east side of town. Other cities, such as San Luis Obispo, found that many of the problem guests continue to loiter during the daytime. We live on Baird Road, having moved here 3 years ago so our daughter could safely walk to Rincon Valley Middle School and Maria Carrillo. She's a freshman at Carrillo, so has not actually been able to walk to school, and now if this goes ahead, she will never be able to. I completely understand that this point of view may seem uncaring or coming from a family of housed individuals, but I can assure you it is from firsthand personal experience. I'm the property manager for Cotting Enterprises, and currently over 50% of my job is now spent dealing with homeless issues at our properties in Santa Rosa and Roanoke Park. The crews that work for me spend most of their jobs trying to move on dysfunctional RVs that leave trash, drug paraphernalia, and vast amounts of human waste all over. This is sometimes dumped in plastic bags that fall apart when picked up, buckets, or more often than not, our sidewalks are just used as a toilet. It's vile. My staff have witnessed drug deals and the like on many occasions. Again, these are not permanent camps. They too are overnight as we have to clear them out each morning, and it's exhausting. I understand that my experience does not represent all of the unhoused, but most of the RV owners that have been swarming our properties and would be part of this safe parking program are more often than not aggressive to us, disrespectful of our properties, our tenants, and our visitors. I can't even imagine how this will work next to a school. Our kids will no longer be able to run and train around the neighborhood and community park for cross-country, track, and other sports. I completely understand that this is a serious issue and that something has to be done, and soon. However, destroying a school community after everything our kids have been through with fires and COVID is just irresponsible and sad for all. Please do not approve the Rincon Valley Library as a safe parking site. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Thomas, followed by Jim.
Hi, can you hear me?
There you go, Thomas. You're unmuted now.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the council for addressing this issue of expanding state parking. It's really important. I just wanted to say, Scott and I went to Chico for the Paradise Fire, and we were involved in setting up a camp outside of the Walmart there. And the camp existed, and there were all kinds of people, and mostly people of limited means. And they existed in the Walmart, the parking lot, and the adjacent area where there were tents and so on set up. People from all over came. People from Patagonia, the company, came. People, all kinds of people that we met came. In other words, they came from Ventura up here in order to help and do things and set up those camps. And people from San Francisco, and they existed really wonderfully. And I just wanted to correlate that with the Walmart in Rohnert Park, which had RVs, and there were very, very few problems. There were a number of RVs, and eventually the city of Rohnert Park ordered Walmart to remove the RVs or they would cite Walmart. So that's how those ended up being moved. So the city police came. Even though there were very little problems there might have been some other problems, some other locations of some of the commercial properties, whether they were cotting or not, in some of the places around the park. But I was not familiar with that in any of the Walmarts or any places that really accepted people. I would point out, I think, as was mentioned, that contrary to the Martin versus Boise, and again, that settlement just came through, is that the universal prevention of RV parking in Santa Rosa, irrespective of Mayor Rogers' point that there are some other reasons that you might pursue that, I would say that you could pursue those questions on a commercial basis, that it might not be, that it's illegal to park a commercial vehicle on the street already, but that this program would be directed at housing and limiting housing. So to Vice Mayor Rogers' point, that it's important, the sequence of events, that you provide opportunities for parking. And I want to put my last point, and so this is tremendous. My last point is that your current parking structures have many parking spaces. And for those people that you would have overnight parking, those could be limited to overnight parking. Those could be free, easy. You could have 10 in each of, say, 4 parking structures, and you would have 40 right there at half, or say, you could get 50 and half your goal already. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Jim, followed by Gregory. Are we able to get Jim unmuted here?
Okay, can you hear me?
There we go. Yep, go ahead.
And so my apologies, I had actually wished to speak on a different subject than this one, so I'll give up my spot for someone else who might wish to comment on the homeless services issue.
Appreciate that, Jim. And for folks who are looking to talk on other items, we will have time on the agenda later for items not on the agenda. So we'll come back to you as well. So stick with us, Jim. So we got Gregory followed by Rebecca.
Greetings, Mayor and Council members. I'm Gregory Farron, and I'm here today to thank you for some of the important decisions about tools and approaches that you've made in the past. First, thank you for recognizing early that cities need to provide safe shelter and to reduce the criminalization of our unhoused. Thank you. Second, thank you for recognizing recently that shelters are not very good housing first models, nor were they originally designed as safe environments for avoiding COVID-19. Finally, thank you for recognizing now that there's a sizable amount of those without homes who cannot exist in congregate unsupported shelters, who have chosen to make cars, trailers, and tiny structures their temporary homes. Supporting the use of public property for housing first compliant, extremely COVID safe program sites is the right thing to do now. As advocates for and operators of safe parking sites, SAVES believes that the actions contemplated today can provide missing steps on the ladder to permanent housing. That's the metric that matters. Did it result in advancement to stable, good, healthy, permanent housing? Gail and I had the same idea about trying to give you a visual, so I want to tell you that in my hands, I'm holding an 8-inch long plastic and wood parakeet climbing ladder, which I bought from Petco. I snipped off the second and the third rungs of the ladder to illustrate how hard the system's mobility is when the major resources near the bottom are not strong enough to hold you or to provide support. At least one of those rungs should be safe parking. Another one ought to be tiny homes. This is the continuum of care that we need. That's what we're urging you to provide. That's what we believe will be the best investment for you today. You have places under your control where those living in vehicles can rest, gather strength, and support what they need to achieve their goals. Please work with us to accomplish a community goal you'll be proud of for years to come.
Thank you, Gregory. We got Rebecca, followed by Tomas.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Bell, and first of all, I would like to thank you for exploring solutions to help homeless people. Earlier in the meeting, Councilmember Sawyer asked why we don't arrest people who refuse shelter services. And I suggest that he ask his constituents to show compassion and try to understand why some homeless people refuse services. Everyone has different experiences and different needs. And for homeless people who are dealing with PTSD, 30-day congregate shelters can be traumatic. We need to provide more options. And safe parking is low cost and will meet the needs of homeless people who are not a good fit for congregate shelter. I urge you to establish 24/7 safe parking throughout Santa Rosa and make it a Tier 1 priority. And for the remainder of my time, I'd like to play a short clip of interviews I did with people living out on Industrial. These are two people. Amy Jacobs is the first one speaking, and then Patrick Preston.
2017, I lost everything. It was a struggle. It's been a major struggle trying to get these streets. I have chronic epilepsy because I've done every resource in this town, everything they asked me to do to try to get help. And I was just, passed up. Safe parking to me would be, not have to worry about people vandalizing my vehicles or, harming my dog. And it's not fair. It's not fair that I have to struggle like this. It's not fair. I can't go out there and get a 9-to-5 job because I'm a liability. I have seizures on a daily basis. Yeah, some of us, not all of us that are homeless are drug addicts. Some of us are not. Some of us are recovered addicts. And some of us are not. Some of us never done drugs in their life, and they're still in the streets. But people are afraid of homeless people. There's no reason to be afraid of homeless people. We're not going to beat you up with our sleeping bag, okay?
My name is Patrick Preston. Well, now that I have my RV, I live in my Ford Explorer, me and my dog. That's what I live in. And we try to stay warm. I sleep in the front seat. So what I own is in the back of it. I've been here since I was 19 years old. And I've seen a lot of ups and downs. Right now, with not having a safe parking and stuff like that for people to be at, it's kind of the cops keep harassing everybody for parking, and wherever they're parking, they come wake you up in the middle of the night. It's like total harassment towards people that have a place to live. I don't understand it because right now this is okay, but they need to designate a place of property where everybody can go in and set their tents and be normal to a certain extent, and not have to worry about getting harassed. That's why the cops so much. The cops are supposed to be helping us out. Instead, they're trying to harm us. I don't get it.
And I'm sorry that it wasn't so easy to hear. It's very noisy at Industrial. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it, Rebecca. Tomas, followed by Kathleen.
Hello, council members. Thank you for having this discussion. I'm a Section 8 landlord in Santa Rosa for the last 25 years. I've rented to dozens of families that previously lived in Catholic Charities shelters. I'm really a supporter of the safe parking. All you have to do is drive around Santa Rosa these days, and there are just people everywhere in doorways and tents here and under bridges and stuff. I've learned of creative approaches in Seattle, the Low Income Housing Institute, which has created tiny villages. These are transition housing from sort of living on the street. They have services so people can have their health needs met and seek education. Obviously, housing is a real key part of stability. And so they have, I think, like 15 of them in Seattle, and they're transition housing that they they help people get permanent housing. So I'm a supporter of safe parking so that people could actually stay there overnight, that there would be some services so that people could rehabilitate themselves. I want to say I used to be really afraid of homeless people. You know, I just thought they were bad or something. And a couple of years ago, I started talking to them, and I found that most of the people I talked to were homeless because of some unfortunate circumstances, like losing a job, losing an apartment, losing a relationship. So homeless people are just like us, and I really appreciate a compassionate response to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kathleen, followed by Nancy.
Thank you, and good evening to everyone. I'm feeling quite optimistic for the first time in a very long time. I want to thank Kelly for this monumental task she has undertaken and presenting us with some new options that bring a little light to my heart, I must say. Again, just to look at the situation, we have unsheltered, chronically homeless people. 62% of those have been homeless for 1 year or more. And 70% of people who are homeless because they can't afford the rent. And most of them have come right from Santa Rosa, Sonoma County. They are our neighbors. They haven't come from elsewhere to seek our services. They are our neighbors, and they need a helping hand. 84% have expressed their desire to find permanent supportive housing. So I suggest we take care of those people first, and then we can worry about the remaining 16% later. I also want to mention that the Martin versus Boise case, which allows for public camping on public land when shelter is not available, has been upheld by the Supreme Court of the United States. And this is case law that overrides Santa Rosa's public camping policy. Now, I want to commend the council for proposing safe parking districts, but be aware about 75% of homeless don't have cars. So I really enthusiastically support the alternative shelter possibilities that are mentioned. Again, it is stability, hygiene, and services that are key for people getting to, they're the key for people to get better. And our neighbor from Rincon Valley, who spoke a few minutes ago, she gave us exactly, she showed us exactly why we need to have these components. Because when people have that stability, hygiene, services, trash collection, their whole lives can change. So again, I want to urge you to move with all due haste to take care of these first steps. Do it now. And you know that we are supporting you, and I want to thank you very much. And that is all I have to say. Good evening.
Well, thank you, Kathleen. Nancy, followed by Teddy.
Good evening. This is Nancy Alcott, and I'm the owner of Lattice Educational Services. I appreciate the difficulty and complexity of the problem, and am encouraged that there is vision for a long-term solution. My frustration and difficulty is having to deal with an unsafe situation. Our school is located and childcare program right adjacent to the Industrial Drive encampment. So on a daily basis, we are dealing with human feces, unsafe situations that occur, and our families and our children do not feel safe. Not because they're bad people, but there are bad things happening in the community right around the school. Today, hearing that the encampment was not removed
was due to positive cases of COVID being identified in our community is contradictory to the pages and pages of documents and protocols and requirements that we put in place and are required to have in place to keep our school community healthy and safe for our children. So when we have to pick up human feces and people are urinating on our campus and leaving needles and trash, it presents a very unsafe situation. I encourage you, if you haven't driven by, to see what we're dealing with on a daily basis, that you do. And I am encouraged to hear that there is a long-term, bigger picture of how to solve the problem, but encourage you to continue to move forward with the short term of making our school community and our children and families feel safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nancy. Teddy, followed by Maria.
Hey, good evening, everybody, council and staff. Thank you. I want to really applaud Kelly and the staff for this presentation tonight, because the depth of research is very different than I'm used to seeing in quite a while. And I think it's seeding a lot of great public comment that is very helpful. I will say that in the plan, I just wanted you to know that I kind of detect a couple of missing components that I'd like to just point out in trying to meet the continuum of care, which is, on one hand, the goal is functional zero and permanent supportive housing, and in the other, it's immediate measures, and that's great. We lack PSH and PH units in our county. In fact, I'm finding that about 200 of our PSH units have been repurposed over the past couple years into a different category that really doesn't meet the vulnerabilities of the chronically homeless population. So I think what I don't hear in the plan, and what I'd love to hear in our county geography borders, is a landlord engagement effort, a funded landlord engagement effort to try and open up that supply line of notable landlords who would be willing to jump in, because our pipeline is just diminishing, even with the rapid rehousing, because there's a different set of circumstances that happen around that. The other area I would love to see you shore up is the case management area for even applied to safe parking, or if you went so far as to villages, because with a really effective case management, you can move people into service. In fact, one of HUD's, I guess, kind of priorities or wishes is that the relationship is what brings the client into service. So relationship is everything in our funders world, and I think strong case management really supports that. And then the third thing that I would just like to let you know, Council Member Sawyer, is that in one of the ways that you can reply to the public, we just did a point in time count up in Lake County last week on mobile. We did it all on mobile. And out of about 620 assessments that were done, 45% of those people indicated they would want some form of safe housing. And that's a pretty impressive number. And not everybody was asked that question. So I don't, when people in the community say they don't want to come in or they don't want to do that, I think putting numbers to it always helps. And I know you all have a very powerful inside tracking system with Socrates, so that might be something you'd want to track through your civic efforts.
All right, thank you so much, Teddy. Maria, followed by Nick.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maria Barakat. I am a member of Sonoma County Acts of Kindness. I am on the Commission for Human Rights for the 1st District, and I've been a member of the community for 6 years and working with homeless outreach for 6 months. I want to thank Kelly for your amazing work and for your closing statements. I want to thank the council for taking this up, and it seemed like there's a really big potential for compassionate long-term solutions that are economically feasible. I wanted to say a few things that myself and our group have recognized over the months and years doing this. This is a vicious cycle. Just today, a member of our group posted a video from last year. The situation is exactly the same today as it was then. I wanted to also push back just about a couple of things that were said. Whenever we talk about resolving encampments, there's a real concern there for me that we're not talking about people and their few precious belongings and their well-being and sanitary needs. Whenever we talk about debris collection, it sounds like we are trying to appease people that don't want unsightly human despair near them. And so I think we should really consider reframing this in a different way. But I want to say that we really need these creative solutions that you all are proposing. 24/7 alternative housing options are huge. We need safe parking, and we need it to be all day and all night. We need sanitation. People need to have dignity and be able to care for themselves and each other. I also wanted to mention that there are really creative solutions being implemented all over the West Coast. Some of them are happening in Oakland. There are people in some of the local coalitions who are more than happy to show up and help with the production of tiny homes, with the production of safe establishment of these like organized projects. The community is here to connect with people and with the city council to make this happen. We please ask that you don't eliminate street parking and create an ordinance that's punitive and has obstacles that are impossible to attain. And we urgently ask for all of these things. This is an emergency. It has been an emergency and it remains an emergency. And we really need that to be reflected in the approach that you all take. This is happening every second of thousands of people's lives. The numbers in Sonoma County are in the thousands of unsheltered people. And something else, the proposals made today are a step, but they are hugely inadequate to the sheer number. When we're talking about 6 to 10 parking spaces, we have hundreds of people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. Nick, followed by Kalia.
Hi, hello.
There you go, Nick. I can hear you now.
Okay, great. Yeah, this is Nick. I also volunteer with Acts of Kindness. Just to see what Maria said, this is so urgent. This really is an emergency. And with regards to safe parking and whatever we can do, 24/7 parking, I really hope that we don't get sidetracked by this doesn't die in committee. We're talking about fires and creeks. People need homes. People need a place to live. So I hope the council, and I really appreciated Victoria and her sense of urgency. Let's get on this. Let's tackle these issues as swiftly as we can. Time is of the essence. And simple things, simple approaches. Let's not try and complicate things too much. I've heard a lot of people complaining about waste and trash. We can provide restrooms. We just put up porta potties where people are stationed. They'll have a place to use the bathroom. I think that is so important to just fundamental human dignity. If everyone can just take a moment to appreciate what a luxury it is to have a restroom, and these people just don't have access to restrooms. Something as simple as that. Trash collection. I like the idea of the new what is it called? It's debris removal. I'm really concerned that this could be used just as kind of an ongoing sweep. I think the way that this program could be really effective is if we were communicating with people on the ground, people who have contact with the homeless, such as Acts of Kindness, so we know what is trash and what is someone's possession, what is someone's tent, what is someone's home. So we're, as someone else mentioned, so we're not taking their possessions, their paperwork, and sending them back even more. As far as I think that the RV parking ordinance, that's the scary thought. I mean, that just seems like are we trying to legalize homelessness? That seems like it's kind of punching down people who already are up against so many challenges. Now their RVs are getting towed. Now they're getting fined. Instead of that, let's be proactive. All these great ideas, move forward with parking, with 24/7. This is exciting stuff. This is a way of getting people off the street as opposed to making it illegal to to live that life. Let's give people a place that they can have some dignity. I like Chris Rogers talk about community involvement, organization, empowering people. That's a powerful thing. Let's bring in new groups of people, new ways of doing things, as opposed to having one organization that kind of has a monopoly. But yeah, urgency, time is of the essence. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Nick. Kalia, followed by Alice.
Hi, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
So I want to just start out, as others have, by saying a very warm thank you. I've been part of at least 5 countywide efforts, coordinated efforts to solve the problem of the thousands of people who are trapped outside of shelter in our community. And tonight is the most hopeful I've felt. So I really appreciate all of you and wanted to lead with that. I've been working as a trauma-informed advocate and system navigator in Sonoma County with our neighbors in this population for the last 10 years. And I've specialized in serving community members who live with severe and persistent mental illness and intersectional disability. Most of the people that I've had the privilege of working with have been trapped outside for a minimum of a decade, either in vehicles or living in the bushes or both. And I wanted to just mention a couple of the things that I've learned in my work in the context of what you're discussing this evening. I have learned that once someone is met with dignity and respect and seen as a human being and begins to get their actual self-defined needs met, it is not too long before they resume their ability to function in ways that sustain life in a healthy way and become contributive again. So the lie is dead. We do recover. People are absolutely able to re-enter the community, and the key is getting their human needs met, just like the needs that we all have. I wanted to also say that if you tow an RV, you are eliminating a home and putting people back outside with nowhere to go. So I would not be in favor of that under any circumstance. I heard in the 3 tiers of possibility, the $1.5 million a year budget as the most expensive. And of course, that gives us all a belly gulp and a pause because our county is broke from multiple disasters. Yet, $1.5 million a year is only $500 a year for 3,000 people. And while the point in time count did not reflect that, that is a more accurate number of what we're looking at together as a county among these numbers. And I'll just remind you that the ancillary costs when our neighbors in this population fall into crisis, as they frequently do when they are trapped outside of basic services and dignity and sanitation, is about $1,500 a day for either the emergency room, the CSU, inpatient psychiatric care, or the Sonoma County Jail. So the costs, mitigate themselves when we provide dignity and proper care. And my experience is that chronic homelessness is grounded in trauma. So whoever bids for operating at all 3 levels of these plans needs to be trained in trauma-informed care. And I agree with Vice Councilwoman Rogers that there needs to be a peer-run component for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alice, followed by Mark.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers and Council. My name is Alice Lynn. I live in Southwest Santa Rosa, and I served on the Technical Advisory Committee to Sonoma County and was working with Michael Gass of the CDC on developing a lived experience advisory panel so that the voices of people with lived experience can help design the system of care. So first of all, thank you very much for considering safe parking. I'm so grateful that you want to, as a council, have safe parking in every district. And I support 24/7 safe parking. And I support, rather than spending public dollars on private security, hiring a nurse and a licensed social worker circulate through each of the safe parking sites to provide services social services and medical services, rather than having security, which really doesn't provide any services to help people and support people with their needs as a way of resolving problems rather than just having security. And that would greatly bring down the cost of not having to provide security. And let's see, I also request that there be regular public meetings with people with lived experience as advisors to develop the various strategies so that public money is spent on programs that actually serve the needs of the people intended that we wish to get out of homelessness. I'll stop there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice. Next, we'll go to Mark, followed by Ava.
Hi, let me start by saying that I have volunteered and helped build shelters for homeless people for more than 10 years. I appreciate that you are trying to help address this ongoing problem. My comments are regarding the proposed safe parking site at Rincon Valley Library in District 3. Staff comments that this site is usable for large vehicles is completely incorrect and ridiculous. There is no room for any large vehicles in this lot. Any large vehicles would restrict access to other parking spots and/or block additional spots and make them inaccessible. Further, staff comments that this site is in a low fire risk area is completely unsafe and irresponsible, given that the glass fire burned 2 classrooms at Maria Correa High School next door to this site. Ms. Fleming's comment concerning evacuation challenges with these vehicles is valid. Additionally, as mentioned, this site is immediately adjacent to the high school with numerous after-school events and activities, pre-COVID, of course, putting the safety of students at risk with these homeless individuals. This site already has extremely limited parking for the library and nearby park users as it is. There are also no core services nearby for the people that would utilize this program. The fact that you have not considered or included any costs associated with towing disabled or abandoned vehicles or RVs is extremely concerning. You're fooling yourselves if you think individuals won't intentionally disable their vehicles so that they won't have to move when the morning approaches. I may have missed it, but what exactly is your definition of overnight? When exactly does night begin and the morning end? Once you tow and or ticket these vehicles, who's going to pay the fees? The homeless people with no available funds? Please do not put this safe parking program immediately next to any of our schools. The fairgrounds seems to be the most logical area to provide this safe parking area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Ava, followed by Melissa.
Hello. Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi, Chris. I wanted to thank you so much for touching on Southwest Santa Rosa getting the brunt of a lot of the services and, encampments and everything. I am a resident of Santa Rosa, born and raised in Southwest, still here, never left. I work at the Arenda Center, so I do see a lot of the homeless folks coming in. As a majority of our residents that come in are homeless. So I do have conversations with them all the time. And I love helping the homeless. The only thing I would request, I think at this point is, first of all, let me say thank you for the RV parkings. You know, I think that's going to help out a lot in our community. I guess the only thing I would request is that there are rules and security guards and curfews. You know, those things are important. You know, when I work in treatment, you know, having the rules and enforcing them has made a huge difference, you know, and holding people accountable to their actions is a huge one as well. You know, I love working together as a community with everybody. I don't voice my opinion very often, but I think I might have to now, since I do have 20 plus years experience working with recovering addicts and the homeless. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ava. Melissa, followed by M. Lopez.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Melissa.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, everyone who's made such incredible commentary this evening. Melissa Stellini, clinical social worker. I work with formerly unhoused youth and a former social worker and case manager with COTS out of Petaluma and Rohnert Park. Also a resident of South Park. And I will be reading our petition against any safe parking near the South Park Community Center. We, the neighbors in the South Park district of Santa Rosa, are extremely concerned about the rapid growth of people moving their mobile homes and makeshift tents into our residential neighborhood. We respectfully request authorities to remove these encampments that are impacting our ability to enjoy a peaceful, healthy, and safe home. As reported to the city on numerous occasions, the situation is resulting in piles of debris, bags of garbage, drug dealing, drug paraphernalia, mail and property theft, fire hazards, food and human waste littering our streets and sidewalks. This is more than a blight on our neighborhood. The situation is unsafe, unhealthy, and scary for residents, many of which are children. The city, county, and homeless programs have received millions of dollars to address these issues. We want the city of Santa Rosa to create and execute a plan for each district that is aimed at safety for all. For the people living on the streets or in RVs, cars, or tents, managed sites providing transitional shelter are needed to replace encampments in undesignated public spaces. Encampments on public property, such as the Joe Rodota Trail and undercity overpasses, have been deemed a health hazard. South Park is a residential neighborhood where kids play in the streets and neighbors walk their dogs. We are not aware of any other residential neighborhood with the extent of the situation we are experiencing in South Park. We are under-resourced neighborhood, and it is shockingly inequitable to have the situation go unaddressed by county and city officials. Our security, safety, and health are at risk. The amount of garbage and crime have increased to the point children cannot play outdoors safely, since they may encounter used syringes or bags of human waste. We are proud to live in one of the most ethnically and culturally diverse areas of the city. Neighbors have been actively working together to make South Park a better place to live, and we've gathered well over 100 signatures in support of this. After all of our efforts, it's devastating to have non-residents move in, trash our streets, engage in illegal activities, and show no respect for our neighborhood. I'll end on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Melissa. We have M. Lopez, followed by Miles. M. Lopez, are you able to unmute?
I'm here. Are you here, sir?
There you go.
All right, thank you. So I'm a hardworking, middle-class, tax-paying citizen, and I reside in the Northwest Santa Rosa area. And I just want to say that it has become extremely difficult to go down Industrial Drive and visit or patronize businesses and have to deal with that on all sorts of levels. And it's very unacceptable and unfair to the local businesses, the school there, other businesses there that have to take the brunt of all this. I do support the overnight parking if it was on a greater scale. By what I mean by that is picking certain spots here and there in every district that can only accommodate 10 or 15 cars. I don't think is a solution. And the 24/7 rule, I don't think is a solution either. I think it needs to be something a little bit longer. As far as getting the RVs and cars there that can move, that's fine. What about the ones that can't? When is enough? And on the enforcement side, how is that going to be handled? My other concern is, it sounds like the city is pointing at the county and the county is pointing at the city as far as using county land within city limits or county property, instead of having a sit-down meeting between both of them. And I do appreciate Council Member Swelldom saying that earlier, that there are, where is the county with all this? All these programs paid for and brought to you by the city of Santa Rosa, but for any member, not just Santa Rosa's, but where is the county's involvement in this? Where is their part? So I understand what he's saying there, and I appreciate him for saying that. That is all.
All right, thank you. And we'll get some of these questions answered when we come back from public comment. We don't get into a back and forth now, but we do get a chance to ask staff these questions after. So Miles, followed by the Cheel family.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great, thank you. My name is Miles Sarvis-Wilburn, and I've spent the pandemic as one part of Mask Sonoma, which means I've been provisioning the community with masks, including the unsheltered community, 3-ply masks and KN95 masks, doing our best to keep our community safe. And during this time, I've noticed that the city of Santa Rosa closed the bathrooms and dumpsters at Olive Park while an unsheltered community was living there and did not provide alternatives. Similarly, underneath Highway 101, same thing kind of happened there. And so I'd like to tie in the TPW trash program from earlier to the homeless services item right now. And with that in mind, I have a very bold, innovative, and robust solution as an alternative to what I perceive of as a bureaucratic nightmare that is a hotline for people to call and complain about trash that they may see. Now, this solution is known as a trash receptacle, or a trash can, or a dumpster. The boldness is in its cost-effective nature. The innovativeness is in its simplicity, and it's robust because it's scalable, replicable, and versatile. Now, I want you to think about this for a second. If the trash can is there, people put the trash in the can, and then it's not on the street, and you don't have to have a hotline to have people come and pick it up. I mean, it's just really, really impressive when you think about it. So if the city could provide more of these to people who have trash and nowhere to put it, this might resolve a lot of the issues that I've heard from previous callers about there being trash without a trash can to put it in. So I propose this bold, innovative, and robust solution to the trash program, which seems to me like it's going to cost a whole lot more to the hard-paying taxpayers, including the guy who just called right before me. So thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Miles. So Cheel family, Shirley, we already heard from you. I know folks get one bite at the apple, but we're gonna unmute you because I suspect it might be Bob. But if it's Shirley, we're gonna have to move on to our next person.
Hi, thank you, Chris. Yes, it is Bob.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I've got, hold on just a moment, I'll get this fixed for you. Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Yep, you got a bit of an echo, but go for it. So, Bob, I think we lost you a little bit there.
Can you hear me now?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Oh, you got the feedback there then.
Hi, sorry about that again. This was can you hear me okay?
Yep, go for it, Bob.
All right, again, back to the comments. What I like to say is that it sounds like the perception is that this will be very much like industrial drive. If you do safe parking, we're going to have an industrial drive right here in the middle of our neighborhood next to our school. And for those who don't know, I've been part of the First United Methodist Church Homeless Ministries Task Force and very active working on the safe parking that we maintain there. And the difference between industrial drive and people's fears is primarily, in my mind, the difference between unmanaged and managed. And the fact that safe parking is managed, the people that we have in our program, first off, are screened by Catholic Charities, and then we interview them. And then they sign a contract of behavior before they can stay on the site. The people are so happy to be part of the program, they don't want to lose their spot. And so the way that they behave, they pick up their own trash. They'll use the porta potty. It's not a drug haven. They're just regular people like you and I, except they happen to be living in their cars. If we had something like an evacuation event, I tell you, they'd probably be leading the way out because they're the only ones that are already in their cars ready to go. If there was a PSPS that took place, they wouldn't even know it because they're not hooked up to electricity. They're sitting in their car. So that doesn't become an issue for them. The fact is they just love to be there and they're careful. Now, our safe parking is right next to a school, and Christ Church safe parking is right next to a preschool. In fact, they have a preschool on their site. But the way that we mitigate that issue is that, what we do is, of course, they have to leave by 7 a.m. So I know I'm out of time, so sorry about the feedback to begin with, but thank you for your time.
No, it's all good. Thank you, Bob, and thank you for all you do. Up next is Heather. Heather, are you able to? There you go.
I am. I'm unmuted. I'm actually here at Industrial Drive right now with some of the people that we're talking about. So I'm going to give them a minute to say what they need to say.
The safe parking is a definite need for people who, unfortunately have to sleep in their cars. There's nowhere for us to park. From what I'm seeing down here right now, everybody's glad to have just a few more days to collect up their things, but everybody's scrambling because of the news that's trickling down right now. And yeah, the need for our communal, I guess you would call it sanctioned encampments would be wonderful, honestly, because there's some of us out here that, granted, we may be by ourselves out here, but having a little community like this makes it just that much more livable, being out in the cold.
I may run out of time before I get over to my next person. I just wanted to give some people some perspective actually going on out here. Sanctioned encampments, 24-hour services, wraparound services, open the damn fairgrounds. These people are suffering out here. Give them some garbage receptacles. Give them some porta potties. They do want better lives. All they need is a little bit of help getting there.
Heather, you still with us? All right, looks like we might have lost Heather. All right, Madam City Clerk, I'll close the live public comment. That was our last one. Council, for you, just for your timelines here, we're going to take about a 5-minute break here, give staff a chance for a little bit of a break. We'll come back for our voicemail public comments, finish this item, take dinner, because council's been going at this since about 1:30, and then we will go into our item 15.1, our public hearing on budget priorities. That works for everybody. So with that, we'll take a 5-minute recess. We'll come back, finish the item, and then we're going to take a dinner after that. All right, Stephanie, let's see if we have a quorum back from council members. Let's go ahead and take some roll. See if 4 council members materialize, and then let's keep going through our voicemail public comments.
Okay. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez. Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Alvarez and Councilmember Tibbetts.
Okay, thank you. And Dina, I think we just left off at the start of our voicemail public comments. So let's go ahead and continue on with that.
Will do, coming right.
Hello, my name is Jean Bashi, and I'm calling in reference to the petition to remove and relocate the homeless encampments in the South Park neighborhood. I moved here in 1981 with my children, and this coming April will have been a resident of South Park for 40 years. As a longtime resident of the South Park community, I have seen and lived through periods of prostitution, drug trafficking, gang activity, and gun violence. None of this has deterred me in the last 40 years because of my initial reason for selecting South Park to put down roots and raise my family remains the same. South Park is one of the most ethnically and culturally diverse areas in our city, thereby offering, in my opinion, a more realistic view of our world. I respectfully underscore the description being presented in the petition before you, which accurately depicts the crisis plaguing our community today, and ask that the city and council address this situation immediately as the hazards are compounded daily. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, this is Catherine Jurek. I would like to comment on item 3.2, homeless services study. I appreciate that 100 properties are being looked at for safe parking in Santa Rosa. Yay. And I'm also concerned about the ordinance against RV parking and how the timing and unfolding of that is going to happen. Will there be enough RV spaces available in the new safe parking areas compared to the current count of RVs on the streets right now in Santa Rosa? Or will many people be losing their homes or run out of town or find out they're illegal by the police coming by or whatever? Also, how will the folks currently living in these RVs on the streets be notified or invited into the new safe parking spaces, as they're not likely to see the road signs that the city is considering posted at the edges of town? That's pretty much my comment. Sorry I can't be there. I am busy cooking today for 200 unsheltered people. Thank you. Bye.
My name is John Jones. I live in South Park neighborhood. Agenda item 3.2. The City Council and homeless programs have received millions of dollars to address issues. We want the City of Santa Rosa to create and execute a plan for the homeless district that is aimed at safety for all. For people living in the streets or in RVs, cars, or tents, managed sites providing transitional shelter are needed to replace encampments and undesignated public spaces. Encampments on public property such as the Joe Buffalo Trail, the under the city overpasses have been deemed a health hazard. South Park is a residential neighborhood where kids play in the streets and neighbors walk their dogs. We are not aware of any other residential neighborhood with the extent of this situation we are experiencing in South Park. We are under-resourced neighborhood, and it is shockingly inequitable to have this situation go unaddressed by the City Council of Cities officials.
Hello, excuse me, my name is Annette Arnold. I live in the South Park neighborhood of Santa Rosa, and I'm calling about agenda item 3.2. We respectfully request authorities to remove the homeless encampments that are impacting our ability to enjoy a peaceful, healthy, and safe home in South Park. As reported to the city on numerous occasions, the situation is resulting in piles of debris, bags of garbage, drug dealing, drug paraphernalia, mail and property theft, fire hazards, and human and food waste littering our streets and sidewalks. This is more than a blight on our neighborhood. This situation is unsafe, unhealthy, and scary for residents. Our security, safety, and health are at risk. The amount of garbage and crime have increased to the point that children cannot play outdoors safely since they may encounter used syringes or a bag of human waste. Neighbors cannot go for their daily walks for fear of being intimidated, accosted, or witnessing illegal acts. We are proud to live in one of the most ethnically and culturally diverse neighborhoods in Santa Rosa. Our neighbors have been working actively to make South Park a better place for everyone to live. We have sponsored events for local kids, expanded our community garden, and coordinated several neighborhood cleanups to bring people together and improve our neighborhood. After all our efforts, it is very, very discouraging to have non-residents move in, trash our streets, engage in illegal activities, intimidate the locals, and show no respect for our neighborhood. Please move the encampment to a safe place where they have a place that they can be safe, but it is not destroying our neighborhood. South Park is an underrepresented neighborhood, and we deserve better. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Engin Yeşilyemiş, and I am leaving this message regarding the item number 3.2, the homeless encampments in South Park. I, as a human being, understand when people are down on their luck, but I don't appreciate the double standard that is in place as far as for all of us citizens. The city can come and tell me how to manage my backyard. I have to get a permit if I have to do anything for my home. And if I do anything against those permit guidelines, I know I will be fine. Yet these people, these homeless encampments have the luxury to make a large mess, even human feces and the dog feces and all the trash piles and the mess that they create in our neighborhood is almost going unnoticed. If we're going to have rules, we should have rules for everybody, not just the good citizens of Santa Rosa, but that should apply, all rules and guidelines should apply to all citizens all at once. Thanks for listening. Again, my name is Engin Yeşilyemiş.
Yes, my name is Diane Grigsby. I'm calling about 3.2 point. I'm tired of walking down the street on the corner of Ware and Rutledge and seeing a bucket full of human feces. I'm tired of the fighting, the arguing, the nastiness that's over there. It needs to be dealt with now. There's also drug paraphernalia and stuff over there too. Thank you very much.
Eris Weaver, Executive Director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, agenda item number 3.2, about homelessness. While I and various of my family members have experienced homelessness at different times, I don't profess to be any kind of expert on it. It's an issue that has multiple causes, and therefore solutions require multiple different strategies. What I do know is that our multi-use paths, which are designed for movement, whether that be for transportation, fitness, or pleasure, are not compatible with living quarters. So any mix of services, I think, has to include safe parking and some sort of sanctioned camping areas. There's just always going to be some people, I think, for whom a shelter bed is never going to be perceived as an option. And so there needs to be some way to accommodate that so that folks have what they need, and so folks who are homeless have what they need, and folks who are looking for places to walk and ride their bikes have a place that is suitable for that as well.
Hi, my name is Lucio. I'm living in South Park, and I'm concerned about the homeless, situation that's going on there. So I want you guys to hear from me. There is really issue of drug and garbage all around the place. So if you guys can do anything about it, that'd be okay. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Patrick O'Loughlin calling to comment on item 3.2, homeless services study. I'm very much in favor of safe parking for many financial and humanitarian reasons. But I believe a really big benefit of safe parking programs is that they'll be a popular solution with a lot of different constituents. That's because moving cars and RVs to legal, safe parking is a highly visible solution that's going to be supported by local businesses and residents alike. It'll be especially welcomed by the police, who won't have to do summons and tow cars all the time. And it'll be really liked by medical service providers and other outreach service providers who can now go to concentrated locations to provide those services rather than having to go all around the county. So I fully support 24/7 safe parking, and I hope it gets funded right away. Thank you.
My name is Marion Weinreb. I'm on the board of Sonoma Applied Village Services and the Living Room. I'm a resident of Petaluma, and I'm interested in safe parking as one of many solutions to the homeless crisis in Sonoma County. Safe parking is the minimally humane solution we can provide to the unsheltered. We cannot continue to harass our unsheltered to move their vehicles every 72 hours when they have no place to go. It's stressful, cruel, and does not provide a solution to this crisis. Safe parking is the least costly program and a basic, humane solution to the crisis of homelessness in Sonoma County. We must implement a menu of solutions to address this current untenable human tragedy we have before us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Williams, and I'm calling about agenda item number 3.2. I live in South Park, and I would like to talk about the homeless issue in South Park. So I would really like to see some solutions that are not just removing the people that are here and not just shoving them out, because I don't believe that solves anything. I'd really like to see some services offered to these people, some sort of trash cleanup or some sort of mental health aid to these people, or some sort of help, locating to a shelter. I just think shoving them out and forcibly removing them, especially right now during a pandemic while so many people have lost work and are in really tough situations, just will, eventually will just make this problem worse, and they'll just wind up going to another neighborhood. And I just think there's no reason to just shove them out. I would like to see solutions. I obviously don't like trash being around. I don't want anyone to feel unsafe. So I would like some sort of solutions, but I really, really would like them to be productive to solving some of these problems for the city, not just removing them from our neighborhood. I really, really would love to see some sort of services to help the overall issue. And I would be just really, really upset to see them just shoved out and pushed to another part of town, because I don't really think that's fair to other neighborhoods, and not really fair to those people, and just not, I want to see a solution that benefits everyone in the whole city and is, considerate to the people who are experiencing homelessness right now. Thank you and goodbye.
Study session item 3.2, homeless services update. Name is Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. Lots of homeless over in Roseland now because the city pushed them from the east side, the Bennett Valley neighborhood, over in to Roseland years ago. It's made our neighborhood terrible. And there's a cavalier disregard on the part of the city and the elected officials there and at the county to the impacts this is having upon the once pretty beautiful neighborhoods of Roseland, homeless all over the place. Recently, while on a bike coming on the Prince Memorial Greenway, the road, the concrete was blocked by the homeless living under the underpasses there. Got off the bike to walk it. There's a drug deal going on. These guys weren't just smoking a fatty. They were doing a deal. They were burning some extra stuff, too. And as I left out of there, saw a police officer on Santa Rosa City streets. Told him about it. Said, hey, that deal's going on. You should go over there and break that stuff up. He said, no, it's up to the Homeless Outreach Services team. You got to call host. And they're not around right now. They'll be in on Monday, and this was a weekend. So essentially what's happening is the homeless are having a free reign to just pretty much do whatever they want to do in this town, and they're getting away with it in a big freaking way. So the hope today is that the elected officials and the highly paid bureaucrats will come up with a plan that keeps the homeless out of our parks. Don't put them over there in any kind of safe parking like you did at Finley Park and essentially ruined the experience for most of the community. And please start looking into Southwest Community Park and how it's getting jammed up by folks coming over there, parking their RVs, throwing their trash everywhere, not caring about any rules because nobody enforces any rules. This is getting really sad, folks. So please, step on up and make sure that the rules are enforced in the parks. No overnight camping in any way, shape, or form in the parks or their parking lots. And no getting drunk all freaking day over there either. Southwest Community Park has become a drug haven, a drunkard's paradise, because the city's not taking care of it, except for the maintenance men who are doing really good work trying to pick up after all.
Hi, my name is Arlie Haig, and I'm involved with SAVES and am a community garden manager. Thank you for having this study session. I'm addressing item 3.2, homeless services. In addition to overnight parking, a comprehensive safe parking program should also be made available for 24/7 parking. This would provide for more effective application of wraparound services from county, city, and nonprofits, entities which can provide those who have inadequate shelter with more permanent housing, the ultimate goal, right? And a vital consideration is that many homeless-related RVs, trailers, and cars are not registered, and the residents cannot afford to get them registered. If we at SAVES are chosen to run either of these programs, we will make registering vehicles a priority, but this should not be a requirement for safe parking in general. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, I'm calling to represent the South Park neighborhood, and I wanted to give a couple comments from neighbors. Sharon Neal said, my friend drove down Rutledge Avenue today and just called me. She lives in Bennett Valley area and was appalled by what she saw. She said you could see pride of ownership in the way many of the houses were maintained, and then you have that mess that was just disgusting. Chelsea Winder says, I live on Ware Avenue, right next to the biggest camper tent problem on Rutledge, and I'm close to having to move if it doesn't get better. I've had multiple cars broken into, and have had thousands of dollars worth of tools stolen in the last few months. It's a horrible feeling. These things have gotten much worse in the past 3 weeks, and I don't feel safe anymore. I love the neighborhood itself and hope things can improve so I can stick around. Laura Larkey says, this morning I took a walk and found this outside my house. She has a picture of a grocery cart overflowing with garbage. A homeless person abandoned his or her garbage outside my house. When I tried to move it, one bag fell out and it smells really, really bad. The cart is lacking a wheel, and now I'm stuck with a pile of debris I did not cause. My question is, who will remove it
And who will make sure it does not happen again? She also said as she took her walk, a homeless woman screamed at her because she was walking on her side of the street, and how dare she walk with her mask on. Intolerable is all she can say right now. And Dorothy R. said, Harriet said when she did her drive-by on Rutledge Avenue that she had to stop in the middle of the street because some guy on a bicycle was carrying the bike and hogging the road. He glared at her as she went by, and she found it very intimidating. Jonathan Hasek says, Laura, my partner, and I have experienced much of what you're expressing frustration about. We live right here on Ware and Rutledge intersection and view experience this challenge daily. You might think that offering a weekly, bi-weekly dumpster service for the displaced in our area would be a basic place to start and help us manage our beloved neighborhood, though I imagine that that may also encourage more dumping. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all who are and their continued efforts to ensure we are all safe, while also communicating how painful it is emotionally and mentally to see so many suffering just outside our doorstep. And Cindy Casillo says, I'm a parent and I'm afraid for my kids to walk far from or ride their bikes from the house because of issues with the homeless. They get mad if we walk past their mobile homes and camps. We are submitting a petition that has over 125 signatures from neighbors asking that the homeless camp be relocated out of our residential neighborhood. Anything you can do to help us would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel Marcus. I live in Santa Rosa's 4th District, and I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, the homelessness services study. I support the city of Santa Rosa creating safe parking locations in every single district in this city. It is very easy to see that homelessness and the housing crisis is a huge problem in Santa Rosa, and we must be clear that this problem, the roots of this problem are the high cost of living and wages that are stagnant to the increasing cost of living. Homelessness has been a problem in this area for a long time, but it is not the fault of the people who are living in these conditions. And yet, the city and the police department respond by sweeping people from location to location, thinking that by violence and eviction, people will just disappear. Well, they're not going to disappear. We are in one of the worst economic crises in U.S. history with the COVID pandemic, and with people not being able to pay their rent and facing eviction, homelessness is only going to increase. And it's easy to see this already happening as you walk around Santa Rosa. By placing safe parking locations in every single district of the city, we're sending a message that we are taking care of people, that we're using public land that's not currently being used to support people's need to survive. And I've seen firsthand through working at the YMCA and working with people who are living in safe parking sites that having safe parking offers people safety from the police, from violence, from people who wish they just didn't exist. It offers a level of dignity and respect. It's certainly living in one's car is not the best solution, but by being able to provide a safe place where people can do so is one step that the city could easily take without it being at a huge cost to the city. And I think it's important that these safe parking sites exist in every single jurisdiction so that we're not placing it. This is all of our problems and all of our responsibilities. We need to ensure that people's basic human right to dignity and to shelter are secured. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Hasek, and I'm calling about item 3.2 on the agenda. I live in South Park, and I am concerned about the homeless camps that line some of our streets, Presley and Routledge. And I'm really wanting to hear what our city government is going to be doing to address the problem in the short term as well as the long term. Thank you, and have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Mayor, that concludes recorded public comment.
Great. Then I'm going to bring it back to the City Council. I did have a couple of questions that I heard from folks in that lengthy public comment. The first one, Sue, I see you rolling away. If you don't mind me asking, there was a question about the RV ordinance and whether or not that on its face would violate the Boise decision or the settlement agreement that Santa Rosa is under?
It would not violate either one. The standards set forth in the Boise decision essentially require that there be alternative shelter offered in the event that an encampment is cleared. So that is separate and apart from RV restriction, parking restriction. And under our preliminary injunction, that kind of a restriction is certainly allowed under that injunction as well. You're muted.
Thank you so much, Sue. Assistant City Manager Nutt, there was a question about with the TPW program, how would we identify if it was somebody's personal belongings, their medicine, their ID, their papers? That seemed to be the biggest concerns, tents and sleeping bags for folks who maybe they're off at work, maybe they're off in services, but they intend to come back to their belongings. How do we identify to make sure that the crews are not getting rid of things that are other people's?
Yeah, thank you for that, Mayor. We have established a protocol with Santa Rosa Police Department as well as the Attorney's Office that works in conjunction with the injunction and does identify how an item or a belonging or a material would be identified and considered, whether it's property, whether it's waste, or whether it's a different type of hazardous material. And so when we identify that there is a property, if there's no one available to claim that property, we log it. It gets sent into the police department as under their evidence logging, and then we go and store it in a container over at the corporation yard. The container is properly managed, meaning it's usually within a 33-gallon plastic bag inside of the container to make sure that it stays dry and contained in a way that it shouldn't degrade during the period that we hold it. And I'll ask Sue if there's anything I missed that helps us to identify what a belonging is versus what may be discarded. I would encourage her to chime in.
No, I think you've set it forth, without getting into all the details of the criteria that are used, but there are established protocols that have been developed working with our office and with SRPD and with TPW. So the team is experienced in making those determinations that were in compliance with the preliminary injunction.
And this is a protocol we've been using for almost 2 years.
Okay. Sue, another question for you. We heard from Mr. DeWitt that we needed to just ban people from being in parks overnight. Can you respond to that? Do we have that legal authority to do that, given the injunction and given Boise? That was not presented as an option for the council, and why not?
Both Boise and the preliminary injunction address encampments on public property. Parks are included in those as public property. We could only prohibit overnight camping within our parks if we were able to provide sufficient alternative shelter that meets any disability needs. If we had enough shelter to accommodate all of those individuals that were in our parks, we could then do that. But the injunction and Boise both would preclude us from, the injunction's a little bit stronger, does preclude us from removing people from the park if we are not able to provide that alternative shelter that meets disability needs.
And so given us not knowing how many people would be trying to park or camp in the park overnight, does that mean to satisfy the injunction, we'd have to have a place and service for every single individual identified as homeless in the community?
No, it does not. At any one time, we are able to move someone along or move towards enforcement if we have alternative space for that individual at that time. It is not a need to have enough shelter for everyone in the community. It is specific to that individual and at that time.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then, Kelly, this was a question for you. And I suspect we just haven't gotten this far down the road yet, but there was a question about what the definition of overnight was, what the hours of operation would be for a safe parking program. And so my question is, what are other safe parking programs doing currently in the city? And do we have anything proposed yet, or is that part of this process?
So we're not there yet in terms of defining the program and what those rules might be. And it would vary per site depending on, when that parking lot needs to be used in the morning. And that's typically how these overnight parking programs are structured. People can come in, it just varies, maybe at 6 at night to 8 p.m. at night, and then leave in the morning, say between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. It really depends on, for example, with the churches that are participating in the chat program and providing safe parking, it depends on, when that church or that business needs to have access to that parking lot, which would then prompt the individuals to leave in the morning. So there is some flexibility there. But it is, usually like a 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. program.
Was that how the winter shelter at the Armory, is that how that operated as well?
I'm not as familiar with that program, but that is my understanding.
We can do some more looking, but that program predates Kelly's tenure in the city and mine.
I apologize, Kelly. It feels like you've been here forever. I'll go to Councilmember Fleming. Did you have any follow-up questions?
I saw a hand up from Councilmember Sawyer. Does he remember what happened?
I don't think it predates John, but we can ask him.
Actually, it didn't yet. Nothing predates me, I don't think. There were pretty strict limits on that program as far as arrival and departure. And it made it not a very popular program. It was just the only thing they had at the time.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Fleming, did you have more?
You asked most of my questions, but I had one more, I believe, which is about if it's been evaluated in other areas, what happens when you have a RV parking ban in one municipality, but not in a region? Because I'm trying to think of secondary effects if we were to put in place a ban like that.
Yeah, I think that's maybe part of what's happened with some of the RV ordinances that have been installed to the south of us, and we would definitely want to work with our neighbors to make sure it's more of a regional program as we move forward. I don't think we want to do this in isolation if that's something the council is considering.
Mr. Sprinkle, when you refer to our neighbors to the south, can you be more specific for information?
San Francisco, Novato, San Rafael have all had RV ordinances that have been implemented.
Oh, that's interesting. When were those implemented, more or less?
2018 and 2019, I believe, in Novato and San Rafael.
Do you think it's reasonable to infer that the exponential increase in RV in our city has anything to do with that?
I would just caution Mr. Sprinkle, if he doesn't know the facts, to stick to the facts that he knows.
Don't know the facts.
I will add in. I mean, we're talking about traffic, and he's a traffic engineer. I think that it's an expert opinion. He's allowed to be wrong. We all have our opinions, but I won't press you on it, Mr. Sprinkle. Thank you for your answering my question, and that's all.
I will add, Councilmember Fleming, I believe that both Petaluma and Rohnert Park also have instituted some level of RV parking prohibitions as well.
I see. All right. Thank you.
The Assistant City Manager wants to spread the blame a little bit more. Madam Vice Mayor.
I just have one question. Not sure if it was answered already. Registration, in order to participate in the parking, whether it's overnight or longer, do vehicles have to be registered? Is that something we are enforcing?
So that's part of the program design, and we are not there yet. You know, if council wants to move forward with the safe parking program, I'll take all this feedback tonight and, you know, work on incorporating that feedback into, you know, various program components. That does not need to be a requirement to have it, you know, registered. And, you know, we can take that into consideration as we design the program.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Vice Mayor? Do you mean legally registered, or do you mean registered within the program?
I mean legally registered.
So if it's on the road, then it's going to need to be legally registered. So we can't waive that particular rule, but we can talk about registration in the formal program. But I believe you have to be registered with the state to drive a vehicle. The vehicle has to be registered to be roadworthy.
I definitely hear you. I just also know and hear that it is a problem with some of our residents that are in RVs and other vehicles. They're not able to register them due to financial difficulties. And so then I think that it poses a whole nother problem, and it doesn't really help our problem if we're not gonna help to mitigate that. And then I don't know, it doesn't work.
And I think mitigating is the question, right? That's why I wanted to make sure we clarified with Kelly what we're talking about, because that's something we can look at, the legal registration versus the registration in the program. I thought that that's what you were talking about, so I just want to make sure Kelly gets that information. So because there is a difference, right? And so absolutely.
Councilmember Fleming.
Hopefully last question. You know, following on what Vice Mayor Rogers said, do we have any reason that we would need to enforce that rule? I mean, obviously it's a rule. We all know it's a rule. I mean, but why are we going to be punished for not enforcing?
We'd have to look at that, but that's why I wanted to make sure we understood what it was so we could bring that conversation back, council member. I just want to make sure. I thought that's what we were talking about. I want to make sure that the staff hears that we're talking about legal registration of vehicles. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I'd just weigh in that again, we'll look at that. What are our legal obligations and what flexibility, if any, we have.
Councilmember Sawyer, did you have questions?
I'm just going to weigh in on the registration. And I think that vehicles that are worthy of immediate towing if they are not registered. So asking the city attorney as the best advice is ask the police department and make sure that we are not going afoul of the supporting something that is afoul of the law. So and I totally understand the vice mayor's concern, but it may not be as simple as just being able to turn our eye away. So it's best that we find out the reality of what we might be getting into.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So Kelly, first of all, fantastic work. Really appreciate it. Before we delve too far into some of these items for discussion, I'm hoping that you can reframe for the council, since we've been at this for about 4 to 5 hours, what particular feedback do you need tonight from council members on how to move forward in our discussion?
Thank you, Mayor Rogers. So I think the last slide of the presentation sums that up. We're seeking direction from council on proceeding with the phase 2 capital improvements at Sam Jones Hall. Direction tonight wouldn't, give us the okay to move forward with those improvements. We'd have to come back with the full scope of what that is, and then seek direction from council at that time. The $1 million a year for operations, that will be part of the upcoming budget, because we're anticipating that need ongoing. For safe parking and alternative shelter, staff needs direction from council. If there's an interest in pursuing these programs, the next step would be to go out for an RFP. Could be for safe parking alone, could be for alternative shelter alone, or it could be for a combined RFP for those programs. And then lastly, council's interest to pursue the RV parking ordinance changes that were covered by Rob Sprinkle and Jason this evening. Is that a good recap? Does that answer your question, Mayor Rogers?
It does, and I'm going to ask the city manager to actually weigh in a little bit before I go to council members to talk a little bit about the financing and the timeline, since as you articulated in the discussion, we have less than $5 million in our strategic reserves. This would be coming out of our reserves. So where would you be looking for those funds should council choose to move forward on it? And what does the timeline look like for utilization of those funds?
Well, a solicitation does take some time, right? It does not happen. So if we're going out for solicitation to get a better price point, we'd have to evaluate that. Again, we'd be looking to the budget process to figure out how we would finance any of these mechanisms. Because as you point out, Mayor, we are in a challenging situation that will get repeated later this evening. There are ways to invest strategically. Council will have to weigh priorities as it goes through its goal setting processes and help staff figure out what we're going to do to adjust the overall budget or potentially dip into PG&E funds to finance these in the short term. That's the ongoing conversation that we're about to get into with the public hearing coming forward. We're looking for direction, but the reality is we're also going to have to come back, and as we understand what the cost centers are, the council is going to have to make some difficult decisions about financing any of these programs. We're trying to get into a regional conversation. I believe there'll probably be some other conversations that need to be held about whether we're shouldering these enterprises on our own or in partnership with others. But we're seeking direction about where to go to help us get better. I mean, if you go out for RFP, the one thing will come back is we'll know what those costs are. I wish I could say we were in a more flexible position than we are, but you're going to hear that there's some real challenges both immediately and structurally that we're going to need to address. So like anything, this is an ongoing process. We'll take the direction and we'll come back with proposals of where we could look to finance it. We know this is a top priority for the council and the community and for staff. It's what we do. It's the exercise we get assigned. We're just looking for that direction. But I did want to just alert council that that's why we put into this conversation that there are challenges and there have been mounting costs around where we are managing this crisis, including supporting our unsheltered community during the COVID pandemic.
All right, I appreciate that, Mr. City Manager. I'm going to start with Councilmember Schwedhelm with your comments, and of course, as our representative on homeless issues on a regional basis, I'm hoping that you can weigh in first, and then I'm going to go around the horn for other council members.
hopefully you don't have the expectation of easy solutions that I have all the answers, because on the continuum of care, we are also struggling with some of these same conversations. And in my meetings with other cities throughout Sonoma County, they are also struggling with that. So just to keep it at that regional approach, there is one conversation that wasn't included in this. And it's kind of like we have to have throughputs. So if we're talking about increasing shelter capacity, if we don't talk about the ultimate destination from those, so if we're turning over the beds at Sam Jones Hall, we want people to exit to housing, but yet we're not addressing that throughput quite yet. And I know that wasn't the focus of this presentation, but it's just for the edification of council. A lot of shelter operations, and these are probably old ratios because of COVID, but it used to be 1 to 6. So if you're getting turnovers on those beds, we want that to be the destination, to be housing and not just back out to the streets. So if we don't increase the capacity of the actual housing, whether it be rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing, we're kind of defeating our purpose here. Because for me, shelter should be a process to get you housed, right? It's not a destination. And so with that, with the safe parking perspective, 100%, I think we need to have it housing focused. We need to have that unrelenting housing focus on everything that we do. Because if you just give a place for someone to think that's a destination, I got safe parking, I don't have to work on my housing. We're not going to put resources there to help people through some of their challenges with some case management. I think we're defeating the purpose. One of the things that I think recent councils have done is that instead of trying to just manage the homeless problem, we're trying to end it. And I really think that can be in our future, but we have to stay focused on evidence-based solutions. And housing focus is an evidence-based solution, but it's both ends of those perspectives. We're looking at this presentation, expanding shelter capacity, and I'm hoping on the 18th and 19th, we'll probably hear some more later on today with the budget, but we need to look at that other end of the equation. I know this council has invested dollars in rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing. And looking at that countywide measure, Measure O, the voters of Sonoma County voted that part of that should be going towards permanent supportive housing. If that's going to generate $25 million a year as advertised, the bucket for permanent supportive housing is supposed to be about 18%. So again, it goes back to my interest in having that regional approach, because we all got to be in this together. If we're doing all this housing focus and others aren't on board, we just need to continue those conversations. So in going down with this list, Kelly, is I'm definitely supportive of the sprung structure. I was very impressed with the way it came as a concept, and then working through the homeless task force with Councilmember Dowd and staff. To see that as a reality and the time that it took is very incredible. So I think we don't need to stop now, but we need to continue to invest in that. And I like that long range thought of making it a navigation center. So we need to start moving in that direction. The safe parking, I mentioned that. I think it's got to be housing focused, housing focused, housing focused. One of the challenges, as we saw, it's much more expensive to do housing focused. And so, Mr. Mayor, when you were talking about having safe parking locations throughout the city, a concern I have is capacity and economy of scale. In other words, if we have, let's say, 7 different safe parkings, that would be ideal. If we had unlimited funds, I'm all for that. But I don't think we have unlimited funds. So I'd rather have some safe parking locations that are housing focused and be successful than a whole bunch of other locations where it's not leading folks to housing. Same thing with the alternative shelter. I really like the concept and idea. How we're going to pay for that, that's a big challenge. And again, I think if we work regionally with that, with some of our county and other cities partners, we can come up with some solutions there. And same thing with the RV parking ordinance. As Rob had mentioned, I think we need to make this a regional discussion. And again, what are we trying to accomplish by the use of such ordinance, so that we can understand, is this actually helping us get towards functional zero, or is there another problem that we're trying to solve with that? And I think that answers all those questions. But again, Kelly, awesome job with the presentation. Thank you for keeping us on track.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Alvarez.
After Councilman Swell, I'm speaking, it's almost unfair to speak after him. But he definitely gave me a gem. And that is to ask oneself, what is the intent and what are we trying to solve? I will carry those words forth in pretty much everything that I do. And one of the things that I was asking myself is the parking, the permit. Does it move us closer to the intent of reaching the functional zero. I personally think it's a bad show of compassion on our part, and using the litmus test, and I thank you for that. It almost seems like the 24/7 is what the people are asking for, and I definitely see the purpose of that, because we would definitely be taking these RVs off the street, where during the day they might go and spend their day there, and nighttime they would collect themselves at these safe parking spaces. But with the money that we don't have currently, I definitely am willing to entertain the idea of the overnight to start with and see where it goes from there. So in short, I definitely see the purpose of the overnight parking. I don't agree with the permit process, but again, this is as we move forward and with more information that we gather, it's about educating ourselves. I do have a question. In slide number 21, we came up with $150,000 per month on operation 1.8 per year. What scope of a site does that cost entail?
So this is based on our budget for the Finley program, and then also reaching out to the county for their Los Guilicos program and the trailers that they have at the fairgrounds. So there's quite a range there. So for Finley, we had up to 68 tents. Los Guilicos, I believe they have 60 of the pallet structures, and they currently have 20 trailers at the fairgrounds. And, you know, one of the factors that's going to drive the size and scope of the program is going to be the site that we pick and what that can accommodate. So this 150,000 is a baseline, you know, based on a couple different programs that we looked at and could be scaled. And I think if we do go out for the RFP, we'll have a better idea on, you know, sort of true costs or true estimates to operate an alternative shelter program.
Thank you, Kelly. And with that being said, as spoken by many of my fellow council members, reaching out to our regional partners and inviting them to the conversation will be imperative to reaching our goals. Thank you.
Councilmember Fleming.
Hello. So on your proposals, I'm in favor of the Sam Jones Hall sprung structure. And the safe parking RFP process, I do think we should go through that. I think that we need to be mindful of fire and evacuation routes. And I in no means I'm using that to suggest that we should not locate, you know, areas on the east side. I believe we should, and that we can, but that we need to be specifically mindful of that, but not allow that to be a reason not to distribute these sites throughout the city. And that I do have real concerns about it being an overnight space. I think that an overnight only space, I think that if we do an overnight only space, that would better serve regular vehicles. And that if we want to, you know, accommodate RVs without having like a massive influx, you know, right around rush hour traffic every morning, we probably need to find a location, and it could be one of those places that is an RV, you know, encampment of sorts, like an alternative shelter type of thing that would be primarily RVs. And again, for fire reasons, I think that these need to be operable RVs. And then, yes, again, alternative shelter, fully in support of that. And all three of those things I want to revisit in light of the budget and our reserves and those conversations. So me saying, yes, go for it is not me saying that we can certainly afford it, but it's saying that I think we should do those things. The RV parking ordinance, I really appreciate the impulse to do it, but I think that what we're seeing is that this is a problem that's just marching up the 101 corridor. And even if that's not the case, I won't lay it on Mr. Sprinkle, but I do think that, you know, this is it's a public health problem. If you move it from one area, it doesn't eliminate it. It just moves to another area. And do we want to be those kinds of neighbors to Windsor, Healdsburg, Cloverdale, Ukiah, Humboldt, so on? Are we going to send it all the way to Portland? I'm sure that many people would like to do that, but I, for one, think that we ought to be better regional actors and stewards. And so I am not in favor of that type of ordinance in isolation. And if we do implement something like that, I would like to see a solution where people who are unable to be housed for whatever reason outside of their RV can be in their RV. And so I think that the RV parking ordinance needs to be thought out in a holistic system. And I think that our neighbors will greatly appreciate it, even if they don't know it. And I look forward to talking with Petaluma about their decision to do that. And then the last thing is that there was a public comment that was really, I thought, pretty interesting about garbage receptacles. And I get that it was a little tongue-in-cheek and perhaps oversimplified, but I meant to ask earlier if we had considered a broad garbage plan, and not just for homeless people, but since COVID has come about, we've had a lot more trash on the streets. Additionally, our storm drains and our creeks are overburdened with trash. It's hard to see, besides the expense of, having to pay Recology a little more to pick them up. It's hard to see the real downside here in having additional trash receptacles throughout the city.
Yeah, Councilmember Fleming, we have utilized and worked with Recology to incorporate additional trash receptacles through, in particular, the downtown when we were dealing with some areas under the undercrossings. And there was some success there, but not to the extent that that we might hope for. And in a lot of cases, it's because the garbage hauler couldn't keep up with the amount of debris that was being moved into those locations. We have worked with the unsheltered community in a different way as well. And we found some success there, which is the maintenance crew that tends to go around and do work in and around those encampments, offers trash bags on a regular basis and does come through and pick up filled trash bags at regular times. So there are opportunities for us. And I think as we begin to launch this team and we start looking at this as a holistic approach, we're going to find that there's not just one solution. The presence of garbage cans in and of itself isn't the solution. It is part of a solution set. And I think that's what we're going to end up finding as part of the benefit. And in addition, we are looking at trying to expand some of the range. One of the items that Kelly mentioned in the phase 2 program was looking at how we would construct and operate a team that is more of a litter and debris patrol team made up of community members who are unsheltered. And we are looking at other programs that are around Northern California to see how we might be able to do something similar here so that we're expanding our reach to be able to do this in a sensitive way with community members who are aware of and interact with the unsheltered community on a regular basis. So we are looking at a comprehensive solution set rather than just an individualized product.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. And I appreciate that, that there is not one size that fits all and that a garbage bag may be better than a garbage can. What I do like about garbage cans is that, so many people can use them and it's an amenity that we commonly provide. And, this whole discussion in my mind is about humanity and not humanity as we wish it were in a fantasy land, but humanity as it exists now and how we're going to try to shape it for the future. And that, homeless people and the people who live with homeless people are just as human as the next, and they're just as diverse and complex. And so there's homeless people who have a sleeping bag and homeless people who have an RV that's pretty nice and really everything in between, and homeless people who are sober and homeless people who are not, and homeless people who are, have their full mental faculties and others who don't. And so to my mind, there's really no one silver bullet here. This is a difficult issue that's going to take as many solutions as we can muster. while at the same time understanding that homelessness is not just a outgrowth of, a capitalist system that is imbalanced, but also of a healthcare system and a judicial system that are broken. And furthermore, a system that doesn't value our basic humanity and doesn't invest in people and women and children from a young age. And to that end, I think that perhaps the most effective thing our council has done to date to address homelessness outside of direct services to homeless folks and being a strategic and regional leader is investing in early childhood education and parks and recreation, as well as libraries and infrastructure. Those are the things that prevent homelessness, in addition to excellent mental health care and support for parents so that they don't end up in a vicious cycle of repeating intergenerational abuse. So to that end, I'm in favor of throwing as many solutions at the wall that don't cause more problems. And, hopefully we will see a continued reduction in our homeless population, which I know that you and Council Member Schwedhelm and your entire team, Ms. Heggendall, have worked really hard to achieve for us. So thank you.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, some really very, very thoughtful comments being made tonight. And we have been dealing with this issue now on screens in the chamber for years. And I think there was always a hope that some of the Band-Aids that we came up with and some of the shortcuts were really going to do the trick. And Kelly, you really said it tonight, what your needs were. And you have been in the trenches dealing with this issue for so long and really getting the slings and the arrows of the community because we weren't able to come up with solutions fast enough or comprehensive enough, or that even solutions that we could afford. So based on the budget process that we have yet to deal with, and which is going to be probably one of the most difficult that we have dealt with as a council for quite a number of years. And the goal setting priorities, being able to really look at compromise and having to say no yet once again. It would be so nice if we could have a budget again where we could say yes more often than we say no. And I fear that that's not going to be the case this year. And a regional cost sharing conversation, which has proven to be also challenging at best. So given all of those three pieces, the goal setting, the budget, and the regional conversation, I agree with everything that Councilmember Schwedhelm said. I agree with every piece that he was in favor of. He went right down the line, and I was checking the box. My main concern is whether we can afford it, and whether or not, and what we're going to have to say no to go forward with these programs for our unsheltered. We have an obligation to all of the people who live in Santa Rosa. And we also have an obligation to our unsheltered. And it is going to be a major balancing act to satisfy the needs of both. And both are not going to get everything they want. I can guarantee that. And so it's going to be a real tough task, not only for the seven of us, but for staff to implement whatever it is that we decide as a policy and how to move forward with this incredibly difficult challenge that we have before us in dealing with the future with this issue. We have worked for years looking for alternatives and for solutions. And I think we need to stay the course with housing first. And it won't be easy. It's going to be a real pain. But I agree with everything that Councilmember Schwedhelm said. That's where my votes would go tonight.
I apologize, folks. It looks like I was frozen there for a minute. So hopefully I'm not missing where we're at. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So this is very difficult. I feel like I'm at the store with a basket of groceries and I don't have enough money and I have to put stuff back. I just want to say that I would like to see a comparison on the money spent on reactive measures versus what we're trying to do proactively. I think that that would put it in perspective for some people, including myself. For Sam Jones Hall, I would obviously support the year for the operations. As far as doing more permanent things such as bathrooms and things, I would like to see us providing safe parking and alternative shelter for more people, and then maybe building on what we already have, since that is already a structure where people can be safe and be out of the cold. And then definitely support the safe parking. Like I said earlier, I would like to see some sort of a peer, maybe peer run or managed. I think that that would be helpful. I like the alternative shelter. And then the RV parking ordinance, I'm in support of it, but like I said before, I think it's very important that we have somewhere safe parking available. And I'm not sure if I have the numbers correct, but from what I hear, this would only have 100 safe parking places when we have about 200 or so RVs on the street. So I just don't see at this point where the ordinance would be helpful. Once we're able to provide a spot for the RVs that are on the street, an alternative, then I think that it would work to have the ordinance. And then for us getting people in shelter, I've said it before and I just want to say it again. I think that it's really important that we not only help people to get housed, but that we also help them to maintain their housing, because there are many underlying issues of why people lose their housing. So case management and just working with other entities to help assist people to stay in their housing is very important. And that's also going to be important if we do 24/7 parking, is helping people to stay in those parkings and to access other services. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I just really want to thank my colleagues for their thoughtful comments on this. This really isn't an easy conversation for anybody, and it is exactly where the rubber meets the road as it pertains to public policy. If we had the funding to do everything, this would be really easy, but we don't. And we do have that broader obligation that John was talking about to make sure that we provide other services within our community as well, whether it's making sure that we are safe in the next fire season, which we already talked about, or making sure that we're able to deliver the services that our community expects and enjoys. I'm always very proud of staff for how they come up with creative solutions to do that. And I think what I'm hearing from the council is we're going to be asking you to do it again. I am definitely in favor of finding the $1 million a year for the sprung structure for the Sam Jones Hall Annex. That's an investment that we've made in our community. It's an investment that we've made in a system that is hoping to lift people out of homelessness and put them in a better option. And I don't know that there's anybody who doesn't think that that is a good outcome that we should be striving for. So I want to make sure that we are utilizing that appropriately as that navigation center that Councilmember Schwedhelm was talking about. I also completely agree with the comments made about safe parking and the alternative shelter site. That needs to be geared towards our desired outcome. It can't just be a place where we push people to the side and lose sight of our obligation to try to help end homelessness for them. So if we're going that direction, I also want to make sure that we do have those program components to help get people into permanent housing and to start to help addressing the underlying issues around their homelessness as well. And I definitely know that that's more expensive. I heard a comment from a colleague about perhaps the council has a noble effort to try to diffuse the politics of this by having a safe parking program in each of the different districts. I hear you. There are also a number of them that are already operating with private operators. Perhaps a way that we can meet that spirit while also still saving some of the money that we'll need for other programs is to find whether it's define our success here by having either a private operator, somebody who has stepped up like some of our churches have in a district, or we supplement with a public as well. And again, there's already 3 that are out there, and hopefully we're continuing to make that plea to our community to help us to solve this complicated problem. But I am in favor of moving forward with an RFP so that we can better understand the ins and outs of how both of those programs would operate, what the costs are, and where we might be able to locate that funding. Finally, for the RV parking ordinance, as I mentioned, I do think that it's a significant problem for a number of different issues, not just related to homelessness. Does it rise to the level of being the most urgent thing when I'm looking at all of the other demands on our budget, that additional $100,000 a year? Probably not. I think that there's probably a better way for us to go about it. So Rob, I'm happy for you to continue to craft what that would look like to present to council. But to me, that's not the best use of our time if what we're trying to do is end homelessness for individuals. Mr. City Manager, did you get what you need from council?
I believe we have, but I'm going to defer to Kelly, and if she has any questions.
No, I took notes here. I think I have what I need, and we'll confer with the city manager after tonight's meeting.
Great, thank you. So we'll continue to talk about this in our goal setting and obviously in our budget as well. Council, I made an announcement earlier, but I'll make it again for folks. We're about to take a dinner break. Council's been at this for a little over 6 hours at this point. We're going to take a 20-minute dinner break. Then we will come back and we have our public hearing, which is the public hearing on our fiscal year 2021-2022 budget priorities. That's item 15.1. So we're going to take that out of order on the agenda because it is a public hearing of high priority for the community. And then we'll finish through the rest of our meeting, our procedural issues in item 14.1. But with that, we'll come back, looks like at 8:05 to resume the council meeting.
I'd like to ask one of the interpreters, not starting with the, who's not currently going to be doing the interpretation on the Spanish line, to raise their hand so I can bring you back over to the panelist side to help explain to our Spanish listeners how the Spanish channel is working. Thank you, Charles. I see your hand. We'll wait for the meeting to reconvene.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, I see a quorum. Let's go ahead and bring us back.
Okay. Roll call. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
Excellent. Mr. McGlynn, item 15.1.
Item 15.1, public hearing on fiscal 2021-22 budget priorities. I'm going to enter, before I introduce Mr. Alton, just a couple of notes. That this is our formal process that we kick off the budget on an annual basis. It is a charter mandated action item for the public hearing. It does not require council action, and thus for you will be receiving information. We open the public hearing to begin the public input process, and the members of the community are invited to begin that conversation. I just want to point out that next week we will then go into the goal setting sessions. The first Wednesday evening between 5 and 10 will be an additional moment for the public to provide input. Sometimes there's benefits to working late. I just want to point out for the team that the presentation you see tonight is based on where we are today. We're hearing some favorable news coming out of Washington, D.C., that there may be some additional relief provided for local jurisdictions overnight. We will track that information, and we will obviously be providing updates to council and the community as the week unfolds, and bring that into the conversation for next week. But I would just like to thank Congressman Thompson for all the hard work he's done on behalf of this community, and hopefully the good news will continue as the House bill has been released, and we're hoping to see similar numbers in the Senate bill. So I would just like to thank council members and staff for their patience and the hard work in telling the very, very challenging story of our community, and that it seems to be having an impact on our federal, through our federal process. So again, tonight is an important time. Even if we get federal funds, those federal funds will likely be one-time monies, as a relief package often is. And I think we will be having additional conversations. And now I will turn it over to Mr. Alton to give us that introduction for information. And then Mr. Mayor, ask you to open the public hearing so we can begin the community input process. Mr. Alton.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. Good evening. And as we get the slides up here, we will start this rather brief presentation. So on to the second slide, please. So what we have here is, as the city manager stated, this is an annual process that's part of our charter, allowing the public to provide information before council goal setting. To set context, I'm going to provide a very high level.
Mr. Alton, 1 second, really fast. I do see that our Madam City Clerk has her hand up, and I just want to check in really fast before we delve fully into this to see how come.
Sorry, Mayor, I had it up earlier so we could explain how the Spanish channel would be working, but you moved on. We were just going to put the interpreters back into place on the Spanish channel.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just to be clear, so the interpretation is still working as it was laid out earlier in the meeting?
Correct.
Great. All right, thank you so much. Mr. Alton, go ahead.
All right, so as I was saying, this is just an opportunity to allow the public to provide input. And for this particular item, I'm going to provide just a high-level review of the general fund budget. I'll then have some information on where the public or how the public can provide input to the city on the budget process beyond this meeting. We'll do a quick preview of the fiscal year 21-22 budget calendar. And then at that point, we would ask the mayor to open the public hearing. Next slide, please. So, and the next one after that. Thank you. So to provide the context of where we are with the general fund budget, I'd like to go back to the slides, part of the slides that came from our September 15th study session, where we had management partners go through our long-range financial plan. So this is basically the baseline of our long-range financial forecast. And in it, what you can see is that we had a deficit when we actually started the reviewing the forecast back in April of 2020. And we recognized that there was going to be a deficit, and we were projecting that at fiscal year 22. So that would be next year. And what we instituted some quick measures to help mitigate that. And we also noted that there was going to be two phases that the city was going to have to deal with. We were going to have the initial COVID-19 related impacts. And then after that, we had a number of sales tax measures that were set to expire. And then we also had seemingly continuous increases in our pension costs. So we made some quick adjustments, the council did, one of which was having a roughly $5 million in salary vacancy savings. That is meant strictly to help put money back into the general fund reserves. And we also took about $10 million of general fund project budget and moved that back into reserves, again, to help give us some space with our reserves. Next slide, please. So also in that presentation, we had, they lined out 4 scenarios. There were 3 assumptions that were the same for every scenario. That one, we would keep the vacancy savings at around $5 million, that we maintain that $10 million of general fund reserves in our unassigned fund balance, and that we would renew all 3 of the sales tax measures. And then we had, we discussed the use of PG&E dollars to help replace general fund reserves that were, quite frankly, lost over the numerous emergency events that have happened over the years. And the use of those reserves ranged from about $30 million down to $0. And at $30 million, we were looking at potentially no budget reductions, all the way down to up to significant budget reductions if we use no PG&E dollars. So next slide, please. So there's a slight error on this. Somehow I copied the wrong information in this slide, but basically, again, the same thing. Scenario C, though, was using $10 million of the PG&E money, and it resulted in $5 million of budget reductions in fiscal year 22, and restorations of $4 million in fiscal year 25. And then scenario D was one where there was no PG&E money used, would require $8 million of cuts, and we could restore $7 million of that in fiscal year 25. Next slide, please. So at the mid-year process, you know, where are we? Are we better or worse? Well, we have good news and bad news. We have deviated from those forecast assumptions. Our current year appropriations from reserves, largely for COVID and some other projects, total about $8.7 million. So that ate up probably, you know, most of the $10 million that we were supposed to keep in reserves. And then while we are maintaining $5 million of the salary savings, what we're finding is, again, due to not only events, the glass fire and other events that have happened over the past half year, but also just backfilling for lack of staff or staff vacancies, that increased overtime use is we're projecting to probably eat into that salary savings amount. However, on the good news, we did extend 2 of the quarter-cent sales taxes for 10 years. So we were able to do that, and we still have time before the public safety sales tax item expires in 2025. Next slide, please. So what we wanted to do was just to show how the response to emergencies had an immediate impact on our reserves. So, and also combined with the fact that we really did little to alter our structural deficit during this time. And there was a reason for that. We weren't sure exactly what the impact of COVID was going to be, how the resulting recession, how long that would last, how steep, and all of that. And we didn't want to overcorrect too early, so we put in small mitigating factors. But unfortunately, we had a number of costs, such as the glass fire. There was probably about $900,000 in just response time alone on that. And then we have permanent projects as well. So we're looking at about $1.8 million from that. Again, most of that reimbursable, if not all of it. However, long time frame before that happens. Everything is still under review. Same thing with COVID. There were some items that were not reimbursable, such as the emergency, the sprung structure or the annex at Samuel Jones Hall. But we do have we do have one large PA claim in that's being reviewed by FEMA right now. There was an air purification system that was helping to for our facilities to again help address COVID issues. And then there were supplies, PPE and all that. So you're looking at about $7.4 million in response there. And then also the big kind of elephant in the room is that we basically balanced last year's budget by pulling $18 million out of reserves. Next slide, please. So where we are here are, it kind of gives you the sense, we've already mentioned it, $5 million in reserves. I can kind of go through that really quickly for you. We started the year, or we ended 1920 with $23.8 million, which was actually about $2 million below our reserve requirement. So not bad. We were actually starting to kind of turn the tail with reserves, but then we had to use a significant amount, like I said, to pass the budget. We pulled current year appropriations, so $18 million to pass the budget, $8.7 million out of reserves through the first half of the year. We are trying to calculate. It's very difficult to do to be in the middle of the year and project where we're going to be at the end of the year, especially in terms of things like turn back. But we do think that it's possible that there would be some salary savings. We did not enact any of, we were able to extend all of the labor agreements with no increases through this year. So the money that we put aside in case we were going to need to go that way goes back into reserves. And we think that we may have about $3 million more revenue than what our estimates were. Now understand, when we began the year, we were trying to figure out where we were going to be with revenue estimates. And, you know, if you look at a year over year actuals, we are way below where we should be. However, if you look at it from a budget to actual standpoint, it's possible that we may exceed our revenue estimates, and that does result in some money going back into reserves. So if you do all the math on that, the ins and the outs, what you end up at the end of the day is projecting, and again, it's projection right now for the end of the year, about $5 million in reserves, which is significantly below, I think in Kelly's presentation, it was about $20 million below where we should be. Next slide, please. So how do we get here? And basically, and I've kind of mentioned it before, we've had expenditures that were outside of our control. We do look for reimbursements as well as we can. We had strike team overtime that was significantly high, but we get that money back. We're just not going to get it back probably, well, I know we won't get it back this fiscal year. Our benefits have gone up, and that is due to our PERS normal costs and our unfunded liability, and that's increased about $1.7 million. The subrecipient funding that I'm showing here, that's basically how we code the costs of the Sandman Hotel and Catholic Charities. So basically it's COVID-related costs for our non-congregate sheltering. And our revenues, they are lower in some areas. They're very low in recreation. The rec programs have been virtually non-existent, and that's a problem. Our TOT revenue, as you would expect, is down about $1 million. We are seeing positive signs in sales tax. This is largely due to online sales and the amount that we get in from the county pool on online sales. So it's been actually able to help us a bit. If we didn't have that, we would be in horrible shape, but fortunately we do. And our property tax is strong. Our property values have remained strong. And so fortunately for the two main parts of our general fund revenue, sales tax isn't as bad as it could have been, and property taxes is doing quite well. It's actually our smaller revenues, or our revenues that kind of make up the rest of the pot, that are taking a bit of a hit. Next slide, please. So as was brought up before, you know, when management partners did the long range forecast and we sort of looked through scenarios of where we could be with PG&E money, I think we're sort of beyond that now. And really where we are is that without PG&E funds, quite honestly, I don't know how we are able to get a budget together for next year. At reserves of $5 million, even if they're up a little bit more than that before the end of the year, if you figure that that passing our budget last year was $18 million out of reserves, you can kind of do the math and see where we are. So there is a definite need to shore up the reserves to give us one-time use flexibility. Obviously, reserves cannot be used for ongoing programs. There's still work that we need to do there. But we are estimating, given that we've lost some money out to help address COVID needs, this fiscal year, we're looking at $40 million needed to stabilize the general fund. That still leaves $55 million for consideration during council goal setting of projects that would support the community needs. Next slide, please. So, like I said, there's work to be done. We have council goal setting on the 17th through the 19th. We will be bringing an updated long-range financial forecast. It's being worked on right now. We're actively working with management partners to create or to update the plan. We'll take that to the long-term financial policy and audit subcommittee on March 11th, and then we'll bring that forecast to the full council and study session on April 6th. And then we have monthly meetings. We have one on Thursday. And so every month we'll have meetings with the long-term financial policy and audit subcommittee. And really at that point, we look as staff to work with that subcommittee to develop strategies to help bring the general fund structural deficit under control once and for all for some long-term stability. So, yeah. So next slide, please. And so now we get to the meat of why we're actually here, and that's the public hearing. So this is allows the public to provide input for the upcoming budget year. They put input or provide input on council goals, and then they can also provide written public input. We have a comment email box at www.srcity.org/budget comments. Next slide, please. And I mentioned before, we just briefly to go over the budget calendar. We are doing goal setting beginning February 18th. From February to May, departments will develop the budget. We'll be working with those priorities and goals, and then we'll have also a series of study sessions, one being on April 6th to go over the long-range forecast and provide that sort of overview. And then we have a more in-depth budget study session, sessions May 11th and 12th. We will have the draft budget available to the public June 1st, again, charter mandated. And then we are scheduling the public adoption hearing for June 22nd. Next slide. And so if you have any questions, that would be great. We're here to answer. Otherwise, it would be appropriate now for the mayor to open the public hearing.
All right, thanks, Alan. Alan, I do have a couple of questions for you. One is a point of clarification. You mentioned believing that the sales tax projections, while lower than normal, would come in about $3 million above what we had budgeted for in the last budget. Is that $3 million already assumed in the $5 million reserves?
Yes, but let me clarify that. It wasn't $3 million of extra sales tax. It's $3 million of total general fund revenue. Sales tax is a part of that. Property tax is also a part of that. And yes, that is part of the turn back calculation that went in to figure that $5 million bottom reserve or bottom line.
Okay, thank you. And that's actually been pretty consistent with other entities that I sit on, like SMART, that they're finding, I think everybody used very conservative revenue estimates, and they're all typically finding that they're getting a little bit more because of the online sales that you mentioned. So I do appreciate you saying that. Do we have an estimate? I know it's been stressed a number of times tonight that reimbursable, that we have a lot that's reimbursable between, all of our disasters we've been through. Do we have an estimate on how much we think we have that's reimbursable that we have not received yet, but we anticipate that we will receive over the next, call it 5 to 10 years?
One of the things is where I believe on the 23rd, we're going to be doing a detailed briefing on the 17 where we are with 17 projects and 17 reimbursements. But I think we can try to do that. The challenge is a little bit is they're all working on different timetables. But that is one of the things that I've asked the team to work on, so that as we get into these conversations with the long-term finance and audit committee, we're regularly reporting out on that status. It is challenging managing multiple disasters in multiple timelines, but that is part of the work assignment that we're going to be doing moving forward, Mayor.
All right, thank you. I do think that that's one of the components of this as we start to consider the use of PG&E settlement funds for long-term stability of the organization. That's the other component, is that we might find ourselves 5-10 years, knocking on wood, hopefully, we find ourselves in a position where significant revenue is coming back and provides us sort of a second bite at the apple for some of these projects that we know we need to fund.
The challenge with that a little bit is there's a government watchdog group that likes to come in and disallow reimbursements later on, as we've shared in the past with council. The process can be punitive. So when we go through the reimbursement process, that's one of the challenges, is that the federal government likes to get its money back after giving a promise that it will fund you. So it's one of those, the process is never ending in its rewards.
Yeah. And Mr. City Manager, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you and I had a conversation about some of the impact that we are starting to see, some of the cracks in the community due to COVID for unanticipated costs to the city. And I'm just hoping you'll share with the council before we open the public hearing where we sit with our water billing.
So we're evaluating that situation. What we do know is that there is arrears on both commercial and residential of about $1.4 million that has just become apparent through our analysis. we're trying to do a deeper dive on that front and what the potential remedies would be. I would say likely that if we did receive dollars in any kind of federal relief package, we would be looking heavily to that relief package to try to come up with a way to address that evolving situation. But it's complicated. We're just starting to get our hands around it. But there are significant arrears around the city, and the last number I heard was about 1,400 accounts, 1.4, which became apparent over the last few months. And not unsurprising, there will probably be other things that we discover as we go forward, but that is one of our primary concerns is how do we approach that particular issue and the impact it has on the community. So there's more to come on that front, but that's likely not the only discovery we're going to make as we go through this process moving forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I wanted the council to hear that, because I think most of us can agree that we're not going to shut off water for 1,400 homes in the middle of a pandemic, if ever. So that's a cost we've got to figure out.
And it's residents and businesses, so it's not. I just want to make sure that it's 1,400 customers. We'll be getting more information to the council, but that's businesses and residents. And again, we're going to have to figure out an evaluative process to understand where there are issues within the community about making that payment, where there might be some natural arrears, which we always encounter, right? So that's part of what we're trying to figure out, is how to evaluate what we're seeing right now.
Okay. Council, are there any questions for Alan or Sean? All right, I'm seeing none. So we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. I see a couple of hands have already popped up. We're going to start with Jeffrey, followed by Kevin.
Hello.
Hey, Jeffrey, go ahead.
So I'd first like to start by saying that these homeless people that we keep talking about are members of the community. They're mothers and fathers, sons and daughters. They're members of our community in need, not the unwanted. I'd also like to say that a lot of the RVs that I see around, and I'm a member of this community, I'd like to add, a lot of the RVs that I see around, they're aged out of the parks. They're not able to go into one of these local parks due to the age restrictions. We need a place that maybe for older RVs. I think that would alleviate a lot of this problem. We have a lot of places for safe parking. I keep hearing about how people want to do it at churches and places that have to close during the day. And I think that's unreasonable for a lot of these people to be able to move every day. I think putting them in a place that could be, one of these unused parking lots that I see, Kmart, or even possibly better off the Journey's End, which already has facilities, septic and water and such. I think that if we don't like the trash and we don't like the messes that are around these homeless camps, we need to put some money into dumpsters and porta potties and just sanitary facilities for them. It's got to cost less than the cleanup that comes afterwards. If they were to set up an RV safe parking thing, I'm sure that we could get some of the members of that community to help out cleaning up around the area, fixing things. They're an unused resource, really. There's a lot of tradesmen and construction workers and just people who generally have, knowledge and things that would blow your mind. There's a wide range of people out here. There are some drug problems, and I haven't seen any effort by, say, the NA or A or any 12-step programs to kind of maybe just stop by and check on people and show people there's an alternative. I think it's a big problem, and I really like to see us address it as a community rather than have the police come around and have to deal with it. That's not their job, and they definitely are not the ones to do it. They don't have the training and they don't have the mannerisms. But I'd like to see some changes here, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes. And I think a lot of our members of our community are as well. As one of these people in these RVs, I'd say that, hey, I work. I would love to, I'd love to be paying to be somewhere that I'm welcome, not to be an outcast on the edge of the society here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jeffrey. Kevin, followed by Zoe.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to comment now that we're starting to corral our thinking about the budget going forward. I just want to remind everyone that we do have a climate emergency resolution where one of the tenets is that we're going to be looking at any decision we make through the lens of the climate crisis. You know, there's that expression, don't tell me what you value, show me your checkbook and I'll tell you what you value. And I just hope that as we look at our final budget, that it's clear from it that we have put the climate crisis on the front burner and that we have looked at every decision we're making through that lens. So thank you for that opportunity.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Zoe?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, hi. I would like to circle back to the ordinance and clearly just call it out for what it is.
So Zoe, we're on public comment on budget priorities. So I'll give you a little bit of leeway there, but otherwise we do have public comment for non-agenda items coming up later.
Right, and I didn't get to speak earlier, so I'd like to speak. I would like to just call it out for what it is, that it is so clearly a punitive process to further criminalize homeless people, to criminalize our unhoused community, and clearly circulate funds back into the criminal justice system. And I would be really curious to know what the funding process is with this ordinance plan in terms of time and labor and all of the work it's going to take. And also drive home the point that we have a greater solution, which is to open up the fairgrounds, and there we will have safe parking, and there we will have an alternative sanctioned shelter, a sanctioned encampment where people can shelter safely. And we have volunteers who are working on the ground daily, who are willing to put the time and the work in and not drain the city of funding. So with that, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, Alex.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yep, go ahead, Alex.
Okay, thank you. So an idea would be possibly to invest in some sort of utility fiber optic infrastructure for the city. You guys could provide a service that everybody needs at a price that would save people in Santa Rosa a lot of money and could potentially make you guys a lot of money. Now, I don't know what Mr. McGlenn was talking about. You guys can't make money or something like that. I'm not sure what he means by the audit the federal government will do, but it seems that an investment in something that could give you returns is something that you guys are looking to accomplish. So we had a discussion on budget over the summer, and we had, I don't know, 80 or something people comment on this issue. And I haven't listened to every city council meeting, but I haven't even heard a response to this possibility. You know, tell us it's too expensive, or it's, you know, you guys don't have the manpower to do a project like this. At least give us something. But to me, it seems like a really great idea and something that would benefit our city in a lot of ways. And that's, yeah. Anyways, I don't want to take more of your time. So thank you.
All right. Thanks, Alex. Gregory?
Yeah. I want you to hear that I want you to make a budget priority out of getting over this county-city bickering. I'm going to tell you that you're doing a great job, and so is the county, but you're doing the wrong kinds of jobs, each of you. Nonprofits forever, and I sat on every nonprofit board practically in this county and kept the rest of them alive by donating. The formula for all of us for the last 40 years has been to work with both of you. We got things from you in your CDBG money early on, and it paid for a whole lot of facilities that we put together. When you gave us some land, we got some money, we put it together, and we built little group homes, and we built facilities. Every permanent supportive housing project in this county was done mostly by a combination of city and county and private and nonprofits. You couldn't do it without all of them. You're proceeding because of the battles, unfortunately, into trying to do it all yourself. You're beginning to get into case management. You're beginning to get into using your money to try to figure out a way of keeping both the shelters alive and the permanent housing alive. You're doing the entire stretch, and you're not doing the same projects as the county, so you're wasting your money, both of you. You ought to be doing less of it and doing a better job of it. I really support Tom and the rest of them who are trying to figure out a way of making it really get people to permanent housing, but hardly any of your shelters are. Hardly any of the permanent housing that's being built is ever going to be occupied by homeless. You have a real problem with the middle. That's why I keep concentrating on other kinds of ways of helping people in the middle, because both ends don't help them at all. The shelters aren't helping them. They're spinning them around between the streets and the shelters, and the permanent housing is not available to them. The middle is where you need to work, and you need to work together. So make a budget priority out of getting together. And if you can't use the COC to do it, scrap it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Gregory. Do we have any voicemail public comments?
We do, Mayor.
Public hearing 15.1. Budget priorities. Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. It would be wonderful if you folks would put the people who work in the Recreation and Parks Department up to the top of the list for new employees, specifically parks maintenance. The existing staff is trying to do as best they can, but they probably need more people. And it would be really good if you put a cap on giving extra funding to these top management people who always seem to walk away with a fat raise compared to the cost of living. The interesting thing about all of this is the city always pleads poverty to the needs of the communities, especially on the west side of Santa Rosa, which now has a boundary, a city limit that stretches from up at Wood Avenue by Fulton, 5.5 miles south down to Ludwig Avenue at South Wright Road. So the city's extended itself all over the place and can't keep up with the costs of the infrastructure, can't take care of the needs of the people, which is for parks, public health, safety, and welfare, but always seems to give those fat cat bureaucrats more money. And then pushing the lower paid maintenance workers to do even more with less. So this is just a simple approach for budget priorities. More maintenance workers for parks, roads, and traffic. Then start putting in the sidewalks in the Roseland neighborhood and the southwest area that were promised over 25 years ago when Bellevue Ranch was built and you folks caused a county island to occur, the worst part of land use planning that could happen. So here we are now. You're broke. Oh, that's right. You got money from PG&E. So you're not broke. So you got some money. Spend the money in the most disadvantaged, underserved neighborhood in all of Sonoma County, Roseland Creek, according to the county's Portrait of Sonoma Human Development Index. We are at a point now where we need your help before we turn into a ghetto straight up. You could make it better. You could do it. All comes down to political will. Please have the will. Thank you.
Mayor, that's the only voice message public comment received.
Okay, and I do see a couple of additional hands popped up right as we were starting it. So I'll give them a chance to weigh in here on our budget priorities as well. So we'll go with Alice and then Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I wanted to add related to the budget priorities regarding my comment earlier about addressing homelessness, which is to really identify the lowest cost ways to meet the most crucial needs of people who are out on the street and need help ASAP. The city showed with the Findlay encampment that it can very quickly put together a relatively low cost form of emergency shelter. And I had said earlier that rather than having a shelter provider, and instead of hiring private security, having a licensed social worker to do case management, and I hear Gregory Farron doing that in conjunction with the county, having a nurse, and I would also suggest having a housing navigator and having a recovery services provider to convene on-site daily non-religious drug and alcohol recovery meetings, because the emergency shelters in our county aren't providing any recovery meetings, which is ridiculous given the commonality of drug and alcohol challenges for people in the homeless population. And I stress non-religious. The 12-step organization says that they're not a religion, but courts across the country have ruled that they are a religion and bar people from being required to attend 12-step programs. There are alternatives such as LifeRing is very active in this county, and also Smart Recovery, and having daily recovery meetings in every emergency shelter from one of those programs or similar would be a very cost-effective way to manage problems and reduce security problems. And finally, the Findlay Center encampment. Please note that according to the meeting that was held at the closure of that encampment, 52% of the 210 people served were either voluntarily or involuntarily exited from the program. That is an enormous waste of money to have people taken in and then exited. And there really needs to be a look at why this is happening and to question whether the service provider is actually serving the people that they are being paid by taxpayers to serve and resolve this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thomas, followed by James.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for having these budget meetings. They're very important. I wanted to put Gregory's comments into context a little bit, if I can. So my family has been involved in housing. I don't mean living in housing, I mean creating housing for almost 100 years. And myself, I've been involved in housing development for 40 years. And one of the things that occurred, which was in World War II, there was a lot of regulation, these completely regulated transportation. So airlines, railroads, trucking was all regulated. Many other things were regulated very, very strictly. And then, so there was this move then to deregulate. And so the deregulation really came to a head at Reagan. And we know about that with regard to mental health institutions and other things. But it continued. And where it continued was in the deregulation of the ownership of nonprofits owning the properties. And so there was this push against, well, they're a nonprofit, they shouldn't own the properties. What Gregory was talking about was the very successful foundation of creating this permanent supportive housing, which doesn't exist anymore because there's a refusal to allow the nonprofits to own the housing for which they can maintain low costs over time. Yes, the wages would increase, but the cost of the housing is paid for or accomplished or at least capped. That's gone. So what happens is they're in private hands, the whole impetus to create privatization of these, and the costs accelerate. They rise and rise and rise and rise. They do not go down. They're not capped. And this is the problem that we cannot overcome. And you cannot overcome that with affordable housing creation. In other words, the typical subsidized housing or Section 8 housing. You have to create the permanent supportive housing in the methods that Gregory was talking about. That means conserving the funds and using them very judiciously, but allowing other private funds to come in to supplement those. It's critically important that the characteristic function, if you will, of the housings be separated in a way to be effective. And I think that's what you need to focus on. I do appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
James? James, are you able to unmute?
Very sorry. Thank you, Mayor Rogers and City Council. As you know, the City of Santa Rosa is a member of the Southeast Greenway Community Partnership, and I am immensely grateful for the time and effort that the city has dedicated over the years to help bring the Southeast Greenway closer to a reality. We have made significant progress, and now that we are finally closer to acquiring the land for the Greenway, I respectfully ask the City Council to continue your support of this acquisition by two measures in the 21-22 fiscal year. First, we ask you to continue to allocate city staff time and effort to assist in the land acquisition process. And second, we ask you to consider dedicating a part of the current PG&E settlement to fund the purchase of the developable portion of the property, which is 9.7 acres for affordable housing projects. May I remind you that funding for the non-developable Southeast Greenway portion of the property, which is 47 acres in size, has been identified through grants and donations. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, James. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and I'm going to bring it back to the City Council. Does anybody have any additional thoughts or questions for staff? All right, seeing none, I'll close the item. We will bring this back in our goal setting in a couple of weeks here. Mr. City Manager, is there anything else that you needed?
Nope.
Okay. So we will come back now to item 5 on our agenda for folks following at home. Do we have any report out from our study sessions that we had earlier today?
Nothing additional to add.
Okay. No proclamations tonight. I believe there are no staff briefings tonight.
There are no staff briefings this evening.
Excellent. How about a city manager or city attorney's report?
There's no city manager report.
And no city attorney report.
All right, we're moving. This will be a quick meeting. Item number 9, statement of abstention from council members. Seeing none, we'll keep moving. Who has a mayor's or council member's report? Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one announcement. I'm appointing Nathan Asdarian to the Art in Public Places Committee. And I also want to thank Monica Bryant for her years of service on that same committee.
All right, Councilmember Fleming.
Yes, thank you. I am appointing, geez, I hope I can remember. It's getting late. Beth Steppe to the Community Advisory Board. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Councilmember. My one announcement for folks tonight, I hope you all will join me in thanking Planning Commissioner Patty Sisko for her years and years and years of service to the city of Santa Rosa. She has been chairing that institution for a long time, and I know that she is stepping away here from that board. And I just wanted to extend my heartfelt thank you to her for everything she's done for this community, and also appreciate Karen Weeks, who has agreed to step up and chair the committee going forward. And so I hope council members will join me in that, and I'm grateful for both of their service. We have no minutes, no consent items, so we'll open it up for public comment for non-agenda items. If folks are interested in talking about non-agenda items, go ahead and raise your hand. I see one so far. So we'll start with Alex, and then we'll go to Ludmilla.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go for it, Alex.
Thanks. Yeah, this is Alex Crone. Just hate to take more of you guys' time. Obviously, there's a huge problem on your hands with the homeless issue. And, you know, let's be real, it's a huge part of it is mental health problem. There are a lot of people that are mentally healthy that are homeless as well, but the bottleneck is with people who need serious help and have mental health issues. What has been the biggest environmental increase of neurotoxin in our environment over the past decade or two? And your constituents over the last few years have educated you on the neurotoxicity of RF radiation. You know, smartphones have only been around for 10 years. Our old 3G dumb phones before that, when those things were closed, they were never radiating. Now our smartphones are constantly going off and on, updating our applications. And if you had a meter to test the radiation that you can't see, you would understand that we're being exposed to ever increasing levels of RF radiation, right? Ear pod, whatever they're called, you know, the headphones you put in your ear, wireless headphones, our Bluetooth, you name it. So obviously I'm kind of a one issue caller in here in terms of putting cell phone towers throughout our city. And the initial plan of Verizon and AT&T was to put each provider about 500 cell phone towers throughout our community at their will. And we've delayed them over 3 years. And I don't know if you guys have been updated on that issue, but I'm not surprised that AT&T has filed a lawsuit against the city. That's public information for delaying them. And the problem is you haven't had any published standards besides Council Policy 300-11. That is obviously a disaster and is not in the best interest of the people of Santa Rosa. So I know Gabe has worked really, really hard and probably writ something up that's really good, that finally you guys have gotten some outside legal advice that has taught you what we've been trying to tell you for a long time, is that you do have the local authority to control the placement of cell phone towers, even if they're on PG&E poles, which you guys didn't understand that for a long time. And you just have to make sure that you're not effectively prohibiting the service of that provider. And if they're going to have to put a cell phone tower in front of someone's house, they have to prove that that's the least intrusive way to do that. It's that simple. You need to publish those standards, because now that they signed the MLA, which is a 25-year contract for the pole, they're going to start busting out a bunch of applications. So please pass a policy on that issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Ludmilla?
Hi, Ludmilla Bade here. Hope you can hear me. Yes. Okay. I wanted to save y'all a little bit of stress and kind of maybe increase some outcomes and reduce some costs. And I have some ideas from staff from my experience as with a person with homelessness and lived experience. I want to make it clear that I am not speaking as a board member. I am speaking as an individual here. These are some ideas that I have not yet run by the board officially, and so this is not board policy or something like that. This is me having some ideas that might be helpful that I'm going to also share with the board. Okay. I want to just mention Whitebird Clinic and Cahoots, an excellent program up in Oregon, and actually That is going to be, I heard, piloted down in Santa Rosa. They're an excellent program that saves a lot of money from the police department. They get involved and go to connect with people, mental health issues, situations on the street, peer involvement and other things. It's really good. Check them out, Whitebird Clinic, Cahoots. It's really good news. An idea, okay, next I had an idea instead of parking permits is have people register. I would support registering myself, identifying who I am to the county or to a city, any jurisdiction, paying a fee to have an RV or trailer that is parked and is basically a known entity, okay? Some kind of sliding scale, maybe $50 a year, something between $50 and $1, so that there's money into the system and that gives you like a known entity. Someone wants to call, neighbor goes, who is this person? You have some kind of sense of who that is. Okay, and have that then tie into, next item here, kind of an Airbnb-based inspired system for parking, where individuals can register, they can pick out different parking things. Different providers, both municipal, county, and private, can provide parking areas, and you basically go in there and match them up, and it gives a sliding scale pricing, okay, and it gives an opportunity for feedback and reviews from both the customer and the providers, and get involved in that, okay. Super in the future, wow, okay. There was something about tiny homes, and there's shells that you can get for $7,000, thinking of partnership with Habitat Humanity, peer involvement on building them, purchasing them, that kind of thing. A big thing I do want to say is on the whole triage system. This is a federal thing where things are prioritized for the lowest, of being able to revise that. I'm going to say I think it should be patterned more off disaster response. This is not something the city can change, but this is something I'm going to be having a voice on. And I do really want to say that peer involvement, peer PR is going to create more PR at neighborhood level, funding level, and personal empowerment for those who have not had a voice and have not been told that they matter nearly enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ludmilla. Seeing no other hands, do we have any voicemail public comment?
Let's see. We have two coming up.
Hi, this is Eris Weaver, Executive Director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, and this is regarding agenda item 13 for items that are not on the agenda. I have two comments. One is I just want to express how happy I am that the city has hired Bjorn Griepenberg as the first ever active transportation planner. This is not only the first time this city has had this role, but anywhere else in the county. And I'm just so happy. Well, I'm sad to lose him on my board of directors and happy to have him working with the city and looking for this as hopefully an example for other jurisdictions in the city to create a similar position. Two, I would like to share with you a new campaign that the Bike Coalition is just launching that I am hoping that the city's climate action subcommittee would be interested in partnering with us on, and we're calling it Bike to It with the numeral 2. It's looking at the fact that, one, many more people are on their bikes since COVID-19. The shops just can't keep bikes in stock. And two, we know that 30% of trips in the county are under 2 miles, which is a distance that even a fairly new cyclist with only moderate fitness can do in 15 minutes or so. So it's encouraging people to use their bike instead of a car for destinations that are under 2 miles. We have prizes and tips and other things all kind of built into the campaign, and would very much like to partner with the Climate Action Committee or any other departments of the city that seem appropriate to help make this an ongoing campaign over the course of the year to help bring down our greenhouse gas emissions, improve people's health, reduce congestion, and help everybody just have more fun. Thanks. Oh, it's online at our website at bikesonoma.org/bike, the number 2, it.
Item 13, public comment, non-agenda matters. Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. Many years ago, over a decade ago actually, the city of Santa Rosa convinced the taxpayers for Sonoma County's Ag and Open Space District to spend close to $2.5 million to purchase 5.9 acres on the south side of Roseland Creek between Burbank Avenue and McMinn Avenue, with the express purpose at the time, we were told, for a bikeway greenway to be put in. That has never occurred yet. As a matter of fact, it's just become a spot for the homeless to hang out, sleep there, defecate, urinate in the creek, and essentially make things bad. So one would hope that the city of Santa Rosa's elected officials would step up and say, hey, we spend this time with the Sonoma County Transportation Authority and the Regional Climate Protection Authority saying that we're going to make things better with the climate and do it by getting people out of their cars and onto bikeways. I think that's a pipe dream, folks, because if you ride your bike around here and you get on these pathways like the Prince Memorial Greenway, you see that they're overrun with the thugs. Thugs are running the show. They did it out on the Joe Rodota Trail. They got on the Prince Memorial Greenway. And people aren't on bikes, but we need to get them there, I guess. Bike riders like to have good, safe spots. It was said that safe routes to school was one of the main reasons why the city pushed the county to help purchase the profit against the wishes of community members at the time, until Mark Richardson, the disgraced former Recreation and Parks Department director, convinced former city council members that, oh yeah, this was really going to happen. So how about stepping up and working with the community, the people in that area who spent over 20 years to try to get nature preserved while you're paving over everywhere you can out there. Oh, I'll rephrase that. Not you. You're not fixing the roads. It's new developers coming in and throwing up not tens, not hundreds, but close to 1,000 housing units going in over in Roseland without any improvements. So please, work with the community and get the Roseland Creek Bikeway Greenway in on the south side of the creek as soon as possible without destroying the nature and the Roseland neighborhood to the north side of the creek with big parking lots. People should be.
Mayor, that concludes voice message public comment on non-agenda matters.
Great, thank you so much. We'll close public comment and we will go to item 14.1.
Item 14.1, report property assessed clean energy PACE program, consideration of additional program in Santa Rosa. Tasha Wright, Sustainability Coordinator, presenting.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Great. My name is Tasha Wright, and I am the Sustainability Coordinator in the Water Department. Good evening, Mayor Rogers and council members. I know it's been a long evening for you, so I'll try and make this quick. Shouldn't be too much new information for you since we recently came with the expansion of the Skype program. So we're going to be discussing Y-Green this evening, and it is also a PACE program. So I will be going through just a quick overview. Next slide, please. So I'll just give a quick review of PACE, what the benefits of PACE are for our community, and the fact that Y-Green is part of the Sonoma County Marketplace, and their JPA is GSFA, and then what the city's participation requirements would be for having Y-Green be available in our community. Next slide, please. So what is PACE? PACE is essentially an assessment on a property. This is a voluntary program. It allows for financing of various types of energy efficient measures, as well as renewable energy. And now that also includes fire hardening and seismic retrofits. These were authorized, so many PACE programs fall under the AB 811 bill, but with Y-Green, they utilize both AB 811 and SB 555. And SB 555 is the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982. And like AB 811, those both authorize a community, a legislative body, a city to authorize, allow contractual assessments on for property owners to finance these types of improvements that I mentioned. Next slide, please. So let's see here, notes. So the benefits of PACE, this is really an arching benefit. So not only within Santa Rosa, allowing these types of measures allows us to be a more resilient community. We have GHG reduction targets. So that allows for addressing that goal, as well as we get to participate in this program that is also available to other cities within the county. And it expands the availability of the different types of projects that can be financed by property owners through Y-Green. So they're all the same, but Y-Green is just going to be one more program administrator that enters in and is able to work with property owners. And then that allows for kind of a smorgasbord of different options for people to take advantage of. So the marketplace, like I said, has multiple different consumer choices. So being able to provide the opportunity for Y-Green to also be offered is really important for us. So go ahead and head on to the next slide. So the county's current programs are as follows here: California First, California Hero, Y-Green, and Fig Tree. We have Skype, which is part of the county. We have California Hero, and so Y-Green is the next one that we'll be able to add in. Next slide, please. So essentially in late 2020, Y-Green approached the city in regards to seeing if they might be able to provide services, funding in our community. Their JPA is the Golden State Finance Authority. So in order for us to participate in the program, we would need to become a member of the JPA, GSFA, as well as go into an agreement with Y-Green as the program administrator. Next slide, please. And this would enable us to allow Y-Green Energy to finance the property improvements. So these are basically the three different things that we would need to do. And we have three different resolutions that follow this. So the first would be to consent to the inclusion of the city properties as part of the GSFA Y-Green PACE program based upon the SB 555 and AB 811 structure. The next thing is that we would need to enter into the agreement to become an associate member of the sponsoring JPA, which is Golden State Financing. And then we also would have to enter into an agreement with Y-Green in order to become a PACE, have them be a PACE program provider in our community. Next slide, please. So we are coming to you with this recommendation that we go ahead and move forward. So this is recommended by Transportation and Public Works as well as the Water Department. So as I had mentioned, there's three different resolutions. So we would need consent to the inclusion, approval of the amendment, adding the city as an associate member, and then third, to approve the Y-Green program to function within the city of Santa Rosa so that our property owners can participate in the program. So now if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Tasha. Really appreciate it. So council, and for the benefit of the public, I also wanted to mention that I did used to work for Y Green Energy Fund, and specifically I did legislation and policy for them for a number of years, specifically writing their consumer protection laws that are at the state level, as well as the expansion legislation to allow fire. And that is one of the main reasons that Y Green was not considered when that was the reason Y Green was not considered when this came before council about 3 or 4 years ago, is it was deemed that the indemnification agreement, though would benefit Santa Rosa, it was too substantial of a conflict for a council member to engage in. And so I wanted to explain some of the timing on why this is coming to us now. I have not worked for them for over 18 months. I have no financial interest in it. And so now they are eligible to come in and to work on it, as just as Santa Rosa is eligible to consider them at this point. So I did want to provide that context for folks as well. Are there any questions for staff about the program and about the item? All right, seeing none, we'll go to public comment on it. I have Kara, followed by Emily.
Hello, my name is Kara Acevedo. I'm commenting on agenda item 14.1. I work as an attorney at the East Bay Community Law Center. I was also born and raised in Sonoma County, and I have family members who are homeowners residing in Santa Rosa. PACE is a high-risk program in the sense that failure to pay these loans can cause people to lose their homes by foreclosure, most often by mortgage companies, but also by tax assessors. So I hope the council considers any changes very carefully. Allegations of private PACE administrators and contractors targeting low-income Black, Latinx, and elderly homeowners, and then failing to deliver promised work or sometimes any work at all have been well covered in the media. And often Sonoma County's program has been highlighted as a model for safe PACE lending and tighter oversight. So it's concerning to me that the city seeks to open up a program that has been held up as a model for equity in PACE lending to direct competition from private for-profit administrators. There are real concerns about the financial liability Santa Rosa will be exposed to by adopting a private PACE administrator. Los Angeles County recently ended all of their contracts with private PACE administrators because despite having some of the tightest safeguards in place, they, quote, cannot be certain that the programs provide sufficient protections for all consumers. Costs resulting from Y Green's administration of the PACE program could potentially be astronomical. Recently, the Western Riverside Council of Governments, a JPA in Riverside County, estimates that it will cost them $8.5 million to defend just 17 lawsuits arising out of another private company, Renovate America's administration of their PACE program, with, quote, immeasurable future litigation costs. It also claims Renovate cost them another $10 million through other breaches of contract. Renovate has since gone bankrupt after numerous class actions and lawsuits, leaving the council solely liable for all homeowner claims that come after. Homeowner lawsuits have also been filed against Y Green. A quick search of court dockets in California show 55 lawsuits against Y Green, including at least one class action, which is not an insignificant number. Santa Rosa could find itself with a lot of exposure if Y Green were overwhelmed with lawsuits and filed for bankruptcy. I therefore urge the council to review these bankruptcy filings and also consider a report that was released just last week by the environmental law clinic at Berkeley Law called Dark Side of the Sun, How PACE Financing Has Under-Delivered Green Benefits and Harmed Low-Income Homeowners, which raises concerns about persisting vulnerabilities and loopholes in the program, including projects failing to achieve significant or any energy benefits and run a thorough cost risk before making a decision.
Thank you, Kara. Emily, followed by Daniel.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council and members of the public. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Great. Good evening, everybody. Thanks so much for your time, and thank you so much to staff for procuring this item for agenda. I represent Y Green Energy Fund for consideration tonight to join your existing PACE menu, serving Santa Rosa constituents, both homeowners and commercial property owners, particularly the small and medium businesses throughout town. I appreciate the previous speaker's comments, and I will address those as well. But I mostly want to thank the council and staff for allowing us to present numerous times at public comment and share our support from local advocates, both on the property owner side, the contractor side, and then of course some community groups as well who have spoken at public comment to support the passage of our program and allow our program to serve local constituents. I think many of our folks who were going to be on the line tonight had to drop off, but I think that you've heard from probably dozens of them by now over email, so I won't go into that in great detail. I'm speaking as far as some of the earlier comments. Y Green has the most robust consumer protections program in the industry, and we work as an industry together to abide by the laws in place that we are regulated by from the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation, formerly the DBO, which regulates financial institutions in the state. We are a licensed PACE provider, which means we are more heavily regulated and governed with oversight than even some of the county programs that exist. One was mentioned, the LA County program. Our program was never involved in that PACE program. And for the record, nor were we involved in the WRCOG program as well. Without going into too much great detail to discount in any way the comments made by the other speaker, I will just say that I think our activity in communities that we served in over 315 jurisdictions in the state can speak for themselves. We have hundreds and hundreds of very happy homeowners and happy commercial property owners who will tell you that we've been able to meet a very critical need to fix issues in their properties or help them become greener and more sustainable, and now more than ever more resilient in the face of fire and seismic events. We also have created significant job results with regard to the trades and helping our contractors grow their businesses in local communities. And that says a lot, especially in light of this economic crisis which we're facing. And lastly, PACE is a tried and true public policy initiative that has been around for over a decade. And Y Green actually just celebrated its 10-year anniversary. And so I think it's important to keep in mind what we've been able to prove as far as results and satisfaction. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Emily. Daniel, followed by Ankit.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Lewis. I'm a legal fellow at Bethsedec Legal Services in Los Angeles. We're a legal aid organization who represents low-income homeowners with PACE loans in the LA area. Wanted to comment on 14.1, and thanks for allowing me the chance to speak. Bethsedec, our organization, currently has cases with all of the private for-profit PACE administrators operating in California, and that does include Y Green. We currently have a suit against Y Green alleging that Y Green's oversight of its contractors and the loan origination process has been negligent, endangering the home of our client, who is a senior citizen on a fixed income. While we may ultimately be able to resolve that lawsuit with Y Green, that case is not unique. It's what we've seen with all of the PACE administrators operating in California. Jurisdictions across California, which have been mentioned in earlier comments, that includes LA County and most recently the Western Riverside Council of Governments, known as WRCOG, have been taking moves to get out of the residential PACE business for reasons that consumer advocates have been pointing to for years. WRCOG and LA County ended PACE because residential PACE is fraught with issues, not because of the particular administration. There's rampant fraud in PACE, at least that we've seen, including contractors falsifying financing documents and completion certificates. Administrators also put far too little effort into ensuring that people need the projects they're signing up for, ensuring they can afford the loans, and ensuring that they're actually getting the work they sign up for. From what we've seen, Y Green has not been different. As a result, people's homes are put in danger. And then even when people can afford to keep their homes. They have to live hand to mouth to repay the loans. I would encourage you all to go watch the WRCOG meeting from December 7th, which is on their YouTube channel, where they voted to end the residential PACE program. You'll see what they saw, which is their constituents telling stories of how their homes were put in danger by PACE. It would be a shame to see Santa Rosa ignore the experiences of these other jurisdictions and further expose constituents to the fraud and abuse we've seen elsewhere, which still has not been cleaned up by PACE administrators or by the legislature. In fact, despite more consumer protections passed in 2018, we've actually seen an increase in instances of fraud since then. Lastly, I want to second the suggestion made earlier to look at the Berkeley Law Clinic's report on PACE. It makes a number of policy suggestions and really goes in deep into this issue. Lastly, we wholeheartedly support the goals of energy efficiency, but we just want to urge you to accomplish these goals through a program that won't result in people losing their homes. Thank you.
Inkit?
Thank you, council members and the mayor for letting me speak. So I'm here to advocate on behalf of Y-Green. I'm a commercial property owner into hospitality industry. We've got properties all over the Bay Area, and we have been using Y-Green for PACE financing for our hotels. And it has been a very efficient program for us because, we were able to turn our hotels into a greener property, change the windows, change the air conditioning units and stuff like that, and did all the capital investment, which helped us out with a lot of capital investment and savings end of the year with all the energy saving and created more jobs and stuff like that. I heard a lot of the negative side as well with some homeowners, but being commercial property owner, I think we have had a great experience. We've been working with them for a few years now. And, from get-go till the end, the process has been very smooth. They were upfront about things and, we were able to accomplish a lot of things. And we have a small property in Santa Rosa as well, where we would like to put solar and do some window replacement and stuff like that. And I think Y-Green would be the only option for us because, at this crisis with this pandemic, hotel industries hurt the most. We have, employment issues and all of those. So if we get any help from the county, if they approve this program, we'll be able to put solar on our property and can save some money on our energy bill. Along with that, it's a good cause. We're in California tree huggers. So I think I would just advocate on behalf of it to get them approved as soon as possible, at least for commercial side for us. So we can move forward with our needs we have at the hotel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring it back. Do we have any voicemail public comments on the item?
No voice message public comments received on this item, Mayor.
Great. I'll bring it back to the council. Are there any additional questions for staff? Councilmember Fleming.
So it's my understanding that PACE is operated through 3 providers, at least within the city of Santa Rosa, the county, and then 2 private operators. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. And have we had difficulties or any challenges with what is it, California First or Heroes?
So quite a few years ago, this was a big concern for us when we were bringing PACE programs and the program administrators forward. It was also a concern for the county. When they originally brought on PACE programs, what they did was they went out for with a bid, RFP, actually RFQ, I'm sorry, and they had responders. They chose multiple program administrators based on several different criteria. And then once
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't mean to be rude, but are there any pending legal issues with those?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Are there any resolved legal issues?
No, not that I'm aware of either, at least not in the county. And so the county set up the marketplace, put in some different agreements. They were indemnified by not only the JPA, but the program administrators, because the concern was if the program administrator closed shop, they wanted to be able to have an agreement with the JPA, which was larger. We did the same thing, and we said, as a city, we will not take anyone that is not within the marketplace because the county was providing oversight. So we put those measures in place. Our previous attorney that we worked with wrote specific indemnification language, and if any of the program administrators were not able to get the indemnification from the JPA and the program administrator, they were not authorized to do work in our community. And that's how we only ended up with California Hero. California Hero's program for residential has closed up shop. We don't have any projects on the commercial side, but we do still have that agreement. And my understanding is that the county has not had any problems with any of their program administrators at this point.
Okay, is there any anecdotal evidence about predatory practices or people losing their homes in the city of Santa Rosa?
No. So we have two programs that are offered, Skype and then California Hero. There's nothing in that at this point of either one of those that we've had any problems with.
Okay, thank you for the information.
Councilor, are there any other questions? All right, Vice Mayor.
So just for clarification, I'm pretty sure Victoria just asked, but have there been any foreclosures or anything that we know of? She said any legal issues that we know of in the city of Santa Rosa or even the county of Sonoma?
You know, I am not sure about county at this point. I am not aware that there has been any, but I can follow up for you if you would like me to do that. And as I had mentioned to Councilmember Fleming, I am not aware that there's been any problem, and I would hear about it.
Okay.
So they do. I keep very close touch with the woman that runs the Energy and Sustainability Department, who oversees the PACE program. We talk at least several times a month, and there's been nothing. So.
And looking at the people that are served by this this program, do you have any statistics on whether or not they are what the populations are, what parts of the community are served? If it's a high population of BIPOC community. Sorry, you guys, I know it's late, but
I can definitely get that information for you. We don't have the staff to oversee the programs. We rely upon the county. That's another reason why we don't have any other programs than the ones that they've approved. They get monthly reports, and I can definitely get you a breakdown of that information.
Okay, and then last point of clarification. This is just adding to the program. The program is already existing. This is just adding a provider.
Yes, that's right. Okay. So we currently have authorized Skype to do business, Hero to do business, and now this would be to add Y-Green in Santa Rosa.
I just wanted that as a point of clarification.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Madam Vice Mayor, if things haven't shifted too much in the last 18 months since I last looked at it, typically individuals who use PACE tend to fall into the middle income bracket. Lower income folks can't meet the income requirements and credit checks that are required. And then folks who are higher income typically have other access, whether it's can pay for these measures outright or have access to some other form of financing. Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, I know it's late, guys. Sorry. Sue, I have a question for you. What is your assessment of the potential legal liability for the city of Santa Rosa if we were to open ourselves up to additional for-profit PACE administrators?
Yes, as Tasha mentioned, we do have indemnifications both with Y-Green and with the JPA. The county manages the program and has what they call a collaborative services agreement, which sets standards, and they oversee that. And then in addition, there is a relatively new state framework that also gives a level of protection as well. So we are comfortable that the risk is low.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anything else? All right, Councilmember Alvarez, this is your item. So you have, I believe, 3 resolutions in the staff packet that we need to handle.
That's awesome. I did not get the memo. I will definitely need some assistance on this.
Okay. So do you see in your packet Resolution 1, Resolution 2, and Resolution 3?
I do see it.
Perfect. Let's start with Resolution 1.
Perfect. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the 1 agreement adding the City of Santa Rosa as an associate member of the Golden State Finance Authority to permit the provisions property assessed clean energy PACE program services within such city. And 2, PACE program agreement by and between City of Santa Rosa and Y-Green Energy Fund California, LLC.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Sawyer. Madam Clerk, go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez? You're muted.
Aye. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes and Councilmember Tibbetts is absent.
Okay. Councilmember, second resolution.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Resolution of the City of Santa Rosa, California, consenting to the inclusion of properties within the city's jurisdiction in the Golden State Finance Authority Community Facilities District number 2014-1, Clean Energy, to finance renewable energy improvements, energy efficiency and water conservation improvements, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and other improvements.
Second.
Motion and a second. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes with Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Okay. And finally, the third resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Rosa consenting to the inclusion of properties within the city's jurisdiction in the Golden State Finance Authority program to finance distributed generation, renewable energy sources, energy and water efficiency improvements, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and other improvements.
Second.
Motion and a second. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes with Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Okay. Thank you, Council. We've done item.
Thank you for the assistance, Mayor. Thank you.
Anytime. So we've dealt with item 15.1, our public hearing. We have no written communications. Let's see if we have any additional comments for non-agenda items from the public. Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and adjourn our meeting. Thank you, everybody.